for Morgan. Just great read on the outside. Take it to the house. Okay, that's great. That can happen. All right, Skyview gets the ball back. Third play from the line of scrimmage, fumble. Morgan has it inside the 20. 3-4 plays later, in the end zone. This game was 21-0, and Morgan was knocking on the doorstep at the end of the first quarter. They scored, I think, on the first or second play of the second quarter to make it 28-0.
Goodness. Turnovers.
Skyview, it was hard for them to get any rhythm, momentum. That Morgan defensive front is legit. Yeah. They got 3-4 guys up there that are special. Assay's up there. A couple other guys, names are escaping me. We'll get to them over the course of the show, but man, they put a ton of pressure in that Skyview backfield. This game, we talked last week about a new rule. Okay, we're gonna run through a scenario because this is actually pretty fun. So this was 41-0 at the half. Morgan gets the ball early in the third quarter. They go down and score. George Thurston does what he does. Every play went to George Thurston on this drive, by the way, including the touchdown. Like 4 plays to Thurston in the end zone.
He's a special player.
47-0 Morgan. Okay, we're running clock in the second half at this point. Skyview gets the ball. They're marching down the field. There's about 4 minutes to go. They get stymied. Fourth down. They turn it over on downs. Morgan football, 3.5 to go, and they're on like their own 20. Okay, what's the new rule, Jeff?
New rule, 44-point lead or spread, I guess, difference in the fourth quarter.
Game's over.
Game's over.
It's a 47-point spread right now. 2.5 to go. Morgan has balls. Like, okay, they're going to run on the clock. Game's over. They turn it over.
Oh,
so
no.
Skyview gets the ball like the 23, 25-yard line. 2.5 minutes to go. And now all of a sudden, it's the most entertaining 47-0 ball game I've ever been a part of, because for Skyview, it's like you got 2.5 minutes on a running clock to try to score to keep this game going in the fourth quarter. They get down to the 6-yard line. They have 2 opportunities. The first opportunity, the receiver makes the catch, but he was ruled out of bounds. It was really close. They run the same play on the fourth down. Final play of the third quarter. It's deflected. The clock runs out of the third, and the game's over. But Skyview's taking timeouts. They're trying to stop the clock.
Trying to keep it going.
It was so entertaining. It was actually awesome.
And I love that from Skyview that, look, at that point, the game's out of reach, right? Everyone in the stadium knows that. But you're trying to keep playing football. You get 10 guaranteed games. So try to get everything you can out of them. I love that.
And not only that, but what a great opportunity to practice situational awareness, right? Imagine this is a one-possession game, and we got to go execute, guys, right? You cannot replicate game, right? You can practice all you want, but it's hard to replicate game, and that gives you an opportunity to do it. It was fascinating to watch how that played out, but it was all Morgan. All Morgan.
Morgan's really good.
They are really good.
You talked about the defense, and of course, you pitch a shutout. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you're going to highlight the defense. Owen Gilson, man. Yep. He was great for Morgan last year. He's great already again this year. He went for 277 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, had 102 yards on the ground. Maybe the most productive quarterback that is just kind of tucked away on the other side of the mountains. Nobody really pays attention to Morgan, but you should, because the Trojans are good. Pair of junior receivers. You already mentioned George Thurston, 9 catches for 96 and a pair of touchdowns. Rhett Larson.
He had a
big game, 7 catches, 151 yards and a score. That's a really good football team, and you look ahead at their schedule, and you don't want to count anything, chickens or whatever. They might rattle off a whole bunch of wins.
They got some guys who can run the ball, too, and you won't hear a lot about those backs, but they're talented, Sydenham and Pace.
Very good.
But you also look, and the thing I love, too, is they play defense. These guys play both ways, right? And Sydenham, he's also their nose guard. So he's their running back, and he's their nose guard defensively. Love it. Quade Mybos wears number 11. This kid's like 6'5", 200 pounds, athletic freak. He is really, really good. And then we talked about Crew Assay, the one outside linebacker. The first play line of scrimmage, Skyview's going to the other side, and it's Cade Spence who undercut that route, picks it off. So they got some great linebackers, some great linemen up front. That Morgan team, it's Morgan. It's Morgan.
They're really good. They're good every year, and we can't talk about Morgan without talking about my favorite eating establishment. Did you go to Taggart's?
No.
Did you go?
Wait. Hold on. Tell me. I don't know about Taggart's.
What?
I feel like we talk about Taggart's every time we talk about Morgan.
I don't know about Taggart's.
You just got to go.
In fairness, I pulled into the stadium at 6:40, so I wouldn't have had time anyway.
Yeah, it's tough. If you go one exit towards Hennifer,
okay,
there's a Taggart exit. The only thing on the exit is the restaurant. It's a delightful little place. I like the ham and apple.
Is it through the canyon or is it before the canyon?
It's just before Devil's Slide.
Okay.
And, just to the west of Devil's Slide.
All right.
Before for me, because I come up that way. I get the ham and apple wrap. Doesn't sound like something you'd put together.
Sound great.
It's delicious.
One of these days, Jeff, let's head up.
Yeah, let's go to Morgan.
Let's head up.
Always in.
There you have it. There's kind of recap of Thursday night games. Let's get to tonight, shall we? Because we got some good slate of games. We've got about 10 minutes or so left before we send out to kickoffs across the state on this weatherish Friday. Yeah. Where do you want to start tonight, Jeff?
Well, I've got a game that you're not prepared for me to talk about this game.
Okay.
But there is a game that kind of caught my eye because I looked at the week 1 box score, and it was like strikingly similar, and it was weird enough that we have to talk about it.
Okay.
Desert Hills and Timpanogos.
I'm not prepared for you to talk about this game.
I mean, I'm only barely prepared to talk about it. Both Desert Hills and Timpanogos went for 40 or more points last week. So obviously they can move the ball. There's a lot of offense. I'm expecting some offense tonight. Both schools pitch shutouts. So they can play some defense.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect out of Desert Hills and Timpanogos. That's not a rivalry you tend to think about very often. But if you put two teams that a week ago both went for more than 40 and both had shutouts, I expect a good football game.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what to expect out of Timpanogos and Desert Hills, but I'm kind of excited just because you don't see that kind of matchup very often.
Yeah, I like it.
That's our opener today.
I like it.
That's the preview. I don't know. Is it going to be an offensive like slugfest that everyone's scoring? Or is it going to be the defensive slobber knocker because the shutout defenses show up? Yeah. I don't know. Could be a really good football game, though.
Oh, it's going to be an offensive slugfest. You look over here, Deacon Virgin has been a quarterback that's an absolute stud, and he's going to keep doing his thing. You watch him week in and week out. You look at the stats he puts up. You're like, this is absolutely ridiculous. And I love to see Desert Hills. That's a team that's really under the radar. But Timpanogos, they're a good squad, too.
I think that Region 9 is going to be under the radar this year. I think you're going to see them
There's a lot of quarterback
do some damage.
play.
There is.
Yeah.
We talked about this last week. I mean, the game that I think, well, I would have loved to have seen the last couple of years, last several years, Corner Timview in week 2.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about Dennis Tuone. Hey, here's an opportunity for him to go and absolutely just, right, send notice to the state of how good he is. He's a young man with, you talk about his offers to Bama, and I mean, he's got really anywhere he wants to go, except for Idaho, because we don't offer talent like that. but I mean,
choice. It's just a choice.
I wish it was a choice. It's more kind of knowing the eventual end game here. But I mean, you look at the opportunity for him to make a statement for Timpview against this corner defense, which we saw how good they are last year.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, I was surprised at how good that corner offense was last year. I don't know. Is this game close? Is this game a blowout? I have no idea. I don't know what to expect from this game.
Yeah, the week 2 game for corner, I think, is really interesting because new coaching staff, new everything going on in corner, and Davis doesn't exactly know what to prepare for. I mean, that's the benefit of having so much new in week 1. Now there's some tape, right? Like we know what the defense is going to look like. We know, okay, hey, Diesel Dart's going to be everywhere on offense. We got to account for him on every single play. That was something corner didn't show a lot of in previous years with Diesel Dart. Now it's out there. Now the film is out there. And then conversely, they've had a week to prepare for Timpview, not an entire offseason to prepare for Davis. That game against Davis, look, it got out of hand, right? Like it was 52, whatever it was. It was 7-6 at halftime. Like that game was close until a few big plays really kind of blew it wide open. Yeah, I'm still I'm very much like giving corner the benefit of the doubt, but they still have some things that you have to show like week over week with this new coaching staff. I think that they're there. That corner defense is legit, and if there's one thing we know about a Coach Cetera team, it doesn't matter if he's at corner or Brighton or wherever he is. Those defenses are going to be really good. Tate Patterson was fantastic for corner last week. Diesel Dart, obviously, very, very good. And then Jackson Pearson was just really tidy. A really tidy game. 10 of 14 at that quarterback spot. If you get that kind of performance from him with that defense, you're feeling pretty good.
That's my thing. I'm like, look, when we think about what we saw from Brighton last year, where Coach Cetera was, that was all he wanted out of his quarterback, right? It's like, look, just take care of the football. We need you to make plays when the play is there. We don't need you to force it. Don't turn it over.
Right.
And if you can settle into that, then, I mean, this corner offense, it may not look the same, but you can get the same outcome week after week after week with how good that defense is.
Yeah.
There's some really good defensive players at Timpview, though, that they weren't going to be seeing this last week. I mean, you've got Fui Vakapuna.
The Fui Vakapuna game, right?
Is like
against
huge.
corner.
Yeah.
He played at corner. Now he's at Timpview playing corner. The Fui game.
You look at Ma'amo. He's really, really good. And then on top of all of it, Hunter Tukuafu is a kid I'm really interested in. Just transferred from Tampa. He's from Tampa Bay. and came
You're
to
from
play.
Tampa Bay.
I'm from Tampa
We're
Bay.
on the same flight, Moose.
We were. Me and his dad and him, and it was great. And I was like, go to
buddy
Tempe.
passes. I don't know how those work. I know that the word buddy's in it. Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You say, I'm your buddy, you're my pal, let's go on a
Away
plane
we
together.
go.
But there's some great defensive players at Timpview that I don't think Corner saw last week in
Yeah.
Davis.
Jeff, give me one or two more real quick. We got just a few minutes left here.
Well, obviously Clearfield and Kearns.
Huge.
That's
I mean,
gonna be a big
the
hit.
battle
Look,
for the green. I mean,
If Clearfield can go 2-0,
the sky's the limit.
it's been a real long time. Micah Salazar, great. Had a 70-yard touchdown run, had a couple of big runs in that game. Bryson Ridge, explosive on special teams. Obviously, that's the game everybody's tuning in for. It's the game I'm paying the most attention to. Clearfield has a chance at home at Falcon Field to go 2-0 for the first time, and it's been a long time.
We have a little wager on this. The winner of this game gets to wear green next week, and the loser doesn't. Is that?
I think that's how
what
it works, yeah.
All right.
Yep, I think so. There's a couple of other games that I think are pretty big games. Cedar is taking on Pineview. So Cedar and their
Good one.
14-game win streak.
Great. I love it.
Going down to play Pineview and Coy Doman, who we talked about in our Tab Bank MVP video earlier this week. Coy Doman in his first start was phenomenal. More than 400 yards passing. Does a little bit of everything. He can run a little bit with his legs. Certainly not a statue. And that big arm, my goodness. Pineview's tough. They look tough with Doman at quarterback. But Cedar's been, they just win. That's what they've done for the last year.
By the way, if we had more time, we'll get to this when we hit our tailgate show. But I don't know, something there, some alarm going off, and you'll see what that means here a little bit later. I think you know where I'm going with that.
I don't have a clue.
Oh, okay, well, fantastic. Well, stick around. We'll tie that loose end up later. How about a couple other ones? IMG at Lone Peak, right? So an
Big
opportunity here for State of Utah to play out a state competition. How about the battle for the Rock? We're going to get to that one in just a little bit. Davis Fremont.
Big one.
Talk about Davis losing last week, kind of the tough start for the Darts. They want to get that taste out of their mouth. And Fremont, boy, they looked so good last week. And this was the game where Fremont beat them last year in overtime, I believe, right? 35-34.
Yep.
That was the one where Davis kind of stubbed their toe early. They were able to come back from that. But Fremont looking to kind of take two in a row in this rivalry.
Yeah, and Fremont looked great. I mean, defensively, they looked fantastic against Weber. Offensively, they got some freshmen. They sure don't look like freshmen. I don't think Weber County has started junior high yet, so they haven't officially started their junior high career, and they're already going into their second varsity football game.
That's crazy. It's the second week of the year.
I know. It's weird. I don't get it. But here we are. And Davis, they got to have this game, right? If you're that locker room and you have the expectations that the Darts had this year with Bodie Sparrow coming back and Jaxie Tyhow and all the talent, Coach Peary, I mean, obviously he's been so close these last couple of years. The expectations that they have in Kaysville is this is the year we break through and we get to Rice Eccles. If they start 0-2,
Tough.
oh, that's a gut punch, right? So this is a huge game. It's a rivalry game, an old Region 1 classic. It's not a Region 1 anymore, but it was for a really long time. That's a really big game out there, and you know that they're going to be. It's going to be full. It's going to be a great environment at Plain City. The Mosquitoes will be out with all the fans. It's going to be awesome.
Our KSL Game Night Live Game of the Week. We're going to send you out to that one a little bit. Orem Skyridge is playing tomorrow as well. That's a big one, but that'll be a Saturday game. Let's talk about the Battle of the Rock, shall we? Because Olympus looked so impressive in week 1. Skyline had that kind of tough opener. They led in that game. They couldn't finish that, so they're 0-1. But this is one of those games where, Jeff, it does not matter the records. I mean, this is one of those great rivalries in the state playing here in week 2. What are your thoughts of this one?
Well, I think Skyline's got to find a way to get Jonah Miley going. If they can get him going in the ground game, everything else comes a little bit easier for Coach Matic and that Skyline offense. They played Stansbury, and there was weather, there was lots of weird things, but the offense never really found fifth gear. I mean, they were grinding through gears trying to get through that game with all of the adversity that they faced. They've got to find a way, and I think it all starts, especially with a Coach Matic team, it all starts with the ground game, and they've got a really good running back in Miley. Get him going, and then see what that does to open everything else up.
Yeah, boy, just super interesting, that one. I'm really excited for it. You talk about the new staff, new head coaches at both schools.
Yeah,
actually,
yeah, that's true.
That'll be key. Our KSL Game Night Live Game of the Week going to be Westfield and Woods Cross. Westfield trying to get that taste out of their mouth as well, coming off that tough loss to Brighton.
Yeah, and that was with Easton Eilertson, Gavin Ortegon. I mean, there's so much talent for Westfield. and they just couldn't find it. They couldn't find anything against a really good Brighton team that we didn't know a whole lot about. And then Woods Cross coming off a huge win over Syracuse. And so Woods Cross is feeling confident. I mean, that's what Brody Benson does, right? I mean, he just makes his team feel confident. It's hard to play Woods Cross. They hit hard. Yep. They don't blow assignments. They do everything right. All the little annoying things that get into your head as a game goes on. Woods Cross is really good at all of those things. And for a team like Westfield that's coming off of that disappointing week 1 performance, those things can get really annoying and really frustrating really quickly if you don't find early success.
Pivotal game to get the right trajectory for the rest of the year for the Longhorns. We'll see if they can do it. That game is going to be a delayed start. And so what we'll do is we're going to head to break, and then you're going to go catch the start of the battle for the Rock, Skyline, and Olympus, with our eventual game being that Westfield Woods Cross game. Come join us after your game wherever you're at. We'll have our post-game show right here on 1280 The Zone, 97.5, 5.3, and KSLSports.com.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey Doug.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through August 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hey Doug.
Yes, welcome into our Friday night tailgate show. Oh, Jeff.
I'm excited.
So much fun, huh?
It is fun.
From the controversy of whether or not Space Jam's a good movie.
There was a controversy.
Just so you know, I did have a few conversations. We'll get to that later. Hey, look, this is when it gets fun, folks. What I like to say is football is about family, food, and fun. And so that's what this is. This is our tailgate show, 2.5 hours, wherever you're at. If you're at a game, if you're at home, if you're driving, don't watch, but you can listen. Whatever you're doing, come join us. And this is just meant to be fun, engaging. Send us notes on social media. If you have our numbers, text us. Like, we want this to be dynamic and interactive. That's the whole point of the family aspect of our Friday night tailgate. Jeff, I see you've done some redecorating here in our studio.
Oh, yeah. I'll have you know, I do want to clarify. I did this myself.
It looks very good.
I did the vinyl letters.
Did you really?
This is electrical tape. This was my idea that we're going to use electrical
they
tape.
make white electrical tape?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
In this width, whatever inches that
beautiful.
is, I don't know. This is my handwriting.
I saw that.
With a chalk marker thing.
Which is impressive.
Yeah.
Does it smear much?
No, it actually does pretty well. It doesn't erase great.
Yeah.
I gotta put some effort into the erasing. But it's kind of fun. So it's the bingo board. So what we're going to do, the bingo board is going to live with us throughout the night.
Yeah.
As things happen, as we talk about things, we'll reference the bingo board. So first and foremost, of course, we don't get a free square. There's nothing free in football, but there is football in football. So football, boom. We've got football. It just kicked off. We can officially mark it off.
So here's the question.
Okay.
Does our pregame count for this?
Yes. Well, I think we get to make the rules up as we go. So does it need to count?
Well, I'm just wondering.
Because lightning delay.
We do have a lightning delay going on right now.
Yeah, I was at a Little League baseball game before the show.
Okay.
And that went under lightning delay. If we needed to, I was going to make that work too. So we get to be
got
pretty
that
loose with that.
We also did talk about Coy Doman. And Dane tried to send off some alarms like beep, beep, whoop, 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 something like that. It didn't work very well, but that's up there as well.
Look at us. Yeah, so we'll continue to reference this throughout the show today.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of things that happen. Of course, we're following along with all the games that are going on. Our broadcasts are on KSLSports.com, so you can watch the games, you can listen to us, you can do all of the things. Let us know if you see something that needs to be marked off on the bingo board. And the bingo board, look, as we move on week to week, I don't know where this goes. Whatever you tell us you want on the bingo board, of course, that's FCC approved. Maybe it ends up on the bingo board. So we're going to have a good time with it. Interact with us. Let us know what you like to see. Tell us when we've missed stuff. Tell us if you think lightning delay shouldn't count if it happens in the pregame. Let us know.
Yeah.
We'll have fun with this.
So with the bingo board, does it count on Thursdays if something happens, or is it only Friday night?
I think we limit to Friday.
Okay.
I don't know, Jeff, what do you think?
I have no thoughts. Whatever we decide this thing is, that's what it is. Might change next week. It might be because Moose brought it up. No.
Okay,
Today,
great.
it's only a Friday board. But next week, if Moose is not here, maybe it's a Thursday board. I don't know. We kind of make it up as we go.
Well, we just saw such a good big man touchdown from Moa Havili on
We didn't
Thursday.
talk about that, and that was good.
incredible. Like, best running back
did
in
you
the
see it?
state.
I did not see it.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Did
So-
you say best running back in the state?
Possibly.
And it qualifies for a big man touchdown.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's a
He's
defensive
the
tackle.
defensive tackle.
Oh, and they brought him
slash-
in? Oh, I
yeah.
love it. Little Richard Perry?
Oh,
80
my
yards.
What?
Yeah, he was rumbling and stumbling. And we're not going to single out any names, but there was a Syracuse player who maybe had an opportunity on like yard 50 or 60 to make a tackle, but I think he looked and he said, guys,
That's
it's
a business
52 to
decision.
nothing, and he's 280 pounds. We'll just let him get past me. I'll try to catch him from behind. Oh, didn't happen. Now it's 52 to 6. But he felt okay. He made a business decision. It's Moa Havili, man. He just rumbled his way 80 yards.
I'm gonna have to go look that up at the break.
Yeah.
I did not see
It
that.
was pretty
That's
impressive.
awesome.
It was amazing.
And it wasn't a big man touchdown that it was like he's a big man. It was like, no, that's a big man who knows what he's doing with the ball. He looked like he belonged at running back.
Okay, so maybe here's a question for you. Have you guys ever seen a longer big man touchdown than that? I mean,
I
80
haven't.
yards. Like usually the big man touchdown is like 5. Maybe you might get like a 15.
Yeah,
you know?
no, I have not.
The only other time I've seen big man touchdowns that have gone that long
It's like on a
is
fumble.
like a kickoff where they do like a pooch kick and the up back catches it and he
okay.
goes up. But it's very rare for it's like a designed you're going around the edge because most of them don't have that speed. But Moa Havili says, I'm probably the best defensive tackle in the state, and he's auditioning for BYU to allow him to run the ball. And I think
He looked
that
great.
was a great audition.
He looked great.
Maybe Granger's found something there, huh? I mean, hey,
Give him the ball.
why not?
And he didn't slow down. Like he didn't lose steam on yard 50. Like he was pulling away from people. It was impressive. You're gonna have to check it out at some point.
I
Dave.
will definitely go give that
Okay,
a look. I mean,
well-
I was thinking like Leon Lett style, right? But
Oh, no,
But again,
this-
that's a fumble recovery. It's not. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. This was more like LaDainian Tomlinson style.
I
Like
love it.
he gets the ball, comes off the tackle, he knows where he's going, and boom, he got into the end zone 80 yards later.
That's awesome. Good for him. Okay, great. Look at that.
Yeah, we'll count that one.
Okay.
We'll count
We
that
gave
one.
it some
We have
serious
to.
discussion, so I think we have to now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Hey, in our pregame, we talked about some games tonight, but we didn't get to spend a ton of time. We had to kind of rifle through some of them very quickly. Jeff, any other kind of things you're looking forward to tonight in terms of bounce backs, improvements, building on, or even key matchups that you feel like week 2 will tell us a lot?
Well, bounce backs and just continuing to build on their week 1 performance. The Brighton-Weber game's
Yes.
got a little bit of both. Brighton, they looked phenomenal, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
they
they go
did.
out, it was 35-0 at Westfield,
Yep.
and now they're taking on a Weber team that they have an opportunity to make a statement in that whole Weber County area and take care of some really good football teams. Dax Matheson had 12 tackles in a TFL. The Bengal ground game offensively, that really carried them 235 rushing yards as a team and 3 scores. They looked great. And then on the flip side, Weber has a ton of talent, led by Carter Payne at quarterback. He struggled against Fremont.
Yeah,
he
he did.
threw 3 interceptions. I think he just barely eclipsed the 100-yard mark in passing in a game that they trailed for most of the game. He's way more talented than that box score looks, and so I'm looking forward to seeing how he bounces back this week against a really good defense. This is not an easy assignment for Carter Payne and Creed DeVries, but there's just too much talent on that Weber Warrior team to not find a little bit more momentum. I don't know if they win or lose this game, but I think they're gonna show a lot better.
I think it's one of those two where you hear this, and I don't know how real it is, but you don't want to start 0-2.
Right.
Right? And especially the way that week 1 went for Weber. Boy, you just I don't know that you're desperate for a win, but man, you gotta get a different taste in the
You gotta
mouths of
find some
your
momentum.
players, right? You've got to change that locker room to move past last week, because it's just such a tough start in a rivalry game for them. You've got to be able to turn that page, and it just feels like a big one tonight, even though it's interclassification. But it just feels like that's a big game.
They had 37 rushing yards as a team.
And that shocks me when you think about their MO the last
Right.
several years, right?
Right.
Like they can run the football.
They can, and that's a big part of what that offense does. And when the ground game struggles like that, it's not a surprise that the pass game is also going to struggle. They've just got to find some answers. And like I say, I don't know if Weber wins or loses this game. I don't know if Brighton, was that an otherworldly performance from Brighton a week ago, or is that who Brighton is? And we're going to expect some dominance week in and week out. There's questions to be answered. But at minimum for Weber, they've just got to find something that they can take away from this game, no matter what happens, take away from this game and say, okay, this is who we are. We're going to lean into this a little bit. Because that Fremont game, I don't think there's anything they're taking away and saying, this went well, let's build. There just wasn't much.
You talk about Brighton, and I text Coach Monzingo because I was like, man, that was probably the most impressive performance we saw week 1 was what Brighton did in that game to start the year. And, I mean, he said, hey, look, man, Moises Sendejas rushed for over 100 yards and a touchdown. Jay Thompson had 2 rushing touchdowns. He talked about Griff Matsumura, their quarterback.
Yeah, he was
said
great.
he's going to be a stud this year. He's really looking forward to what his quarterback will do this year, and got tight ends in Oakley McKnight and Titus Moore. There's a lot of names there that you may not know, but you're going to know them by the end of the year. He's really excited about this group, and he talked about how good his O-line was too. And you don't have that
great.
kind of success running the football, throwing the ball if you don't have an O-line performance. And we talked about that Morgan Skyview game. For Skyview, they are trying to build a new O-line, and you can see that takes time. When you've got a good O-line like Brighton has, boy, you can jump on teams early in the year like they did in week 1, and can they keep that going here against Weber? We'll see, but man, there's a lot to be excited about for the Brighton Bengals, and we'll see if they can build on it here.
Yeah.
The Brighton Bengals, it was kind of wild going into the season because they lost so much. They lost their starting quarterback.
Yeah.
They lost everything. And going into the season, I'm like, Josh, what are you doing? Like this, I don't think this will be a good team. And much to my happiness, I was like, this might be a great team. And you look at Rush Larson, their tackle, he's 6'7", 305 pounds of just monstrosity. He's a 2028 kid, and you're like, oh my gosh, you have something building at Brighton that could be something special for the next couple of years.
And I think the thing I love, Coach Monzigo's always had great teams at Park City, but hasn't necessarily had the depth to put together postseason runs. Well, now you're Brighton, you can get that depth, right? And now you mix it with the size that you can get here in the Valley. That is a program that I think is going to be one that's just absolutely a blast to watch. Let me give you another one here, Jeff.
Okay.
We did not talk about this game at all. Both had great starts in week 1. Little Pioneers trying to invade the castle. Sentinels there trying to defend. Actually, this is in Lehigh, so that doesn't work very well. But Mountain Ridge Lehigh, I think this is a top 10 matchup, maybe.
It could be. The way that Lehigh looked in week one, look, I think Lehigh very quickly kind of went from like the talk of Region 3, them at corner, and then all of a sudden they have a down year that they still go 6-5. And we kind of forgot about Lehigh a little bit. And Lehigh looked great. I mean, they looked really, really good against Maple Mountain, really controlled that game from wire to wire. Of course, Mountain Ridge, they have all the expectations this year. Jackson Hunt looks great. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that game was close last year. That was, what was that, like 9-7? I mean, it was not a
low scoring.
Yeah. Not an offensive display.
No.
But it was a really tight game. I remember that game. There were some feelings. There was some controversy there late. That game is, I'm excited for that one. I'm excited to see if Mountain Ridge can replicate what they did on the ground. Coach Robbins might have found something in that ground game. And boy, if Mountain Ridge can have a ground game that they rely on that opens up that pass game, my goodness. Like there's so many weapons in Klassen and DeYoung on the outside. They could be really, really, really dangerous offensively. That ground game might be. I don't think Coach Robbins knew he had that answer going into last week. I mean,
well, but here's the other side of it, right? If you're a Mountain Ridge fan, or if you're Coach Robbins, like, okay, well, how much do I feature the run game?
Right.
Because I didn't think it was going to be our strength this year, but man, it sure showed up in week one. Do I lean into that, or do I go back to what I think we have? Like, you're actually in kind of a tough spot there too. How do you want to really test what you have there against a team who plays in the deepest and best region in the classification, and who has been to state championship games and won state championships? Like, I'm kind of curious how Mountain Ridge comes out, because I don't know if you say, hey, yeah, we want to build on Foster and we want to keep him rolling and get his confidence going, or if you say, hey, yeah, that was great, we want to lean more into our strength, which is what we return behind center and on the outside. I don't know. I'm kind of fascinated to see how the Sentinels come out.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be a really good one. There's another game we haven't talked about at all that's also going to be very good. Harriman and Stansbury.
Ooh.
I don't know how we didn't highlight that game at all, but those are two teams with a lot of expectations in their respective classifications. How does the Stansbury defense hold up against that really, really stout run game with the big offensive line led by Toafanga, Felici Felipe, obviously the running back, that's that bell cow running back. How does Stansbury's defense hold up? I don't think Bronx Baker is playing in this game. There was an ankle injury. I think he may be out, and if he's playing, he's certainly going to be limited. So how does Stansbury kind of recoup and figure out a way to slow down the Harriman rushing attack? And then on the flip side, how does Harriman's defense, they've got a lot of studs, but this is a passing game that's really good for Stansbury. They can be explosive as an offense, and they found some answers in the running game with Petty Vaca as well that makes that offense a little bit more dynamic. This is an intriguing matchup that maybe you wouldn't think Harriman and Stansbury is intriguing, but it's intriguing, and who, depending on how these teams play, either one of these teams could take away a lot of confidence from this game and then go on a roll for the next several weeks.
I like that. That's a good call. And I think, for me, one of the reasons why that's understated a little bit coming into week two, Stansbury had so much success last year, and then they get that opening Thursday game where it's got a lot of weather delays, you're on the road, and the offense did not look like we expected, right? So do you maybe have an early
is there a letdown?
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the case. I think that offense is too good. Coach Walker, that's not the kind of culture he has in a program.
Right.
So, that's not real. But it's like, okay, well, what is Stansbury? And you look at Harriman, low scoring game, but a really pretty complete game in their win over Bountiful last week. I like that. That's a great call. Not one that would have stood out to me, Jeff, but I like where your head's at with that.
Could be a lot of fun.
We got another out-of-state game we haven't talked about. AF looked really good last week.
Yeah.
Well, they're heading down to sunny California. Just take on Mater Dei. No big deal,
just
right?
A national powerhouse, that's all. I mean, what a test for a young quarterback in Jake Matson.
Remember how you said they have a quarterback? We'll find out
how
ready
out.
he is, right?
That's as tough as it gets,
right?
Like, the Mater Dei is as good as anybody. They've got talent everywhere. This is it's one of those games it's a measuring stick game as a program of, okay, if you can hang with Mater Dei in California, you can come back to Utah and hang with anybody. And so AF, it's a really important game for them.
Well, I think it's a really good game for them because Mater Dei hasn't played a game yet.
Yeah.
AF actually has played a game. They've got a lot of good things. Jake Madsen did pretty good. Cash Taese, he's got a Utah offer. He's a kid that you're like, okay, what are you going to do? Who are you going to be? Because this is a proving ground for him. And I'm really excited for a lot of these players because they were all sophomores and juniors last year.
Did you say Noah Beam?
I did not say Noah Beam.
there's
I
another
should
one,
have said
right?
Noah
I mean,
Beam.
because
He
he
was
had a
awesome.
couple touchdowns last week, and you pair him with the Taese. I mean, there's a lot of options for that offense. And look, it is Mater Dei, right? So we're going to temper our expectations here a little bit. But to your point, they've played a game. Mater Dei's not. There's a lot of talent there for AF. That could be a game where they could represent the state very well.
Quick update.
Yeah.
Davis found their offense.
Oh.
They've already marched down real quick and scored an early touchdown in this one. It's 7-0.
Wow. Well, and, you talk about that's going to be, we did our mascot pick last week, right? Our mascot draft. That is literally going to be some fiery darts. You figure they lose that game last year. They lose week 1. And you talk about in our pregame show the expectations for this team. This is not one that's just going to lay down, right?
No.
Like this is going to be one where there's all the motivation in the world for the Davis Darts. Not really surprising you're 15 minutes in and they're on the board.
Yeah. I'm sure we're gonna talk about that game several more times as the night
We
goes
probably will. Any other games for you, Jeff?
on. Well, there was a classic game last year, Crimson and Provo. It came down to another controversial. Was he out of bounds? Was he not? There was some. I know what I want to say. I'm trying to be respectful of your referee friends, but there were some refs reffing in that game.
Our friends, Jeff. Our friends. Come on.
There was some refs reffing in that one, and definitely some controversy. Provo feels like maybe they didn't get a great shakeout in that game, and it went Crimson's way at the end of the day. Now it's a rematch, and it's a lot of the same Crimson players that are back. It's very much a lot of new for Provo, but there's a lot of those Provo players that were in St. George a year ago. They're going to remember that close game, how it played out, how it all shook out at the end, and they're going to want their revenge. Like that's just how this works. And so I'm looking forward to that game. I think it will be competitive again.
A couple of other games for me that are maybe under the radar. East-West. Can we just get a year where they're both good, right? Like I mean that is a long time rivalry, and East was on top and West was kind of down, and now they've changed places, and I mean a great battle, but man, it's just there's always been one of those teams has been strong. And
I've got another request. When it comes to East and West, yes, I want them both to be good at the same time. Okay. I submit that we stop calling them East and West and we go throwback. It's Salt Lake East and Salt Lake West. Ooh. That was the original names, and I think it's cooler. I'm ready to just start referring to them as Salt Lake East and Salt Lake West every time we talk about them.
I'm okay with that.
It sounds cool.
It does. I like that.
I like that. We should do it.
Now, look, we're going to go a little history on you.
Okay.
It's our show. We get to take these liberties.
Until they tell us we can't.
You know about South, right?
South High School.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know about South.
You know what their mascot was?
No, I don't know that.
Moose, do you know?
The golden spike.
You already got it wrong. It's not a bad attempt.
Gosh.
Well, I mean, the way that you
Cut
told
me
him
off
no,
real quick.
just like that made me feel like it was an awful guess.
No. Hey, turn his mic off, would you? The Cubs. The South Cubs.
Oh, that is good.
And I'm like, I really like that.
Why don't we have a Cubs?
like it a
That's
lot.
South Campus. When I was a young Salt Lake Community College guy, that was my slick campus that I went to.
I have actually heard the South High School fight song.
What?
My mission president went there.
Well, let's hear it.
Wait. Your mission president has like the fight song hanging out that he's just playing
he just like busted it out of nowhere. I was like, all right, let's go South High School.
Cool.
And you got nothing for us, though.
No, I'm so sorry. It was 20 years ago. My bad.
You didn't get the sheet music, Moose?
No,
Go home,
not
practice
for
on your saxophone.
Practice on my ukulele.
Yeah.
South High School Cubs.
Real
so
quick
cool.
update, just to kind of reiterate what you were telling us, Dane. That Lehigh Mountain Ridge game. Mountain Ridge came out, thought they were going to move the ball great, and already it's Lehigh. They didn't move the ball great. So there's some back and forth there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm behind in that game or not. I got to figure out if I'm up to date before I give these updates. But
I mean, I
On
feel
my
bad
scale.
for Mountain Ridge. We've got a great running game and a great passing game. What are we going to do?
Well,
We're between a rock and a hard
Shoot,
place.
I think that's part of it is how great is the run game, right? Like, it had a great week 1.
I mean,
Can you replicate that? I don't. Anyway, we'll
as
see.
long
We'll
as
see
he
over
pumps
time.
up his kicks, he'll be all right.
Is that the key?
Yes.
All right. Well, I got my Cole Hans. They don't give me much hope at all for that sort of thing. There was another. Oh, yeah. Bountiful Farmington.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Kind of under radar game. Bountiful coming off that loss. Farmington come from behind victory. That was the game we were watching for Scorigami, Jeff.
That
But
was.
that's an interesting one. Always been a low scoring one between those two.
Yeah, and really interested to see those quarterbacks play. Alton Dahl at Farmington started to find a little bit of momentum late in that game. Young quarterback, just getting started. And then Hudson Malmrose for Bountiful. Like, we've seen him now for a couple of years. That we've seen him. He's had his moments where he looks really good, and as he finds that consistency, then I think that Red Hawk offense can be very, very good. And I think we'll talk about this a little bit later. That's, I think, kind of a rivalry. It's sort of become a rivalry. They play every year, and it's usually a pretty competitive game. Yeah, that's a good call out. I think that game's going to be a lot of fun.
And Springville Green Canyon.
Ooh.
Doesn't that sound fun?
It does sound fun. That sounds like football. It's
It
what it
does sound
sounds
like
like to me.
football.
You just have football guys leading those programs, and it's going to be fun.
I hope Springville used the extra gas to go get some curds. If you ever go up to Logan, you gotta go to Gosner's. You just
on 10th West. It's not too far.
great.
Yeah, you just
Cheese
pop on
curds.
over.
That's so nostalgic for me. So nostalgic.
Do you get the milk when you go to Gosner's?
No, milk. The milk's fine, but
Okay.
it's all about the curd.
But the root beer milk, have you had it?
yeah.
It's like a melted root beer float.
See, it's not my favorite.
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, not my favorite.
It's a little interesting. I like the banana milk too, and I don't really like the fake banana taste most of the time. But
I'm not a big milk guy.
well,
Chocolate milk is kind of like that's.
That's
I
your
like
one.
chocolate milk. Everything else is kind of like,
this is just milk.
I was laughing when I was getting recruited by Utah State. One of
Okay,
their
humble
big
brag.
selling points was they're like, you can have all the milk you want. I was like, is that an NIL deal? Like, what are we doing here? And they're like, all you can drink. I'm like, wow, Utah State's the place
Hey.
to be for me.
It's the agricultural college, Moose.
Oh man, I was just dying. I'm like, man, some schools give us money. You guys give us milk.
We
It's
will not
awesome.
get into an ice cream discussion here because we will have varying opinions on that, and to each their own.
Yeah.
To each their own. All right. Look, we got a fun Friday night in store. We got some great stuff coming up. We're going to tease some of that. How we doing on our old bingo board? Anything we've... No.
Nothing yet.
Nothing
I
yet.
think I'm sure that some refs have reffed, but not yet.
We are still working on getting everything structured and set up here in the room. And again, as weeks go, we'll get this more fully built out. Yeah, a couple of things we're going to be talking about in our next segment when we come back. We're going to talk a little bit. We teed this up last week, kind of rankings and how that maybe how you see teams progress. So we've done a little bit of looking last year and this year. We're also going to dive into rivalries, Jeff. So we're going to ask for favorite rivalries.
Yeah.
So if you're listening out there, hit us up on social media at KSL Sports Rewind. Let us know what some of your favorite rivalries are. Oh, man. Let us know what some of your favorite rivalries are in the state, and we'll talk about them. And we may even try to rank our top ones, Jeff. I don't know how ready you are for this.
We're going to rank where our rivalries are? We're going to have a great time.
Hey, I watched a lot of Scooby-Doo growing up.
Yeah, I mean, and just recently. When you were watching Space Jam, and a little break with some Scooby-Doo.
Just so you know, I've got a couple people on my side of the old Space Jam debate. So that conversation continued this week, and we'll see if it continues here on the Red Zone as we will step aside to take a quick break. You're watching our Friday night tailgate show here on KSLSports.com. We'll be back.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of acid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe, plus free delivery on any mattress. Ends Monday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Welcome back to the Friday Night Tailgate Show. Dane Stewart, Jeff Hansen. We got Moose Bingham here in studio as well. As we start to go around some of our games here, we got action going on across the state, Jeff. Boy, some early leads being built up here.
Look, we talked a little bit about Davis. Good for them to find a little bit of early momentum after the tough offensive display a week ago. And good for Brody Scheinberg, especially, to get some confidence early on. That's a really talented kid. You knew he would find it eventually.
Yeah, IMG Academy up 14-0 on Lone Peak in the first quarter. Viewmont scoring their 28-0 in the first quarter at Cypress. Ooh. Big one there. That Skyline Olympus game scoreless in the opening quarter there. More scores we'll keep you updated on, of course, as the night goes on. But you talk about some of these teams getting off to early starts. But, Jeff, we're often reminded in life, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. We had our first top 25 rankings video come out this last week. And for those of you who missed that, you can go catch that video on KSLSports.com. You can also view it on social media. But we were reminded it's just week one. There's a lot of games left. And so, Jeff, we thought we'd go back in time a little bit and look at last year and just kind of see, hey, week one and how that play out for teams, and maybe give a little bit of hope to those who maybe didn't have the opening games that they wanted.
Yeah, we're going to do this in a mindset, obviously, Dan, that we're going to talk about, like, hey, This is how you can build and mature. What you are in week one doesn't necessarily mean anything, but really what we're doing is we're grading how good we were in week one.
Yeah, that's
that's
the
most important thing. We got to figure out if we actually know what we were talking about.
So where do you want to start?
Jinx. Well, let's go through our week one rankings last year.
Let's do it. So you want to go through them all?
I think so. I think it probably is prudent to at least establish for everybody where we were starting.
Okay.
Okay, so week one. You want me to go through it?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I never get to do the ranking side. Every time we do the videos.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm like...
We're going to do it the same way. Should we
I
start
get
at the
fired
bottom?
after
No,
tonight.
we'll start at the top. Week one last year, coming out of week one, we had Corner Canyon 1, Lehigh 2, Lone Peak 3, Davis 4, and Orem 5.
Not bad.
Maybe we go 5 at a time and we compare beginning and end. I think, I think that's who a lot of people probably would have had top 5 week one.
2 state champions in the top 5. I mean, solid pick, gentlemen.
Not bad.
I think so. Week 9, it was Corner Canyon, Davis, Sky Ridge, Ridgeline, Mountain Ridge. So we didn't actually do as well as we thought we did.
Well, I mean, Mountain Ridge was... we going to go through more, or are we going to just hang out there?
I was going to go 5 and 5.
Yeah, because Mountain Ridge was in the top 25, but they were quite a bit lower. I don't know that anyone thought that first year for Coach Robbins would go the way that it did. But, so there's some movement up in that top 5 kind of over the course of the season.
Yeah.
Some teams falling out, some teams being added too.
So back to week 1 last year, 6 through 10, we had Sky Ridge, Ridgeline, West, American Fork, and Fremont. Which good for us having Fremont that high.
No kidding,
early
huh?
on. Like we
Solid
actually
pull.
might have known what we were talking about a little bit.
Take some pride in that.
We were pretty close. Week 9, Lehigh West, Orem, Harriman. That's a team that I think surprised a lot of us. And American Fork. So yeah, I feel pretty okay about that. Like we're doing okay. So if you look at the 10 and 10, I think we had 8 out of 10.
Yeah,
like,
it's not awful.
No, that feels good. The next 5, we had Provo. And there's Mountain Ridge. They checked in at number 12 for us, week 1. Brighton at 13, Syracuse at 14, and there we had Harriman at 15. We go through 11 through 15 in week 9. There was Fremont, so I think we had them 10, so we were pretty close. Lone Peak, Springville, Crimson Cliffs, and Morgan.
Yeah, so this is really probably the point where we probably missed a few of these teams.
Yeah.
Right? You look at the Springville, you look at Crimson, you look at Morgan, and look, it's hard to have Morgan in the top 15 after week 1, right? But I mean, there's some opportunities there where we were probably a little off.
Yeah, that Morgan one is interesting. That seems to be a debate of pollsters every year. Is where do you put 3A Morgan? Because you know that they're really, really good, but they are playing teams that aren't Region 3 teams, so it's a little different.
We have some pollsters who include 2A teams,
right?
And look, we will honor the vote,
of course.
Right? But it is always interesting. It's like, wait, so we think that team is
it's
top 25. We don't know.
Yeah,
right? There's really no way to say in a particular year that
right,
that team is ranked 14th in the state.
And it's an interesting debate, and you can kind of see like how different pollsters will interpret what the ranking. Like you earn your ranking versus no, this is a power rating of who would beat who if they played, right? And so you had some, like I know I had Morgan, I think higher than most people did, because you look at what Morgan was doing last year. Of course Morgan deserves to be ranked. Like they can only play who they can play, and they were blowing everybody out. So it's like, I think they deserve to be ranked pretty high. No, I don't think the Morgan's going to do the same thing if they're playing a 6A schedule. So it's just kind of that funny balance.
Can you guys explain like your pollsters a little bit? Like how that works?
We can't give away identities. Moose.
No, like not identities, but
no. So really, what we do is we've got a group of individuals. We send out an email on Friday night and say, "Hey, send us your top 25 rankings." And after week 1 is in the books, we'll say, "Here was the previous week," right? In case they want any context to their vote. I don't know how many of them log it themselves or how many of them rely on that, and then they send in their own emails. I built a spreadsheet where I just copy, paste from email into the spreadsheet, and then it calculates. So the way that it works is number 1 gets 25 points, number 2 gets 24, number 3 gets 23, 22, and so on all the way down. And then at the end, it adds up every point for every school, and then we just rank it by the points. So that's how it's done. Pretty novice, but that's what we do.
I don't think it's novice at all. I mean, that's a mathematical array of amazingness right there.
It's definitely no AI algorithm, right? I mean, but it is really just people's perceptions and their perspectives, and we've got a good mix, right? We've got former coaches, we've got commentators, we've got
guys like you and
former
me.
ADs. We've got some.
Are there any refs
on it? No refs.
No.
Oh, okay.
No refs.
No, they don't want to.
In fairness, if I asked an official, they probably would not participate in it. And because from their perspective, they probably don't feel like they see as many games as they would like to.
Well, they're not. Even the games that they're watching, they're not watching the game. They're watching their assignments,
They are.
right? Like
Yeah,
it's different.
It's a job, right? That they're yeah.
Okay, 16 through 20 in week 1, and this is, Dane, I think you're dead on. This is where we're going to start to see, like, okay, it's a little bit different. 16, we had Springville, Park City, Crimson Cliffs, Timpview, and Salem Hills. And then in week 9, Cedar, Westlake. None of us saw Westlake coming.
Yeah.
Like, none of us saw Westlake coming. Woods Cross.
Didn't see them coming.
Dansbury.
Didn't see them coming.
Bountiful.
Yeah.
And Bountiful had just, Bountiful, you go back to that, like, they lost a ton. Siaki Fekitoa was gone. It was like, who is Bountiful going to be? Yeah, we didn't see them coming either.
No. Yep.
And then our last 5. So 21 in week 1, Farmington, Skyview, Timpanogos, Mountain Crest, and Olympus. And we ended in week 9, Syracuse, Brighton, Box Elder, Weber, and Farmington.
So none of those in week 1 made it to our week 9 poll. And I think the thing for me is, you look at that and you've got teams that made it to a semifinal or a championship that are in our top 15 that were not on our radars in week 1, right?
Yeah.
So there's hope, right?
Yeah.
It's just week 1. And so
it's interesting.
Up to players, coaches, teams to change the course of the year. Not too much to ask. No big deal.
Just continue to get better every week and win all your football games.
And
isn't that hard.
Worry about what you can control, right?
Yep.
Go out there, play your best game.
I think we did okay.
It's not bad. I think the top is certainly more confidence than the bottom.
Yep.
Right? Which I think you look at any poll like that, and that's going to be kind of the outcome.
Well, and I think if you were to extend, we're talking the top 25, but if you were to look at all of the teams who were getting votes and maybe fell just short, I would bet that it is a lot of the same mix. That maybe, okay, we had them 23 in week 1, they were 28 in week 9. But I think we would have been sort of kind of close. I think we did okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
Not bad. Hey, we mentioned Davis Fremont, one of those big games going on tonight. Of course, Curtis Pettengill always keeps stats. Here's your first quarter stats for you. Brody Scheinberg, you mentioned, had a touchdown, 7 of 13 for 81 yards in that opening quarter. That's
pushing the ball a little bit more downfield than he did a week ago.
Yeah. And Calvin Cooper just 1 of 4 for Fremont. Your total yards, 115 yards for Davis, only 15 for Fremont. Oof. And your time of possession, over 9 minutes for Davis. So pretty lopsided there to start. If Davis starts, we mentioned those fiery darts, going to be pretty focused tonight. Looks like that's been the MO of the game here in the early part as well.
Game we talked about that we're excited for, Harriman and Stansbury. That game's close. It's 12-7 at last check with about 10 minutes to go in the first half.
Wow.
Teams are Stansbury's keeping up. Right? Yeah. This isn't, what is this? This is a 6A, 4A game. And so you would expect Harriman to be able to control the game, but these are two really good teams. Tight one so far.
Like that. All right. Hey, let's move to our next segment, shall we? Because
actually, no, not yet.
Oh.
Well, we got one more I want to highlight. Weber and Brighton. Weber's on the board, 7-3 over Brighton.
Ooh.
Good for Weber.
We knew Weber would bounce back, and then like we say, hey, that's a great opening performance for Brighton. They had the benefit of nobody knows what they look like. Now there's 1 week's worth of tape. Can you do that twice? And Weber certainly looks a lot better than they did.
The other aspect of that too is, so you have big week 1. Do you get too much overconfidence?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
We'll see. Still early on this Friday night. All right. Jeff, can we move to our next segment now?
Yeah, I'll allow it now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right.
I almost cut you off again. But Clearfield's up 7-0.
Whoa.
Hey, tell you what, Jeff, why don't you just take the show?
No, that was all. That's
all.
all.
Go ahead.
Real quick, 7-0 Falcons.
Congratulations.
Well, they haven't won.
I know, but look, maybe the tides are turning up there.
Getting on the board used to be a win for them. Now there's higher expectations.
I have raised the bar. I
Hey.
no longer celebrate leads at one point. Like now we're looking for wins.
Clearfield's giving you a reason to be happy, Jeff.
Okay, you.
There you go, huh?
You know,
we're nothing if we're not punny on a Friday night.
Just throw candy at me. I'll be all right.
All right. Okay, Jeff. Now can we move to the next segment?
Now my mouth is full. So yeah, go ahead.
All right. Hey, tailgates are also about food. So this is what we do. This is what we do. All right. We mentioned last week we had rivalry games in week 1. We've got rivalry games in week 2. Man, I just, when I was young, I couldn't say my R's actually. Apparently it's coming back at age 44 or whatever. Just say things like cause and, rivalry. So we thought we'd have a little rivalry discussion on this Friday night.
Okay.
So what's in a rivalry, Jeff?
That's a great question.
It's hard when you look at the nature of today's high school scene, and you've got reclassification every 2 years.
Yeah.
You get shifting classification, shifting regions. What's in a rivalry? You tell me, what makes a good rivalry for you these days in high school sports?
It is interesting to think about it because for a long time, those regions stayed fairly stagnant and the rivalry was formed on familiarity, right? And nowadays, the regions change, your schedule changes, you see a lot more teams. Players change a lot more than they did. And so going back, 15, 20 years ago, the rivalry existed because not only did Clearfield not like Northridge, Syracuse City didn't really like playing Layton either. And so you had that rivalry all the time, from the time you were a little kid, and it existed through Little League and then carried over into high school. A lot of that is gone now, or at least different. And so what is a rivalry? I don't know. I look at a team like Davis. I think there's a lot of teams in Region 1 that would say Davis is our rival. I think that Davis is at a point that they're looking outward and saying, our rivalry is we're trying to make Mountain Ridge rivalry. We're trying to play them as much as we can. We want to extend beyond Region 1. So is the rivalry factor still there when Davis plays Syracuse? I don't know. We were at Davis.
Yeah.
And Davis Clearfield used to be a rivalry. And when we talked to some of the players there last year, they were like, Jeff, where did you go to school? I was like, Clearfield. So I hate Davis. They're like, Clearfield? Like, they looked at me like, do you what? Like, where is Clearfield? I was like, guys, it's one exit over there. It wasn't there. There was just nothing. Davis, they've kind of, I don't know if they've matured out of rivalries, but they're certainly looking different. And so I think that's what it is I look more to the playoffs now. Is there a team that's consistently in your way? And maybe it's not a rivalry for both teams, but it's like, hey, this is a big hurdle that we have to get over. It's a rivalry for us in our locker room. I don't know. It's interesting.
It's fascinating because, I've covered, high school sports here for 20 years in this state.
Yeah.
And so, when I was thinking about this, I'm like, well, gosh, rivalries 15, 20 years ago are not the same rivalries today. We talked about Bingham Alta. Those were state championship games that had 12,000 people at Rice Eccles. Moose, how many people were there?
We had over 20 at Rice Eccles when I played.
20?
It was closing
20.
in on 30.
I remember looking and being like, the middle section is full.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like
on both sides.
There were, like 20 rows. Like, no, it was full.
Yeah, it was wild.
It was crazy how packed that house was for those games. Thursday night, Bingham at Alta, how many?
Maybe 5.
That's still pretty good.
That's still pretty good for a high school game.
Yeah, that's still pretty good.
But it's not the same, right?
No.
Now, it was interesting because again, Alta was saying we don't like those guys. Like, okay, well that's awesome that there's still some of that history, right? That they're trying to get back to. They didn't play for a long time. They played last year. They played again this year. Awesome to see. I feel like one of the key factors, and I love your point about Davis, Jeff, because I feel like for it to be a rivalry, you have to beat each other.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of one-sided matchups right now.
Yeah,
There's a lot of domination of one team or two teams.
Yep.
And so until you can get on a point where you can play, let's just have the conversation. Is Corner Skyridge a rivalry? Now, I don't walk the hallways of either of those two schools. I know they don't like each other. But is it a rivalry? Because I feel like Corner Lone Peak might be the bigger rivalry because Lone Peak has beat Corner.
Right.
Like there have been years where Corner loses a state championship because of Lone Peak. Have they ever lost a state championship because of Skyridge?
Yes. McKay Hillstead.
What year was that?
2020.
Because the Zach Wilson Jr. year, I think Skyridge beat them in the semi, if I recall.
Yeah.
That was the only time I could think of. Is that a different one?
Yeah, different one. Skyridge with McKay Hillstead and Smith Snowden.
You're right.
So
good pull. Okay, all right. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Good perspective. But I think that
it's interesting.
That competitive is important.
I think now an added layer too is speaking of Corner, because players move around more. Does that create a rivalry? I look at Lehigh Skyridge, and they certainly have their share of players that end up at one school or the other on almost a year-to-year basis. And I know, talking with coaches and players of those schools in the past, I don't know, specifically for 2026, but there's a lot of extra motivation to want to beat that team because it's like, no, he should be playing with us. He played with us last year. Now he's going over here. There is an added element there. And as that continues to happen more and more, you look at Corner and Timpview tonight. No, you don't think of that as a rivalry, but like Timpview certainly is like, hey, you guys, Helam and Kasuga should have been ours. Now we finally get a shot. They don't play all the time. Now they get a shot. Fui Vakapuna played at Corner last year. Now he's going to line up for Timpview. There is some of that back and forth now that didn't exist when I was growing up.
Yeah.
That those aren't like rivalries that can be sustained, but there's certainly games that teams are going to look at on their schedule and circle and say, this is the game this year. And maybe that's what a rivalry has become in high school football nowadays is it's the game that you circle on your schedule this year, but it might look different in a year because who knows who's going to be on that team. You might be on that team.
Well, do you see that in college too? I mean, you look at Lane Kiffin, the biggest rivalry game this year is Ole Miss LSU.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's the game everyone wants to go to. And it's really interesting. Is it just individuals that are creating these rivalries? Because familiarity breeds contempt. And when you grew up with this kid, you played with him the whole time, and then he's lining up across from you, you want to beat that kid. I mean, my little brother, I come in here and I play golf whenever I come to Utah, and it is a big rivalry. It was 1-1 this trip, but I wanted to beat him real bad at South Mountain this week.
It's interesting, Moose, you make that point, because if you think about the NFL, and I don't know, you guys probably follow it more than I do. We got an NFL jersey over here. You don't hear the rivalry of Chiefs-Ravens. You hear Mahomes and Lamar.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
You hear Mahomes and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
You don't hear Chiefs-Bills, right? So maybe it is moving towards more of an individual kind of rivalry situation, be that coach, players, whatever, right? But
we could see that huge last week with Dart. Dart grew up in Davis area.
Diesel, yeah.
And Diesel coming back, that game meant more to him than anyone else because he's like, Bodie Sparrow, I went up against him all growing up, and this is a kid that I think that I'm better than, and I want to prove it on the field right now.
They're also really good friends, made a viral video.
For sure.
Powell.
Like, I know.
It's kind of funny. But as you get out of, like, the Wasatch Front, do rivalries look a little bit more throwback? Like, Skyview Mountain Crest, I think that looks a little bit more like it always has. There's not as much player sharing. I mean, there's some transfers and movement, sure, in the Valley. But like Bear River, Box Elder, like for the most part, Bear River kids go to Bear River. Brigham City kids end up at Box Elder. There's exceptions, of course, like there always is, but generally speaking, and relative to schools in, Salt Lake and Utah County, Bear River kids and Brigham City kids, they end up going to their local high schools more often. So is that more of a natural rivalry?
Yeah, that's a great point. Producer Vince had an interesting thought today. Because we were talking a little bit about this, and he shared the comment, in his mind, maybe it's those matchups maybe it is more of a historical thing. Mm-hmm. And so you made the comment of Box Elder, Bear River, that's the Golden Spike game.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. And so he's like, well, maybe rivalries are becoming more of a thing of the past where they're more dependent on history.
Yeah.
And his thought was, well, maybe it's those games that have a name.
Something.
The Battle of the Rock, right? The Battle of the Chain. You know what the Battle of the Chain is?
I do not.
Nope.
Ooh. This is a KSL special for all of our listeners at home. Battle of the Chain. This may be the newest rivalry game in the state. Producer Vince, what do you think? Yeah? I can't think of a newer one. Davis Farmington. It's the Battle of the Chain.
Oh, yeah. I've seen
What's the chain?
It's the award that winner gets.
How do we get the Battle of the Chain?
You beat the other team. Oh, how did we get the name? I don't know. I don't know where the name came from. I just know that's what it's called.
That one's interesting to me.
Well, here's the funny thing is...
It's a name.
It is a name.
You don't like it?
No. I don't understand what the chain has to do with anything.
You know, there's one, the head on the stick game. Do you know what that one is?
Nope.
No.
So back in the day, it was old Fremont Weber.
Mm.
And was it the Fremont student section that had the head on the stick? And whenever that game was played, there was like a Halloween costume head that was on a stick, and every year that was
what
in the student
Lord
section.
Of the Flies is going
I have
on?
no idea what it meant, but for us who have covered this for a long time, it was always that's the head on the stick game.
You know, there is something to be said about those old high school. You know, if you go to Clearfield High and you look close, I think you could still see it. You could a couple of years ago. But on their older gym, it used to be the girls' gym where girls' basketball was played. If you look on the north-facing side, on the outside of the building, you'll still see Leighton Lancers spray painted on the bricks.
Really?
Like, they've tried to wash it off, but like it's a tricky spot. You could still see it because that's what Leighton did. Like Clearfield Leighton was a thing. I happen to know some folks that may have stolen the lance from the Leighton Lancers because it's a rivalry, and we're going to take the lance. Now the lance is ours. You have to steal it back. And that kind of created, because the whole community, the schools, the students, like it wasn't just football players dictating what a rivalry was. It was everybody. Everybody at Leighton and affiliated with Leighton wanted to beat Clearfield. Everybody at Clearfield wanted to make sure they beat Leighton. And they were all, like, the schools leaned into it. It was rivalry week. You had pranks. You did, administrations had, like, you know, bets or whatever it was on the game. And it was more than just football. It was community. And I think that is, with transfers and movement and all of the other stuff and realignment, maybe that's what gets lost is some of that community factor. And when you have those games that have names, that have some history, or you go to those rural areas where the communities are cheering for the kids that grew up in those communities a little bit more often, maybe that's what it is that community involvement.
You made another point earlier, too, you know, with the evolution of amateur sports, we'll call it, youth sports.
Yeah.
You know, these kids are playing together.
Yeah,
right?
they're
So
friends.
it's not like I've been playing against them for 10 years. I've been playing with them for 10 years. And it's only in the high school scene where they're wearing a different colored jersey.
Right.
Right? And so there's the relationships are different between these players and programs as well, to where there isn't that same, like, oh, I don't like that guy.
Right.
I don't like him. He doesn't like us, right? Like, it's not that same kind of temperature in the room.
You know whose fault it is?
Whose?
It's LeBron's and the banana boat. That's whose fault it is. When he gets the guys from the other team and goes on a boating trip, that tells the world you don't have to hate the people that you play against anymore. And maybe that's better for society, but darn it, I wish that we had some hate back on the field.
So we've got a few minutes here. Let's dive in. What are some great rivalries? Our opinions. What are your top rivalries?
Here in the state.
Yeah, and first of all, for those listening, hit us up on social media at KSL Sports Rewind. Chime in. Let us know what your favorite rivalries are in high school sports, but give them to me, Jeff.
You know, I do look at some of those Cache Valley games. Skyview Mountain Crest was a big
great
one.
rivalries.
Like that was a big one for a really long time in all sports. You know, Mountain Crest baseball was always so good, and Skyview basketball was always so good, and both football teams had their ups and downs. That was a pretty big rivalry. Fremont and Weber, that is a big one, especially in that community that still exists a little bit. Ben Lomond and Ogden, obviously I'm a northern guy, so I think of those naturally. But Ben Lomond and Ogden, you don't think about those two schools very often. They haven't had like major success, but those two teams, they are both not too far away from each other on Washington Boulevard, and because they don't have that state success, right, in the playoffs and things, that game becomes a whole lot more important to those two teams. That's a pretty good rivalry, too, in most sports. Those are some of the ones that immediately come to mind for me.
I mean, for me, it's Battle of the Peak right now. I really love the Corner Canyon Lone Peak one, and I loved growing up and being part of the Bingham Alta. But the funniest one for me was my grandpa, he was the Class B MVP in 19 whatever. And he's like, played for North Sevier. And he's like, there's no team I hate more than Pleasant Grove.
What?
And I'm like, whoa, Grandpa. He's like, I averaged 8 yards a carry, and we still lost. And I'm like, Grandpa Ed, calm down. And he's like, and he came up to me with tears. He's like, you kicked a field goal and you beat my mortal enemies, and I've never been prouder. And I'm like, well, thank you, but that was just my job.
I never would have guessed that North Sevier and PG would be that rivalry.
I didn't either.
That's crazy.
But he let me know, and he's like, I feel like the monkey's off my back now. All right. Been holding on to that for 40 years. Good to know.
So I love me some Bingham Alta too. It's just nostalgic for me, right? It's got on the scene here, and you're in that environment. I've never been in an environment like that since in this state. Just haven't. And there have been some great environments. I've not been in one like that since that happened. That was phenomenal.
Clearfield Northridge used to be elite.
I'm sure.
And you got to go back. You got to go to Randy Johnson and Freddie Fernandez. Those were huge games.
Yeah.
Clearfield was good. Moose, you're looking at me like this is crazy, but Clearfield.
No, I'm not looking at you like it's crazy. You just said Randy Johnson, and I'm thinking the pitcher.
No,
wow,
legendary.
You don't know Randy Johnson?
Well, he killed a bird once.
He took over for Mike Maxwell.
Yeah.
Not Mike Maxwell. My bad. That's the basketball coach. Larry. He took over for Larry.
He took over at Clearfield.
Larry Wall.
And he was there for a long time.
He took over for Larry Wall at Bountiful.
And then after Clearfield, he went up to Bountiful for a couple of years. He just passed a few years ago, but legendary coach.
Awesome.
State championship. He coached the Dyson brothers.
Yep.
I mean, he had a heck of a run. And then Freddie Fernandez, I think his name, everybody knows his name.
Yeah.
He was great. And so you go back, I mean, it was Dan Coates and those Northridge teams and Andre and Kevin Dyson and those Clearfield teams. Like that was a rivalry. I remember going as a young kid, and Clearfield, you guys have been to Clearfield, they still show up. I mean, even with all the lack of success that they've had, that's always a fun place. They would have their grass fields on the north and south end zones. There was no standing room for those games. You could not walk and navigate yourself from the west sideline to the east because there were so many people for that Clearfield Northridge game. It was fun.
Hit us up. Let us know what your favorite rivalries are. We got to head to a break. When we come back, I'm going to talk about some of my favorite rivalries. And then we might also have one more thought on rivalries and how we help get them back here in this state. But you're listening to the Friday Night Tailgate Show here on KSL Sports. We'll be back after this.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
Hey, Doug. What is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
They've been doing it for a while. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The drama down at BYU basically is Kalani complaining that he's not getting resources. Long and short of it. It is obvious to me that football is on the march, and they are being aggressive about not getting what they feel like they're due.
There's a battle for resources. I don't know if they were promised to Kalani. I don't know if they weren't promised to him, but he feels like they're close and he needs more.
This plays right into a discussion that we've had since the dawn of this show. Can you be a football and a basketball school at the same time? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I think the answer is no. I really do.
Yeah,
if you had to pick between being a basketball school and a football school, you pick football. The money is in football.
Yeah.
Santiago is a basketball AD, and I wonder if he's struggling to convert to being a football school AD because BYU has a national championship in football. It is and always has been a football school.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get ready, Utah. Southern rock legends Leonard Skinner are coming to the Utah State Fair Park. Hear the songs that defined a generation. Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and more. Live in concert. One unforgettable night. September 19th. Your ticket gets you into the show and the fair, rides, food, and all the fun. Don't miss your chance to see rock history live. Get your tickets now at utahstatefair.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Escape to Cedar City, just one tank of gas away. Hike Canara Falls, explore Cedar Breaks, and enjoy world-class theater under the stars at the Utah Shakespeare Festival. Adventure, culture, and wide-open beauty closer than you think. Visit cedarcity.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, the 8 o'clock hour here on the Friday Night Tailgate Show on KSL Sports. Also catch us on 1280 The Zone, 97.5. Dane Stewart, Jeff Hansen with you. Moose Bingham here in studio. We're, we got some things going on. We're going to wrap up our rivalry conversation. Let's do that first. So, some of my favorite rivalries that we were talking about, some of, the ones that I really like. Bountiful Woods Cross. That's a great long-time rivalry, regardless of sport. They do not like each other. Close geography, always been in the same region. Those two schools are paired together, which I love.
Yes.
And I think we need to do more to protect that in this state, personally. But that's one of those great rivalries.
And two football coaches now, both of those programs, that don't do as much at the transfer game as others do. So you get a lot of that hometown familiarity there.
Skyline Olympus is one of those great rivalries. It was with DJ last night. He was talking about that rivalry. And, I mean, we talked about, you throw the records out for that one. Last check, that score was 2-0, Jeff. Just a lone safety on the board. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Got a bingo.
Look at that.
I'll take O safety. O safety.
You got it. Yes. You did it.
Hey, we're getting there. We got a couple of potential bingos here, Jeff.
Yeah, we got a few. There's some shutouts that are being pitched right now. There's several.
Got a few.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
2-0, not a common score. Could be a scoregami. Let's move to another one. One came to me and I did not write it down. I was like, oh, that's a really good one. And now I'm trying to remember what it is.
It was good.
It was actually really good because I was like, this is off the radar.
It was great.
And darn it. Hey, just give it time.
You mentioned Olympus and Skyline 2-0.
Yep.
Park City, at last check, well, they just scored. Okay, so that game was 2-0 for a long time. Park City over Ridgeline. Ridgeline did just barely punch it into the end zone. So now we're off the 2-0, 2 games at 2-0 in the second quarters of each of those games. That was a little weird.
Yeah.
Don't see that very often. And then Ridgeline, of course, went for 2. Coach Cox likes to go for 2, so that's not abnormal. But the ever-popular baseball score of 8-2, that's the football score today. A little different. We still got scoregami hope there, I think.
Yeah, of course.
You get us onto the 8-2 cycle. There's a lot of weird branches there.
Yeah, whenever you get on the 2 cycle, you've got some real opportunity there.
For sure.
All we need now is a special teams play, and you're at 5, Jeff. And then, there's a whole realm of possibilities that opens up. But I remember the one I was thinking of, and I'm thinking of it a little bit more. It may not be as great as I thought. It was Timview Provo. But that's one of those that's pretty one-directional right now. Provo really does not like Timview. I think Timview's like, yeah, that's nice.
But Timview Orem, we didn't talk about. Probably should have.
We did not talk about that one. That one has become much bigger for both those two schools, and state championships have run through that game in multiple sports, and it feels like it's an annual party in the playoffs when it comes on the gridiron for those two. So that's a great one as well. One thought I just had, and it goes a little bit to what we were talking about, Moose, with Bingham Alta. How do we get rivalries back? And Jeff, you talked about this. We get community involvement.
Yeah.
Like let's get back to supporting high school sports, right? And if you're listening to this show, you don't need to hear this other than invite others, right? Like let's bring our communities back into high school sports, and a great way to kind of get that passion and connection going again, to try to help elevate some of the atmosphere and get some of that.
It's
kind of
important.
pride of community back.
Yeah.
You go to some of these schools, like I'm at Morgan last night, there's a pride of the community
They
of
love
being
it up
in
there.
Morgan, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that still exists at some of our schools, some of our larger schools, especially where this transfer thing is going on. That has
lacked a little.
Subdued a little bit.
Yep.
I would love to get that back more universally.
It requires like real buy-in. So our little league football team, we had practice last night.
Hey, how'd that go, by the way? You had your debut week 1.
It went good. Week 1 went much better than our scrimmage that we had talked about last week. That was rough. Then we scrimmaged that same team again yesterday, and just as rough. Really brought out. I think it's probably going to end up on the highlight reel of my parenting skills. Like it wasn't great. My little guy Dax, he didn't get hit, but the kid who hit him that we talked about last week, he was there. He was present, and he was playing, and he's good. He's real good.
There's maybe a little.
He got the best of Dax before we got out of the car. And listen, we don't stand for that in the Hansen house. So get back out there. Anyway, that didn't go well. But the game on Saturday, that was better. We played a team from Layton. We got the win, 25-0. The highlight for Dax, he's playing corner. So he's on the weak side. Play goes to the other side, and the guy breaks it. He's running home free to the end zone. Dax gets his pursuit drill on, goes 40 yards downfield, across the field, tackles the guy at like the 2 or 3 yard line to preserve the shutout. A real big play, and then they came up, and his teammates had a big stop in the last play of the game to keep the shutout intact. Yeah. And if you're only a couple yards away for a shutout, that's a big deal. So it was good. Good week 1.
Good for him.
Play again bright and early tomorrow. So we're going to get off the air late. And I'm already a little bit weird. And we're going to go for a couple more hours. And then I'm going to get a little bit more weird when I got to wake up early tomorrow, right as the sun is coming up. But it went well.
How's that O-line doing, Coach?
We got some work to do. They're not getting coached well. That's really what it's boiling down to. The boys are doing exactly what they're told. The problem is what they're being told, it's not working. So, gotta tell them something else. We're gonna have to figure it out.
Hey, we're at top of our 8 o'clock hour. We've got some games that are kind of deep into that second quarter. Let's go through the state. Maybe talk about some of the happenings. We mentioned that Skyline Olympus game at 2-0. Corner Timview game we talked about. It is. We're not watching this game, so I don't know. But 7-0 Corner.
Yeah.
And they started last week. That offense took a little bit to get going, but 7-0 to start for Corner, and that one on the road.
Game we've talked about a few times. Brighton at Weber. Weber look, if you need to get that offense going and you need to get Carter Payne going, find Creed DeVries. That's going to be the solution. Creed DeVries has a pair of touchdown catches in the first half, a 15-yard pass from Carter Payne, and then he broke a big one, 52 yards for a score. The Warriors are up 21-10, a couple minutes left in the first half.
Jeff, you mentioned this game, Harriman-Stansbury. That one's been tight early. You thought it would be. 2014, the advantage for Harriman. But, boy, that game going back and forth here early. I'd love to see, again, we talked about that Stansbury offense, maybe more of a prototypical of the week this week, and I think more of a prototypical result of what we'd expect from them.
Game we highlighted early, it's at the half, Cedar City and Pineview. Pineview's up 21-17, 3 touchdown passes from Coy Doman. But look, Cedar City is right there. Braxton DeMille's got a couple of touchdowns. That game's close. Thought it would be.
Davis got off to that good start. Fremont with a touchdown in the second quarter, pull back within 7, 14-7 your score there out in Plain City, Utah.
I've got an update on that one.
Okay, prove me wrong, Jeff.
I got 28-7.
Hey,
Davis is
you're
just throwing candy at me to shut me up,
make Dane look bad, Jeff. There you go. Oh, that hit the floor. So let's find a reason to get Jeff some candy here, man.
Okay.
I'm running a little lean on my sugar tonight all of a sudden.
Well, the only reason I would have let it just slide, but hey, I want to mark a spot. Bodie Sparrow gets into the end zone in this one. Didn't get a chance to really talk Bodie Sparrow last week. Top-rated player in the state of Utah, going to Oklahoma. Fantastic. I mean, just an absolutely fantastic kid. He did not get into the end zone last week against Corner. Still had 100 yards receiving in that game. But he does. He finds the touchdown catch this week. And, so Bodie Sparrow, we're marking him off on the board. We're always going to look for an opportunity to talk Bodie Sparrow. Also is at least passively interested in the West Point Junior Mites this year is Bodie Sparrow. So, we're gonna keep tabs on Bodie Sparrow.
He will be a guest of honor.
I hope so. We're going to make this work out.
It will happen.
Yeah, I think so.
One of the out-of-state headliners we talked about, Lone Peak hosting IMG Academy. That game, IMG's good, folks.
Yeah.
35-0 in the second quarter. Ugh, yikes.
Game up north, Box Elder and Bear River, one of those rivalries we've talked about. 13-7. This one's tight. Judd Howells. We don't talk enough about Judd Howells.
We do not talk enough about Judd Howells.
What a special running back he is. Just all kinds of production for the Bees. He finds the end zone here, but it was a pass. He does that too. So anyway, 13-7, Box Elder over Bear River at last check.
How about a game we did not talk about? And we probably should have, Jeff. Shame on us. Layton Christian heading down to take on Snow Canyon. Remember, Snow Canyon had a lot of offense last week in that scoregami score of 64-62. 14-0 Eagles in the first half.
Man.
Colton Johns with a pair of touchdown passes. They're leading Snow Canyon.
They've got some dudes
in Santa
up there.
Clara. Wow.
They got some dudes at LCA.
Yes, they do.
There is no question.
I had a few coaches saying LCA is going to be top 15 by the time of the end of the season. I'm like, that's a bold prediction right there. Like, maybe they will be.
Wow.
They're good. They've got the talent, but they always have the talent, and they just got to find ways to, because there's so many different, guys are new to football, they're coming from all over the place, just a different strategy there at LCA. Takes a little while for them to come together.
I don't know about this year's roster, but I think one of the things for me in previous years has been depth, because their roster size is not really big, right? And so you've got to stay healthy if you're going to kind of have that kind of a year, but good for them. That'd be amazing. They do have big boys,
Yeah,
but
they got size.
But in terms of, if you have injuries or how deep can you go in your roster, but they great size.
Guys that have Michigan offers on your team.
That helps.
That helps.
I mean,
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference. When they had a kid that had a Oregon offer, it made a lot of a big difference.
Kind of surprising, right? Who would have thunk? Crazy. What else you got?
Game we talked about, the opener, Desert Hills, Timpanogos. Desert Hills, Moose, your guy, Deacon Virgin, pair of touchdown passes in this one. The second half just got underway, and Desert Hills is up 22-7. They're good.
He's a stud. I mean, he just gets it done through the air, and he's been so consistent ever since I've been watching him. Big Deacon fan over here.
One of the games, our KSL Game Night Live game of the week, Woods Cross 20-0, the lead over Westfield. Man, did not see Westfield going 6 quarters without points. Tough start.
There's so many weapons on that offense, and as it continues to go on and it persists, that you don't find the end zone, you don't find that success that you're used to. It starts to get into your head.
Yes, it does.
Like the things that you know you can do, you start to doubt. It's the Chuck Knobloch syndrome, right? Like professional baseball player, and all of a sudden he can't throw from second base to first base, and he just gets the yips, and he ended up not being able to play second base because it just got in his head. Like it can get to you. I hope that Westfield finds some success because they have so much talent. They are a lot better than they put on film so far.
Yep.
Clearfield's up 14-0, just in case. We're not tracking it, but we're tracking it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you could go 2-0 in the Juffy Bowl because Carbon playing Emory. That's one of those rivalries we did not talk about. We probably should have for our good friend Dusty Litster, but it's all Emory this week.
That's why we didn't.
Yeah.
Because I know exactly how that one would have gone. Dusty would have looked at that score and he would have said, Emory's beating Carbon. And then we would have moved on really
There
quick.
might have been a phone thrown across the room by this point in that game.
Hey, another tight game. A couple of teams we haven't talked about a ton yet. Riverton and Maple Mountain, it's all tied up. And it was the Riverton defense got things started with a pick six in the first few minutes of the game, and Maple Mountain has found a way to come back in that game. Now it's 10-10. I don't know if you've seen much of Uhila Wolfgram yet, but my goodness, he's a grown man. Yep. I don't know how else to describe it. He kind of popped onto the recruiting radar, back when like Jag was playing at Maple Mountain, Coach Hall, Kalen Hall was still down there. And I remember looking at him and it was like, okay, I see it. Like, I think he's going to be a really good player. And that was kind of my thought even last year. And then I don't know what happened after last football season to now, but my goodness, he looks ready to contribute for the Packers. He just looks like a grown-up all of a sudden, and he's darn near unblockable. I mean, he is just fantastic.
For me, he's kind of like the Grinch. How the Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes.
Yeah, his whole body.
His neck grew 3 sizes.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He's huge, but big part of that game is Dave Walker had a punt of 62 yards and another punt of 44 yards out at the half-yard line. And we all know how important punting is in that game.
All right, well, we're going to mark off 2, Dan, because we did talk about Uhila.
We got moose-moosing right now.
Moose be moosing. And we knew it would happen. I don't think he even knew what moose be moosing meant.
All of a sudden, that eye vertical's become a real threat to win this thing. And, there's a couple special teams going on that. The layout probably. Knowing Moose is going to be in studio, we probably didn't think through that one, Jeff.
Who knew that I stood for moose? That's not great for us.
Hey, let's get back to football, shall we? Springville Green Canyon. We talked about this game. 13-0 Red Devils on the road, nonetheless. Trayton Harris with a pair of touchdowns, 1 rushing, 1 receiving. As Springville looking to bounce back after that week 1 loss.
That's a long trip for Springville.
It is a long trip.
That's a long
Especially with
trip.
traffic these days. Shoot.
Yeah, that's a long trip. That's a really strong performance. Salt Lake West, Salt Lake East. We're going to talk about them for a little bit. And it's all Salt Lake West. They're up 34-0. 4 Derendrick Dixon touchdowns in this one.
Wow.
So there you go. The running game going for West. Look, you got to find a way to replace a lot of guys that left. If you've got a guy like Derendrick Dixon that can put 4 first half touchdowns up, that's a pretty good start.
Did you give a score update on Weber Brighton?
I did, but it might have changed since.
28-13 Weber.
Okay, there you go.
Really?
Yeah, Carter Payne with 3 passing touchdowns, and Bracken Day, oh boy, he had a kickoff return for a touchdown. Is that on there?
No, punt return, not kickoff return. Woo. Very different.
That was close.
That was close.
Bracken Day with a kick return for a touchdown. So back to a 2-possession lead here for the Warriors.
A lot of good football. A lot of good football throughout the state. A lot of those out-of-state teams. I'm curious It should be just about getting underway, so hopefully we start seeing score updates. But that American Fork Mater Dei game, I want to see American Fork show well. Show well for the state, obviously. I love when we get that opportunity to just outright cheer for a school. And when Utah schools play out-of-state schools, I go full homer, right? Like, I'm ready. I'm all in on the Cavemen. That's a tough test, obviously. We've talked about it, but I want AF to show well for the state, but also build that confidence so that they can bring it back and really be a threat in 6A, because I think they have the pieces, they have the talent to be a threat in 6A. And if they can go and prove to themselves that they are for real against a team like Mater Dei, it could go a long ways in helping them be a team that we talk about for the rest of the season.
I just got updated stats from Davis Farmington. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here because I don't know, man. Something's weird. So remember, it was 115 yards for Davis and 15 yards for Fremont at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
At half, Davis has 122 yards.
That's 7 more.
And Fremont has 147. But Davis is leading 28-14. And there's like, I don't quite understand what's happening.
Is there a third factor in the game?
And then you go and you look at the scoring summary. It was 7-0 for Davis at the end of the first. You have Fremont tied it up at 7, then Davis goes back up 14-7, then Bridger Young has a 1-play, 1-yard touchdown run. So there must have been a fumble on a kick return. So Davis goes up 21-7, and then Scheinberg gets his touchdown pass to Rigby a couple minutes later. Something
Vince,
kind of squirrely
looking
out there.
at Vince here, and I don't know if you guys recognize that this one was on the board, but we just hit it. Some general confusion. I knew it'd come up at some point, and watching Dane and Moose try to figure out a box score right there, I just sat back and enjoyed it because that is the general confusion that we were looking for tonight. We got there. Well done, fellas. That was great.
Good call.
That was great.
That was unplanned, by the way.
I thought the general confusion would come by way of a confusing penalty, and the refs are like, are they picking up the flag? Are they not? Do we know? I didn't know that I'd just have to look right here inside our own studio to hit that box tonight, but we did.
Well, I would have thought after doing this for a couple of weeks with me, you'd be more prepared for that sort of a thing, Jeff.
That was great.
We did have some general confusion before the show because Jeff is wearing...
This was my fault. This is not a Buffalo Bills jersey.
No.
Come to find out, not a Buffalo Bills jersey.
This is actually what this is. This is a tease. This is foreshadowing is what it is. Little Jackson Dart NFL jersey, the Giants alternate. It's the Giants primary jersey.
It's not great.
It's just blue.
Yep.
Just a blue shirt with some stripes. And so, no, I had to get a little bit of flair.
Are you going to show us the whole thing? Do a little spin?
No. No. Listen, this is a kid show. But there's never been any time you got to look at the backside of Jeff. It's not great. So no, we're gonna keep that. We're gonna keep this face right here.
We'll trust this Jackson Dart.
Yeah, it's Jackson Dart. We're gonna talk a little bit about some historic quarterbacks here in the state. I'm looking forward to that. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, Jackson Dart jersey, a Jackson Dart Giants jersey, not a Jackson Dart Buffalo Bills jersey, because that wouldn't make any sense.
Which is why some of us had some general confusion before the show started, because we would agree with you. Just looking if there's any other games we want to update on here. San Juan Beaver, Broncos leading that one 31-14. The Battle of the Summits, South Summit leading North Summit 22-6. Is that one near the half?
Well, a game that, I don't know, when we talk about rivalries, it seems like it could be a regional rivalry. Spanish Fork and Salem Hills.
I just saw that, Jeff.
They're just right there. That's a tight one, 20-14. The Dons are up at the half.
Remember, Spanish Fork lost that game in, a lot of overtimes last week.
They
scored 62 points. This is a Salem Hills team that is supposed to contend for that region. And
yeah.
Spanish Fork giving them a battle.
And defensively, because Salem Hills, I think they scored 41, 47. I mean, they hung a lot of points last week. To hold them to 14
points. You got
points.
in this one? You got a pick six.
Oh.
David Maldonado, 45-yard pick six for the Dons.
I mean, Getting into my baggie of bingo markers.
We're getting some good spread here in this first half, Jeff.
Ooh. Sideline warning could be coming.
This is going to be fun. The bingo board's going to be fun throughout the year because we obviously can't just repeat the same squares as we go on. Right. So we got to get a little bit more creative as the season goes on.
Olympus and Skyline still locked up at 2-0 at the break. Could that be our scoregami, Jeff? Has there been a 2-0?
Scoregami, again, if you don't know what scoregami is, and has there been a 2-0, there has not that I can see.
Oh.
Those don't count for scoregami.
Wait, what did we hear?
All forfeits are 2-0.
That doesn't count. Forfeits don't count.
All right.
No.
We're not talking hockey here, Vince. Come on.
Who do they give the 2 points to?
We're not getting scoregami on technicalities. Yeah, that seems like a stupid question. That's in here.
It's the 2 points.
We're going to go ahead and double up on Moose be Moose.
Okay.
Good.
Maybe one of the first times that the losing team outscored the winning team 2-0, but they don't get the win.
That was
weird.
Wild. So scoregami.
We love you, Moose.
For those who don't know, our guy, Utah Rural Sports, has put together a ton of data, pulled together all of the scores from over 39,000 games of high school football throughout the history of high school football. And every final score he's put into a big old matrix, and we are tracking, and we are looking for scores that have never happened before. And on our bingo board, we have scoregami that has happened less than 10 times. 2-0 would certainly check that box. So, we got something to hope for tonight, boys.
Fingers crossed, eh?
Big defensive battle, you guys. No field goals.
All right, we're going to head to a break right here. We'll be back. When we come back, it's time for another episode, version, segment, another fantasy draft. Went so well last week, we brought it back. Don't go anywhere, as we got that coming up for you when we come back here to the Friday Night Tailgate.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
He's Adam Rittenberg with us here on Jake and Ben. There has been some internal conflict. You talked to Brian Santiago and obviously talked to Kalani. Did you come away with any impressions about their relationship?
Only that Brian really wanted to keep Kalani and understood how damaging it would have been if Kalani had left for Penn State, which was the full expectation at Penn State and talking to people there. He was a foot and maybe a few toes out the door back in early December. They brought him back. His comments recently suggest that he's not fully happy with the way things are going. So it's something to monitor, because I'll tell you this, guys, Penn State's not the last school that's going to come after Kalani Sitake if he continues on the trajectory that he's on, because of all these qualities that we outlined, plus the fact that he wins a heck of a lot of games. It'll be interesting to see how this thing goes.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations: American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit 1 gift card per customer account while supplies last.
This week's high school player of the week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then, introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
In here at KSL Studios for our Friday night tailgate show is all right. Now we get to have some fun. We're gonna start with our mock draft, and we're gonna see if we can prevent things from getting a little chippy. Jeff, we got some snacks here, and I will hand them out, and flavor preferences to be determined. But yeah,
this is where I shine,
through it, Jeff.
Okay. So, fantasy draft this week. Last week, we did, of course, the mascots in a cage match. That was great. Dane got the win. I felt like our judge was just wrong, and so now we're bringing the judge into it. Judge is no longer the judge. Judge is drafting a team. He's part of this. And this week, it's the absolutely not draft. We're going to do it a little bit different. Each round, I will tell you what absolutely not scenario we are drafting. Now, remember, you could go anywhere. Like our first round, I'll give you a little tease. Our first round is going to be the player you absolutely do not want to tackle. You could say Derrick Henry, but he did not play football in Utah, so don't say Derrick Henry. We're trying to keep this local, okay? But you get creative with your ties, however you want to do it. That's what we're gonna do. So, you two, do you want to fight, arm wrestle?
Are you participating in this?
Yeah, I'll participate.
Okay.
I'll draft my team. I'll give you guys the benefit of first and second pick, and I'll pick last in every round because I did come up with these. So advantage. Let's start with Moose.
Oh, the person.
So the player you absolutely do not want to tackle for your first pick of the absolutely not draft.
Okay, there's a lot of good ones here. For me, I'm looking at Susan Shakarine. I would not like to tackle him.
Well, you couldn't catch him. That was the problem with
I'm
Shaq,
thinking
right?
it's like a kickoff and they're coming at me.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And I'm thinking of Havea Longi, definitely someone I would not like to tackle. But the person I would most not like to tackle is a senior Noah Sewell. Noah Sewell at running a 4.7 laser at 265 pounds was the person I most would not like to tackle. I would definitely hop on the ground and say, not today. I am making a business decision.
That's a great pick. I had forgotten that Sewell did that. I mean, there was a game where he had like 6 carries for 180 yards and like 5 touchdowns.
He was terrifying.
He was a beast. Good pull. I thought of Harvey Longy. I also thought, just for sake of current, that I might go with Havili from last night, because who wants to tackle that young
Not
man?
me.
No.
Yeah, I'll go with I'll go with Longy.
That's a great pull. I still don't want to tackle him to this day.
All right, so we got Noah Sewell, Harvey Longy. Those are good picks. Those are really good picks. This one's tough for me. I thought Havili as well. I thought more players who are playing now in my head, and Felici Filippi is certainly one of those guys that I don't want to tackle. He just is a bowling ball of a running back. But I'm going to go a couple of years ago, guy I mentioned earlier tonight. I think I'm going to go Siaki Fekitoa because I watched him injure multiple players just getting through tackles, and the guy who would have been the tackler ended up leaving the game because of trying to tackle Siaki Fekitoa. Not the biggest guy.
Yeah.
Boy, he ran hard. Once he got his shoes that fit, man, he ran hard.
I'll give you an honorable mention that did not get drafted in this one, and I feel a little disappointed in myself, but I feel confident in my pick, and that's Jalen Warren.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Look, there were a lot of people who thought, oh, he's not a college player. Yeah, that's a bunch of garbage. You knew in his high school days he was a special player.
Do you know what's crazy about him is
De La Salle couldn't tackle him.
Yeah, he did everything on basically a torn hamstring.
Yeah.
And he almost ran for 3,000 yards on a torn hamstring.
Yeah, he was crazy.
My question, because I was one of those guys, I'm like, I don't know his speed, but they never really disclosed that he was injured the whole year.
Well, here's the other thing, and I still remember this because I was parked in the end zone watching this. He ran away from Chaz Ayu in a playoff game. That's a 4-star safety. So it's like, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, he's plenty fast. He's plenty big. This will be just fine. But
well, what does he do now?
I'd be curious. Yeah, what he's up to. It's a shame you don't hear about some of these players years down the road, right? Here we go.
You ready for round 2?
Yes, sir.
Wait.
Oh,
you're really gonna let that go?
I won.
No, you. Here we go. Here we go. Do you know that?
I don't know what we're
Do you know that? Do you know that?
That's a cool reference.
None of you know Here We Go.
I know what it means.
My mom would say when she started the car.
That's the Steelers fight song.
Oh.
Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. Bum.
All right.
No?
All right. Well,
Hey, next break.
question.
Next break. We got
Listen,
music.
I was going to give you the first pick of the second round, but we're going to go right back to Moose. Moose, you get first pick in the second round. Look, we got to have rules at some point. And
just so you know, that was a very well-placed reference to the professional team he plays for.
It would have really landed well in Pittsburgh.
I feel like general confusion might need another dot after that one.
All right, second round. All right, absolutely not draft. The second round, the situation that you absolutely do not want to be responsible for in a football game.
Oh,
Moose, looking at you.
And we can do high school or college or anything.
You do anything you want.
So there's one job that I think I'd be particularly bad at, and it is Kalani Sitake's holdback man. I think the holdback man is something I was not built for, and I feel like a coach would end up on about the logo of the field, me trying to hold him back.
All right, we got it. Moose. I'm writing these down so that we can remember. Moose is Kalani's holdback man. All right, Dane.
The situation I absolutely do not want to be responsible for is deferring the choice on the coin toss at the beginning of the game.
For fear that you might say it wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ooh.
So, for those of you who don't know, right, like, winner of the coin toss gets their choice, right? You get to choose to kick, receive, or defer. So, if you choose to kick, that's your choice. So you have to be very particular in how you frame as the winner of the kickoff, because if you choose to kick, they get the ball, and then they get the choice in the second half, which they can say, I want to receive.
It's a very dumb thing.
It is a very dumb thing. But that's the situation I do not want to be responsible for, is messing up the win of the coin toss at the beginning of the game.
I think that's a great one. So I was in a flag football game as a lad, and
Me too.
decided
I've been
to kick.
responsible.
Yeah.
I don't want to be responsible.
I was 12. It was like a 10 to 12-year-old flag football game, and that ref decided to be like, whoa, you said kick. We're not letting you get out of that. Time to learn a lesson, little Jeff.
Oh,
that was
sure
crazy.
You want that?
No, he didn't even give it. He said kick. Everybody, we're kicking. It was crazy. I've been that guy.
It's not fun.
That guy sucked. I don't want to be in that guy.
That's a miserable. Yep.
Then it confused me every other time after that, because then I got in my head of, I know I'm supposed to say defer, but do
I'm
I say
kicking
kick?
the ball.
But do I?
Yeah, I know.
Bad.
I know.
That's a good one, and I'm going to be honest. I don't know, because of personal experience, I don't know if there's one that I can come up with that is going to be better than that. But I do have one. I do not want to be the back judge who witnesses a pass interference on the final play of the game, and it would have been a touchdown to win the game. I don't want to be the guy who has to throw that flag. That seems like a pretty miserable spot, and then we'll just add a little flair on the road when you're calling that penalty against the home team.
It's in the rule book, Jeff.
I know. Sometimes I don't want to be the guy that has to enforce the rules. Sometimes I look to my wife and say, you got to go punish the kids. I can't be that guy. And this would be one of those scenarios where I'm looking to my other 4 officials and saying,
somebody
why
else,
don't you
please,
maybe throw the flag?
please.
You guys saw it, right?
Good one.
Jeff is like, hurry, huddle, come on in. I got to go to Cuba Gooding Jr. now and just hop on a plane.
So, okay, round 3. Dane, I will allow you to have the first pick of round 3 this time. I got to look at my notes. Okay, the weather you absolutely do not want to play a football game in.
So can I clarify, would weather that would deem a suspension count as an answer to this? Like, do you have to actually play in the weather?
Okay.
Right? Do you see what I'm saying?
So
I get what you're saying.
lightning.
Here, let's frame this up appropriately. The game is going to be played no matter what.
Okay.
You decide what weather you do not want to play in.
Yeah. I'm going to go with a tornado.
Yeah, it seems hard.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem great.
No, it does not. So I'll go with tornado. I mean, shoot, houses fall on people in tornadoes. So I'll go that direction.
Moose?
I was going to go with wind as well, because I used to shave my leg so my leg would cut through the wind like a knife.
You've never been that fast.
Wait, and I lose picks?
No, he's
Jeff?
losing several picks from here forward.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
But the worst weather I've ever played. The worst weather I've ever played in, we were playing Notre Dame, and it was so cold, and it was snowy, and it was the coldest game in Notre Dame history. And anytime you almost touched someone else, it felt like just getting hurt.
We really don't appreciate how miserable the winters are in the Midwest and the
Midwest
North. Like, it is so bad. So bad.
That was the worst experience in football I've ever had. I've been in snow. Snow's rough. I've been in sleet, hail. But that cold snow in the Midwest was just awful.
And especially when you get the wind going out there, too, because it doesn't matter how you layer. It does not matter. You feel every bit of it. It's miserable.
I was right next to an open flame, and I just wanted to jump in it. I was like, that might be warm, but it was not.
So just to clarify, I'm putting wind because of leg hair. Is that what the answer is?
Lack of leg
Lack
hair.
of leg hair. Good
of leg hair.
clarification. Because of lack of leg hair. Got it. And that vote has officially been submitted to the commissioner. See how it goes.
Kick. He said kick. Let's go.
Yeah. This one's tough because I go back and forth, and cold games do not seem fun. Just like bitter cold games. They're not fun to broadcast. They're not fun to stand out there. And then you add the wind. It's not fun. I also don't like hot. Like, I do not like those early season SEC games when it's 100 degrees and 80% humidity in Louisiana. That seems miserable. I'm going with hot. Just super hot game. I don't like, there's nothing really jokey about it. That just is honestly something that keeps me up at night. And look, you two are fit and what, most people would determine to be in shape. I'm not. I am a shape. It's a little different. And so, yeah, the hot hits me a little different than it hits the average folk. So, yeah, hot game. That's going to be the one for me. Hot game. That was a weird round, guys. We got tornado and lack of leg hair wind and hot game. All right. I can't remember. Who's got pick here in round 4?
I think it's Dane.
All right, Dane. The football job you absolutely do not want to have. That can be anything.
Yeah. This is the only one I'm really not prepared to answer. We got these about 5 minutes before we started here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea, Jeff. I'd like to trade my pick. So I'm going to trade down in this situation.
Okay.
So I'm going to trade to Moose, and he'll buy me dinner, and I'll go after him. See how well that works, actually?
Trade approved.
Phenomenal.
So, Moose, you're on the clock.
So it's the football.
The football job you do not want to have.
Honestly, just like freshman ref. That would be rough. Watching a freshman football game, they're playing a bunch ball, basically, and you have parents yelling at you because they're very passionate, and you can hear them. That's when it becomes rough, because you can hear Joe Schmo's dad up there, and it's like, you suck. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm not good at this. This wasn't my ultimate goal. So freshman football ref would be the football job I do not want.
I don't want that job either. You're back.
I know.
Was that enough time for you to come up with something?
Man, this one's tough for me. I'm not gonna lie. All right, for lack of having a good answer here, I'll just go with the janitor at the football stadium after a game.
Yeah, the football cleanup crew.
Yep.
That's tough.
And that includes lavatories as well.
Yeah.
So
good addition right there.
Not the job I'd want to have.
I can tell you what mine is. And in mine, I didn't hesitate when I thought of this. I actually thought of the answer before I thought of the question. Every high school stadium nowadays, they're running through some sort of a blow-up tunnel, and they're big. Some schools have nights, like Lone Peaks is that big night thing. Kind of looks like a gorilla, but like it's the big night thing. I don't want to be, I assume it's a student. Like in my head, this is a student. I don't want to be the student responsible for deflating the puffy thing and having to shove it into a bag or shove it into a box before kickoff. Like you're on a time crunch in that situation. And I envision a scenario where I'm there, I've got the Lone Peak blow-up night, I'm trying to get it into the bag. I've stuffed a sleeping bag before. I know how hard it can be. And the game has to be delayed because I can't get the blow-up toy off the field fast enough. That is the kind of thing that's going to keep me up at night. So the blow-up, put her away, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah.
The cleanup crew for the blow-up tunnel, that seems like my nightmare.
I didn't even know that was a job, Jeff. But
somebody's got to put it away.
That's true.
Somebody's got to put it away. All right, the last round here. The thing you absolutely do not want to happen to you on film, right? So the game is over. It's now Saturday morning. Yeah. Whatever happened during the game, it's all getting exposed now. It's time to watch film. What is the one thing you absolutely do not want to see that you did on film?
Is it starting with me or Dane?
Where are we starting?
We'll start with Moose because your last first pick was traded. So now it's your real first pick.
So there's nothing worse than missing a PAT and seeing it on film. Ooh. But there was one thing that was much, much worse. When I was at BYU, we were on a win streak. I think we're top 15 in the country. Taysom Hill was the quarterback. Made one of the most beautiful runs I've ever seen. And he ran right next to me on the sideline. And I went to clap, and my helmet was in my hands. And my helmet flew out of my hands. And I got about 1,000 text messages from family, friends, acquaintances, enemies saying, Taysom can run through a defense and you can't even hold your helmet on the sideline. And worse than that, it got sent to coaches. And we watched that during film study. And I'm like, I didn't even get on the film and I made the blooper reel.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty bad.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty bad. Dane?
So mine is actually, I was actually worried Moose might take this. And the way he started, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Because I actually felt pretty good with this one. I would not want to be the kicker on a missed PAT that gets returned for 2 points.
Wow. That's just the worst of everything.
There's a lot of accountability on that kind of a play, and I want no part of that. So
Jeff
that would
dreams
be me.
about hot, humid weather. That's what haunts my dreams.
You started with a missed PAT. I'm like, he's going to take it. I can't believe this. He's going to take it.
That's why you go first.
Those are good. Because both of those scenarios sound miserable. I don't want to be the guy, and this is very specific, the first time. I don't want to be the guy that tries to hurdle a defender for the first time and does not make it. I don't want to be that guy that then has to address in front of my entire team and the entire coaching staff, one, why I thought I could do it. Two, what was going through my head as I leapt into the air. And three, the realization after I realized I am not that athletic. How did I feel as I was rolling around on the ground, potentially hurt? Maybe I fumbled, whatever. I don't want to be the guy that tries to hurdle a defender for the first time and fails. That feels
Good
like
one.
it would be a nightmare in film room.
Yeah.
Having been in those meetings, it's glorious when it's not you.
Yeah.
Because the coach is like, you think you're that athletic? Apparently not. And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, no, I'm not.
So absolutely not. Moose's team. He absolutely does not want to tackle Noah Sewell. Absolutely does not want to be Kalani's holdback man. Absolutely does not want to play in a cold, windy game that will impact his leg hair in any way. Absolutely does not want to be a freshman ref. And he absolutely does not want to relive the clapping mishap where he struggles to hold on to his helmet on film. Yeah. Dane's absolutely not team. He absolutely does not. And producer Vince, we're going to look to you quickly to determine who wins this at the end of this. Dane absolutely does not want to tackle Harvey Longy. Absolutely does not want to be the guy who is responsible for deferring, not kicking at the coin toss. Absolutely does not want to play in a tornado, and absolutely does not want to be on the cleanup crew at a football stadium, and absolutely does not want to be the kicker of a missed PAT that also gets returned. And then my team, I absolutely do not want to tackle Siaki Fekitoa. I do not, absolutely do not want to be a ref throwing a flag on the home team in a game-winning situation. I absolutely do not want to play in any scenario where it is 100 degrees or more. I absolutely do not want to be the blow-up tunnel cleanup crew. And I absolutely do not want to be the failed hurdle guy on film. So we look to Vince now. Vince, you can just point. Who's our winner here? I won.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
That was bias.
I think so.
Well, okay. For claims of bias, there is not anybody who dislikes me more than Vince does. And I think that that's fair. And honestly, I probably earned that over the last several years. So that just must mean that my team was
Jeff, congratulations.
Great, thank you.
Because you did that having the worst pick every round.
That's
So-
actually impressive. Come from behind,
done.
if you ask me.
Helps when you are the one who makes up the rules, creates the questions, and narrates it in exactly the way I want it to go. But if you give me those advantages, I'm going to win. I am going to win.
Let's do a couple quick score updates here before we head to a break. As a couple ones that are quite interesting as these games continue here on this Friday night. How about Stansbury? They've come back to take the lead over Harriman in that one. 21-20. Stallions, Mustangs in a bit of a horse race.
Oh,
hey,
more
clever.
Mustangs in a horse race. Have you seen this one? Crimson Cliffs and Provo, 14-13. as the third quarter's winding down, we thought that'd be close.
Box Elder, Bear River, one of those great rivalries, 16-14, the Bees with a little momentum here.
Clearfield's up 20-0. It's the first score I looked at.
Just another Friday night for the Falcons.
Just easy work.
Viewmont has finished off Cypress. That one was one-sided. Skyline, pair of touchdowns, leading Olympus 14-2 in the third quarter.
A game that we don't talk about, but a little bit of a regional rivalry. Bonneville is playing at Ogden, and it's tied 7-6.
Still 21-0. Mountain Ridge leading Lehigh. Good night for the Sentinels.
Corner Canyon at Timpview. Corner Canyon, folks, it's look, if you beat Timpview and you beat Davis to start the year, then Corner Canyon is still Corner Canyon. It's 24-0.
Just allowed, combined 6 points?
Yeah.
On those two teams. Timpview shut out at this point.
That's pretty strong start.
Pretty strong. Weber still with that lead over Brighton, 28-16 in the third.
Davis is holding on to their lead at Fremont. It's 35-21. I am curious how that defense for Davis holds up, and Fremont is scoring points.
Yeah.
As if Davis, you're looking ahead, game against Mountain Ridge.
Next week.
You're going to need defense. So see how that goes.
Bountiful Farmington, 21-3, the lead for the Red Hawks at home.
Maple Mountain up 17-10. They've taken the lead against Riverton.
Springville, 27-0, the lead at Green Canyon. Good bounce back for the Red Devils.
That's still an 8-2 game. Ridgeline over Park City at last check.
I don't know what is in the water on week 2. We've got safeties galore, and that American Fork Mater Day game is 10-0, not because of a field goal, but because of a safety and a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Mater Day leading American Fork 10-0.
Just how they drew it up. Desert Hills and Timpanogos. Timpanogos is trying to come back in that one, 22-13 in the fourth quarter.
Any others for you, Jeff? PG still 7-0 over Westlake, low scoring.
Yeah, and then that Pineview game, still 21-17 at last check over Cedar.
There you have it. Quick score update as we head to a break. We'll be back. We got another fun segment coming up for you. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Friday Night Tailgate on KSLSports.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In case you've ever wondered what we do at breaks, now you know. And with that, we actually have another bingo. I'll take Vince's Square. Vince's Square.
We got it. We got it.
Hey,
for those on the radio, yes, the stream could watch us eating our bags of chips during the break for the last 4 minutes. But that's okay.
Look,
we eat chips. Breaking news.
I'm from Idaho, so this is what we do, right? I mean, we eat potatoes. We grow them. We eat them. Shouldn't surprise anyone.
Are you
How
ready?
How you doing there, Jeff?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm ready. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's dive in, shall we?
Okay.
We got one more little segment coming up.
Yeah.
And you renamed this one, and I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm
yeah,
gonna let you
I
lead.
did. I renamed this one. We're calling it Pick 6. So what I'm going to do is I've got, you may have seen this in various social media places or whatever. I have got some historic high school quarterbacks here in the state of Utah. Moose, also pay attention. You could participate in this one.
I'm down.
And I'm going to rattle off who the quarterback is, maybe some of their career stats and their accolades.
Are you giving us a name or just like their...
I'm going to give you the name, yeah.
Okay.
And your job is you are picking 6. Now, I've got, we'll probably go through 11, maybe we'll see where we're at on time. But we'll go through 11, maybe 12 quarterbacks, and you are going to have to pick 6 to keep, and the rest of them you got to get rid of, and you don't know who's coming next.
Yeah.
So we're going to start with a really obvious one.
So we're just doing stats, though. We don't know the
You
quarterback's
will
name.
know. You'll know who I'm talking about. You can decide if you're going to take him on your team or if you're going to let him go. But you can't, you're not going to hear all 11 names and then circle back.
Okay.
You are making a decision at the end of my spiel if you're going to pick that quarterback for your team or if you're going to let him go.
Okay, got you.
Got it? All right, so we're going to start off with a real obvious one for me, wearing the Jackson Dart jersey. We're going to start with Jackson Dart. We go through his career accolades: 10,683 passing yards, 116 passing touchdowns. Now, there's some discrepancies in stats. So when I could go to the official UHSAA record book, I pulled those stats. If I couldn't find a record there, we pulled it from Max Prep. So you might see some discrepancies by a touchdown or a few yards. But 10,683 career pass yards, 116 career pass touchdowns, 1,471 career rushing yards with 20 career rushing touchdowns.
You said 1,400 career rushing?
Yep. 1,400. His single season highs, 4,683 pass yards, 67 pass touchdowns, 1,195 rushing yards, and 12 rushing touchdowns. He has one state championship under his belt in 2020. Those are the career stats and the single season high stats for Jackson Dart. So to the two of you, are you taking Jackson Dart on your team of quarterbacks or are you letting him go?
I personally would take him. I don't know how you feel about it. His rushing yards was a big question for me going into his senior year, and I talked to him at a 7-on-7 event, and I said, you and those cankles will not run for 100 yards in this season.
You told Jackson Dart he has cankles?
I did, and I told him he wouldn't run for 100 yards because I think he had negative yards in his career. And then he proceeded to text me after each and every game that he ran for 100 yards, saying, ha, 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 in not so many words. So I will never doubt Jackson Dart again, and I would like to pick him if you're okay with that.
Yeah, you guys, I'm actually going to alter the rule. You're making one team. You guys have got to come to an agreement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys are going to work together. I like that. You don't know who's coming next.
Which offense does he play in? Because he's very different. Had very different styles in the different offenses he
very
played
different.
in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was on the fence with this, but it's good to be back with Moose, and I'm happy to support Moose in taking Jackson Dart.
I don't think you could go wrong keeping Jackson Dart on your team. Okay, so you guys are keeping Jackson Dart. All right, next quarterback. Riley Nelson.
Ooh.
Career yards. And again, we're going with verifiable stuff. So we get further back. Some of this is a little bit less verifiable. 6,843 pass yards, 78 career passing touchdowns, 2,926 career rushing yards with 52 career rushing touchdowns. His single season high, 4,041 pass yards, 53 pass touchdowns, 1,774 rush yards with 31 rushing touchdowns. And he, of course, had one state championship under his belt in 2005.
Called that game.
Wow.
Are you taking our friend of KSL Sports, are you taking Riley Nelson on your team?
I really love Riley Nelson, but I think I'd pass, to be honest with you.
Ooh.
But...
See, I'm a big fan of Riley Nelson, and this could just be young Dane, but you know the thing that I loved about Riley was his intellect. You could not defend him. You could not defend him. It didn't matter what you rolled out there. He knew exactly how to beat it. And people would talk about his arm strength, but he had more than enough to play the game at the high school level. Obviously, played at the college level, was very successful there too. I would take Riley, personally. But
if you want to take him, that's totally fine. I just think he's going to have Britton Covey on there. And if it came to Britton Covey or Riley Nelson...
We're talking quarterbacks here, Moose, not running backs who take snaps from center.
I didn't know fighting words were going to be thrown around.
I like Britton Covey, but I felt like Britton Covey's greatest strength was navigating the run game. You feel differently? He didn't play quarterback at the next level, did he?
No, he did not.
Okay.
But I do love Riley Nelson. If you want to take him,
I would love to take Riley.
All right.
But
we're taking
We're taking Riley Nelson. Okay. Our next one. This is the game, right? You don't know who's coming, and so you got to think in your head some of these other quarterbacks who are here. Our next quarterback, Bryson Barnes.
Ooh.
Career pass yards, 11,525. Career pass touchdowns, I believe he still leads the state all-time. 137 career pass touchdowns. 1,951 career rush yards with 47 career rushing touchdowns. His highest single season, 3,533 pass yards with 48 passing touchdowns. 752 rush yards with 16 rushing touchdowns. That's his season high. He has 2 state championships under his belt in 2017 and 2018.
I think I'd pass on this one just because of who he did it against, even though I think he's a phenomenal quarterback and human being. I don't love this game because it makes me feel like I'm choosing my children, and I love all of these kids, but I think there's going to be better quarterbacks against better competition.
There is probably not an outlet who covered Bryson Barnes more than we did. I drove down to Milford for crying out loud to interview the kid. I love Bryson Barnes. So impressed with his career. I'm with you, Moose. I think he has multiple state championships. When he had opportunities to go up against Beaver, lost to Beaver. I think that was his senior year, I believe. Love the kid to death, and that he does not get enough publicity for what he did, but I think the level of competition and some of the other quarterbacks on the list would probably pass.
Okay. We're cutting Bryson Barnes from our team. Next quarterback, Cooper Legaw. 9,770 passing yards and 101 career passing touchdowns. I did not know this number was going to be as high as it was. 2,770 career rushing yards with 22 career rushing touchdowns. Single season highs, 4,338 passing yards, 48 passing touchdowns, 1,077 rushing yards with 15 additional rushing touchdowns. And he has 2 state championships under his belt.
Freaking love Cooper Legas. I mean, he's a dog, but I think there might be better quarterbacks out there. And I'm pretty sure of those 9,000 yards, like 7,000 of them went to Puka.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would pass on him too. I like Cooper Legas a lot, but he had an enormous outlet in Puka.
Who was his running back?
Wasn't it...
the person I would not like to tackle. Yes, Noah Sewell.
For a couple plays a game, because you can only give him 6-8 touchdowns in a game, then you got to pull him off the field. So
that whole team was a cheat code. I'm like,
yeah.
all 4 of your linemen are going D1? Must be nice.
Okay, next quarterback. We're cutting Cooper Legas from our team. Next quarterback, Helaman Kasuga.
Ooh.
11,561 career pass yards, 114 career passing touchdowns, 1,171 career rush yards with 14 rushing touchdowns. Single season highs, 4,145 pass yards, 37 passing touchdowns, 567 rush yards, and 10 rushing touchdowns. 3 state championships under his belt. 23, 24, 25. Of course, did it at 2 different schools.
how many quarterbacks have we? Is this the 5th?
This is number 5. You've kept 2, kept Dart and Riley Nelson, and you have cut Bryson Barnes and Cooper Legas.
This is such a tough one.
This is a really tough one.
I mean, I love Helaman Kasuga. I went to his signing day. I love his dad, Nephi. I just don't know if I don't know what's next. I don't know if I'd keep him. And that hurts my heart to say. I hate this game. This is evil, Jeff.
So you're
I'm
not making a.
I'm going.
Not deciding this.
No,
one?
I said I'm gonna go with not keeping Helaman Kasuga.
Wow.
I don't know that I saw that one coming.
I didn't see that one coming. Not from Moose. I thought for sure.
Oh, so you thought I would cut him? Okay.
I didn't know what you'd think.
Yeah. The measuring stick here is very subjective, right? I loved Helaman, watching him really come on the scene as a sophomore. Junior year he got hurt, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And then the senior year, he's able to come back. Felt like his trajectory really got off course because of that injury, right?
Yeah.
We never really got to see him become what we thought he'd become because he missed so much time that junior year.
Yeah.
If he is healthy as 3 years, it is a no doubt take for me. That injury is where it gets really tricky for me. Oh boy, man, I hate to pass on him. I hate to cut him.
I mean, I put him on the chalkboard, and he's a genius.
I know. I'm actually probably leaning towards take.
I have no problem with that whatsoever. Okay, take.
I think that's the right call.
Now I feel like an idiot for even throwing out cut. Thanks, you guys.
He's still top 5 in career passing yards. I think
and that's where for me it's like, I wish he didn't get hurt.
If he plays,
right? I mean,
if his senior season plays out the exact same way, but he gets that junior season,
plus had 3/4 of a season from his junior year.
He sets
right?
every record in the state. Yeah. Okay, all right, you're keeping Helaman Kasuga.
Thank you, Dane.
Keeping Helaman Kasuga. Next quarterback, Nate Dolly. 12,467 career pass yards, 128 career passing touchdowns, 910 career rushing yards. With 28 career rushing touchdowns, highest single seasons, 4,005 pass yards, 54 pass touchdowns, 454 rush yards, and 13 rush touchdowns. Those are a single season high, and of course he has the 1 state championship under his belt last season. Are you keeping Nate Dolly?
I don't know if I am. This is one that really hurts too. I think he had a phenomenal senior season, but it was the other 3 seasons that kind of killed it for me because he just didn't get it across the finish line to get those state titles in those previous 3 seasons.
This is one where, and this may be a controversial take, so Moose, feel free to save me on this one. He had so much talent around him as well that I wonder if he plays for another program in another circumstance, what level of success does he have? Very talented kid, right? But you look at all the options he had with Livingston and with White. I mean, like there
Crew
were
Jones.
Yeah, so many guys that I don't know if you look at him independently where he stacks up. So I would probably lean towards passing here as well.
I'd agree with that because you look at Riley Nelson, he didn't have quite the amount of talent around him.
Yeah,
but
Riley made players, right? Like
number 2 all time in passing yards in the state, number 2 in completions in the state, and you guys are cutting him.
He's a great player.
Would take him?
I'm not playing.
Cool, Jeff. Jeff
right.
creates this game where we're going to get so much hate. And he's
let's make everyone mad at Moose and Dane. This will be fun.
All right,
Let's take their best quarterback ever from a
We're
school.
moving on. We're moving to the next quarterback. All right, here we go. Next. This one is going to be tough.
Fantastic.
What number is this?
Bessinger. We're on quarterback number 7. Traden Bessinger, 10,908 pass yards, 127 pass touchdowns, 395 rush yards, 7 rushing touchdowns, single season highs, 4,313 pass yards, 53 pass touchdowns, 173 rush yards, and 3 scores. Did not win a state championship.
I think that might be the determining factor for me. The last statement right there. Kid's a winner. I love him. He's such a stud. It was a blast watching him, and you can see how much Davis is missing him this year. I mean, I'm going to go with just like a quarterback, I'm going to pass.
I would take him. And here's why.
Tell me.
Oh, did I say a head shake there?
No.
Oh, okay. Here's why I would take Traden Bessinger. You could argue of all the quarterbacks we've talked about that played at a 4A level or higher, I don't know how his line stacked up with some of those other quarterbacks.
Okay.
So he had to do a lot more from that position than some of the others on this list. He also, I think, was incredibly effective in running the offense. I mean, last year I think his completion percentage was over 70%. The gap of Davis to not win a state championship, I don't feel was a quarterback and I'd even say by extension an offensive problem. I think there were defensive challenges in opposing teams that they played. And even if you want to say the offense struggled, the place where the offense struggled was in the trenches with the O-line. And so I think from a talent ability, if you take Traden Bessinger and you put him at a Corner Canyon, you put him at a Timpview, you put him in an Orem or Ridgeline, that kid is going to light it up. And he still lit it up despite not having protection in front that most of these other quarterbacks did.
Well, I think some of the kids they lost throughout the years was pretty rough with
I don't disagree.
But
that still is the reality of him playing that position.
How many quarterbacks can we take left, and how many?
You got 3 takes left, and we'll do. I don't know. We're on quarterback number 7 of 12.
We can take him. Yeah.
Okay, we're taking Traden Bessinger.
But
okay.
I want to take all of these. I want to make that clear.
Okay, come on. All right. Cam Cooper, 11,372 pass yards, 118 career pass touchdowns. Did I type this right? I think I might have missed a letter. I have 19 career rushing yards. I know there was some negative rush yards early in his career. That might be wrong. It definitely is wrong. career rushing touchdowns, 11. Single season highs, 4,726 pass yards, 58 pass touchdowns. This is how we know we're wrong on the career rushing yards. 171 rush yards was his high with 7 rush touchdowns. Of course, he did have a state championship in 2017.
I mean, he turned Lehigh around, but if you take away Dallin Holker, that stat line, I don't think it is what it is. Having Ed Larson behind him helped him out a ton. I think I'm going to not take him, much to the chagrin of the Pioneers, just because there's not a lot of spots left.
Yeah, so we've taken 4 quarterbacks. We have 2 left, and how many more are on the list?
We will do 12 total. So this is quarterback number 8.
Okay, so we have 4 more after this and 2 spots remaining.
Correct.
I would also pass on Cameron Cooper.
Okay. Passing on Cameron Cooper. Okay, Britton Covey. Somebody said he's coming. You guys can have the debate.
Bring it on.
4,533 career pass yards, 56 career pass touchdowns, 3,037 career rush yards, 45 rush touchdowns. Single season highs, 2,602 pass yards with 30 passing touchdowns, 1,640 rush yards with 28 rushing touchdowns. 3 state championships under his belt, but 2 of those when he was the primary quarterback.
He's probably the best player I've seen in high school.
4,000 career passing yards. We have guys who've done that in a season.
How many rushing yards, though?
Yeah, 3,000. No, that's great.
He made the difference in state title games.
He turned that team around that season.
Did he lose a game?
No.
He didn't lose a single game.
He never lost. And he went to California. He played Troy Warner's team and made him look silly.
And this is where, for me, so how do you want to measure our quarterbacks, Moose?
Wins.
You want to measure quarterbacks on wins?
Wins is a big thing for me.
And I'm fine with that, but I'm just saying,
statistics are great, but you get a care offense and you could throw for 3,000 yards.
Thank you, Moose.
I know.
Now you got to do what he wants after that.
Jeez.
But
man,
would I want a state championship too?
Possibly.
Hey.
But Britton Covey changed Timpview's fortunes around.
He did.
And he had a lot of talent around him.
But I would argue he played out of position, and give credit to that coaching staff for being willing to figure out how to make it work with him by taking snaps.
Sure.
But it's been rare to hear one of these quarterbacks throw for less than 10,000 yards in their career, and he's at 4. And so it's well, do you want a quarterback or do you want an athlete? And I'm okay if we say we're going to take him because he's an athlete, but I'm not he's a top quarterback, because they did not use him in a quarterback fashion. They used him to establish a ground game that was extremely effective and nearly impossible to stop.
I mean, I didn't get him at BYU, and I want to get him here.
And where would you have put him at BYU?
I would have put him at wide receiver.
Okay. And that's where, for me, it's look, extremely talented athlete. We all know what happened to Britton Covey. I'm not saying this to diss on Britton at all.
No.
We're going to need an answer, gentlemen.
Is he a drop back quarterback? No. Is he a dual threat that relies on his legs more and still got it done with his 150-pound soaking wet frame and dominated to a level that I haven't seen in this state for a long, long time by himself? Yeah.
Where would that fit in today's game?
In today's game?
Yeah.
In high school?
Yeah.
He'd still do the same thing.
Okay.
Have you watched his film recently?
No, I haven't watched Britton Covey for years.
We're taking
we're taking time here, Jeff, okay?
I'm aware of the time you're taking.
I'm fine if you want to take him.
Yeah, I want to take him. I actually have him on my phone. I watch his huddle highlights as much as you watch Space
I thought you
Jam.
meant he was on the line right now. I was going to be sorry, Britton.
Okay, we're taking Britton Covey. Okay, so we've got to hustle through these last few.
Okay.
Alex Caressa.
Oh, I hate you.
10,951 pass yards, 101 career pass touchdowns, 1,095 career rushing yards with 29 rushing touchdowns. Season highs, 3,983 passing yards, 39 passing touchdowns, 698 rush yards with 19 rushing touchdowns. No state championships.
For him, he's the most competitive human being I've ever met.
And this will ruin your relationship with him.
I know it will.
Yeah, we're going to clip this, make sure that this is
I'm not
the
going to
exact
get any
clip.
wooden grill. He was going to give us hats all around. I'd probably just take... He didn't have much around him. He had Moroni, Lulu, Pututau, and that's it. And he is... I mean, what he did in college was amazing, too. Going to Portland State, winning
I think
games
it's okay
there.
to evaluate here, Moose. Who else do you think is on this list? We only have 2 more names after this.
He's probably going to put like freaking Ammon Olsen or something weird like that. I'd like to take Alex Caressa just because he would win with whatever.
I did not cover a lot of Alex Caressa, so I don't have a great feel for his game. So
I'm not going to take Alex Caressa.
You're not?
I think he's got other kids on this list, and I think Alex Caressa is going to.
Let me just say this: you would take Ammon Olsen over Alex Caressa?
I wouldn't. I just don't know who he's going to throw. Alex Hart on there.
You would take Alex Hart over?
I don't know if I would, because if I put Alex Caressa in that offense, he might do better.
So this is my point, right? Like, think about who we haven't listed. Do you really feel like there's?
I don't think there's
above...
a better athlete competitor than Alex Caressa.
So do you want to take him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm relying on my analyst here because I don't know Caressa's game well
You've
enough.
taken Alex Caressa.
Yeah.
Who did we miss?
I did not stack. This was going to be the next quarterback. Was going to be Isaac Wilson. Career passing yards 8,757, 94 career passing touchdowns. 2,068 career rushing yards, 18 career rushing touchdowns, season highs of 45, 95, 49, 1304, and 13.
We got one more on our
state
list, but
championships.
we're going to have to get to it when we come back. We got to take a break. We'll be back. We'll finish up Jeff's sick little game here on the Friday Night Tailgate on KSL Sports.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Do you love your front door? Does it improve the curb appeal of your home? Does it feel secure and new and perfect for your home? No? Let me direct you to Peach Windows and Doors, where everything they do is custom. They can install a front door or a basement door or a big door that you could drive a car through if you wanted to. And the knobs on these doors are not just knobs. They're like a locking system that works like a safe. These are the most secure doors, and Peach builds those doors. So when they install, they are custom fit to your home. You can even have an option to have like a glass window on the side of your door. They're called operable side light doors, and they can open themselves, which would allow you to move something large in or out of the house. It's just all of the custom features that we can do for you at Peach Windows and Doors. I encourage you to stop by their showroom on 3rd West at 2940 South, or see some of the beautiful doors and windows online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through August 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hey, Doug.
Escape to Cedar City, just one tank of gas away. Hike Canara Falls, explore Cedar Breaks, and enjoy world-class theater under the stars at the Utah Shakespeare Festival. Adventure, culture, and wide-open beauty, closer than you think. Visit cedarcity.com.
Friday Night Tailgate Show. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen. We got Moose Bingham here in studio. Jeff's been really trying to make Moose and I unpopular with previous quarterbacks in the state. He's doing a bang-up job, by the way. We've gone through 11 of the 12. Jeff, we've got our roster set. Tell us who was the last candidate that we did not get a chance to review.
Well, that you pre-cut is what happened.
Yeah.
You filled up your team of 6. Austin Kafensis was our last quarterback. 12,929 career pass yards. 114 career passing touchdowns, 6,749 career rush yards with 100 career rush touchdowns.
Wow.
Single season highs, 38-62, 40, 18-84, and 25, and he has one state championship under his belt.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So your team, just to recap.
Yep.
You picked you're in the pick 6. You kept Jackson Dart, Riley Nelson, Helaman Kasuga, Traden Bessinger, Britton Covey, and Alex Caressa. Pretty darn good team of quarterbacks. And you let Cam Cooper, Isaac Wilson, Austin Kafensis, Nate Dolly, Bryson Barnes, and Cooper Laga go.
I feel okay.
I'm actually kind of pumped.
I feel okay.
Okay.
There's a couple names you don't have on here, Jeff, which I was kind of nervous about, right?
Yep.
I mean, we can start with, I don't know, number 2 pick, Zach Wilson.
There's a lot.
I mean, really, here's the question. Why didn't you put Zach on the list? Let's put you on the hot seat. What were you thinking, Jeff, to not include Zach Wilson?
I was thinking there's a lot of really good quarterbacks, and I didn't have to say these was the 12th best. I could have picked Jeff Hansen and made you guys make a decision. He could have been the last pick, and you were deliberating between Alex Caressa. What do we do? Do we keep him? And then boom, Jeff Hansen's your next pick. Like, we could have done that. So yeah, no, I'm playing the game is what I'm playing. But no, there's some really talented quarterbacks. Maddox Madsen did not get on the list. Cody Wilstead was a guy that I looked at. Zach Wilson, of course, is a guy that I looked at.
There's still a name that has not been mentioned.
Well,
and I don't expect him to, but man, I love this
For
kid.
a single season, there was one quarterback that I did look at, but the career just didn't stack up. Boone Abbott at American Fork had a
stud.
phenomenal one season, and he could have easily made this list. So there's probably 10, 12 other guys that are truly all-time quarterbacks that have come out of this state. We've had really good quarterback play here in the state of Utah.
Any that you feel like, Moose, that you haven't heard that you're like, that's one that stood out to you that you liked or worth
playing with
consideration?
Ammon Olsen. Ammon was very, very good, and he had 1 year. Jordy Brown was good. Dallin Cutler was good. Ryan Rosenvalt was good. But randomly, Stephen Cantwell is one that I would throw in there. 2 state titles.
Unsung at Bingham.
Well, you look at his career even after Bingham, going down to Utah Tech or Dixie State at the time. Dominated. Goes to Snow College after that. Comes in number 2 in the nation. Then he goes to Weber State, leads them to the playoffs. Yeah. Very unheralded, unorthodox, but phenomenal quarterback from every single level.
Bronson Barron, a young man who went and played at Weber State.
Very good.
I'll tell you the one that I loved watching this kid play, and I don't know what it was. There was just something about this young man that I loved. Only played 1 year at Jordan High School, Drew Lisk.
Yeah,
Ooh,
very good.
I don't know if you guys remember Drew, but man, I loved watching that kid play. Went up to Utah, and I always felt like every spring I was like, that's the best quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, I loved watching Drew Lisk.
Very good.
I don't know what it was about him, but big fan.
And we could keep going. I mean, Devin Brown had a single season at corner that he was phenomenal.
Cody Hagan?
Yeah.
Cole Hagan was
Sorry,
very good.
Cole.
Yeah,
Yep.
Cole Hagan was very good.
Cody was good too.
All
but,
of Jordan's
you look at what
quarterbacks were
Emerson.
wild.
You look at what Emerson Geilman did at Bountiful and winning a state championship. That was pretty darn impressive, and the teams that he had to beat in order to get there. And this is really, I mean, in the last 20, 25 years, right? I mean, there's certainly others that you could go further back in time, but yeah, a lot of really good quarterbacks. I think you did pretty good. I think that team, for not knowing what's coming next, and I think you guys did pretty well. I think there's certainly some debate to be had about Kafensis and Cam Cooper both, but I think you guys came up with a pretty good team and made wise decisions along the way.
I thought you were going to throw like Jim McMahon in there. And
No,
like,
see, and you could, right? But like, what did he do at Roy? I don't know. Like, I know he was very good.
State championship, right?
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah,
That's it.
And that's all that I couldn't tell you his passing stats. I couldn't tell you the type of offense that he played in. I could tell you what he did at BYU.
Ooh,
Jace Palmer.
That's a solid pull.
That's one of those where the lower classification you maybe don't doesn't come quick to mind, right? But
Yeah.
that's a good one.
There's a lot of quarterbacks that we could have talked about.
Yeah.
Been a pretty good quarterback state.
Can't wait to do this with kickers next week.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Hey, actually, Moose isn't here next week, right? So we can take care of that. 30 seconds,
Yeah.
Jeff. Right?
I'll do respect to all of them, but they're all cut. We're looking for some other players.
Oh, I take Moose.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
As a kicker?
Well, not taking me as a
You gonna take
quarterback.
I take him as a broadcaster.
Oh, there we go.
Love to have him on the team. As a kicker, I mean, I don't know.
Hey, he beat Pleasant Grove.
There you go.
Oh.
Hey, we've got
And I think that was the infamous interview, was it not? That game?
Oh, there
It
were a
was.
couple bad ones.
No, I know, but that was the one, the walk-off at PG, right?
Yep. That was
That
bad.
was-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got a score update for you.
Okay,
Oh,
hit us.
let's go.
Weber Brighton.
Oh,
It
boy.
is all knotted up. 31-31.
Really?
With the
Brighton
last
coming
check,
back.
9 minutes to go in the game.
By the way, oh, my goodness. Jeff, I know I'm going to get this wrong, but do we need to start talking Roosevelt?
We always need to start talking Roosevelt. Yes.
Tonight, there was a battle
Yeah.
out in Roosevelt.
Yeah.
You see that?
I see it.
How about the mighty Cougars of Uinta? 22-21. They get the win over Uinta. Pair of 30-yard touchdown runs from Dylan Wadahamaji, maybe?
God,
Sorry
it feels
about
like we've been
that.
talking about Dylan Wadahamaji for a while. Because we
We
called
did the game at Ogden.
and it was him at quarterback,
Yep.
and he's still there. My goodness.
Getting a nice rivalry win for the old Cougs. That'll make Atlee Ziff and Union Nation pretty proud out there. Congratulations.
I got one more. My goodness, this game. Harriman and Stansbury, 33-29 Mustangs. 4 minutes, about 4.5 minutes to go in the game. In that
What an
one.
effort by Stansbury, huh? Can't wait to see how that one turns out.
Yeah.
Hey, we got some other games going on right now, or we've got some games that are wrapping up. We talk about this new mercy rule and the effect it has. Viewmont Cypress, that game was over about an hour and a half ago. That one was all Vikings. Kanab with a solid victory over North Sevier. Let's see, just looking for some of those that had kind of the early finishes. Copper Hills, boy, when was the last time that Copper Hills had a victory in a mercy rule? That program has been, one that's taken a lot of lumps along the way. 55-7. That game was complete through 3. Copper Hills with a victory over West Jordan.
Darius Matthews doing a phenomenal job
he
over
is.
there.
He's got a good staff out there too, by the way.
Tyron Morris Edwards getting her done.
Duchesne solid over Cottonwood in a mercy rule game. And there's another mercy rule, Jeff. Have you seen this bad boy? What is going on?
Bryson Ridge is what's going on. 3 touchdowns
Jeff.
for the Falcons. 46-0. They go home early. The Falcons, F-F-F-A-L-C-C-C-O-N, F-A-L-C-O-N, Falcons. 2-0 Clearfield, man.
What in the world?
If you don't think they're getting rankings or they're getting votes in this week's power rankings, you are sorely mistaken.
By the way,
spoiler alert: the votes that Clearfield receives are coming from right here, and they might get 25 of them by the time all is said and done.
Just so you know, not only was a mercy rule win, walk-off, Jace Ellis with a 23-yard touchdown run, 9:41 to go in the fourth quarter. No PAT needed because it's 44+, and we're just heading to the bus and we're riding home happy, Jeff. In fact, let's talk a little bit because you are a proud Clearfield alum.
Yes.
What is that bus ride like for these players having that kind of a night? 2-0 or the mighty Falcons of Clearfield High?
It's huge. I mean, all kidding aside, right? It has been a long time since Clearfield has been 2-0. It's been tough for the Falcons, and all kidding aside, this is awesome for that program. I mean, this is a program that has a lot of history. They have been a very good football team. New schools, realignment, things like that have really made it tough for Clearfield. When Coach Caputo took that job, he left a really good Farmington team, and he had other options. And he went to Clearfield, and the first thing he did was called Freddie Fernandez and said, hey, help me come and establish something here at Clearfield. Freddie has since moved on, but he brought that culture to Clearfield. Coach Caputo is fantastic football coach. There is going to be credibility with what he says with those kids. Those kids are going to have a confidence that hasn't existed inside the Clearfield locker room in a long time. And if you look ahead at Clearfield's schedule.
And look, this is actually fascinating because next week is going to be a really good test for them.
Yeah.
Really good
test
for them.
Yeah, they go on the road to a Layton team that Clearfield's going to be confident.
Closer than expected against Timpview.
Yep.
They're pitching a shutout tonight, by the way.
Yeah, against Northridge.
Yep.
We'll watch out for shutout for sure.
It's on there.
But you look ahead at this Clearfield schedule. They've got Ogden after Layton. Ogden did get a win, 7-6 over Bonneville tonight. But that's a game that Clearfield, I'm sure, is saying, okay, we got a shot here. Westfield is on the schedule later. Westfield struggled again a little bit today. What does that look like? Roy's had its scuffles. Bonneville's had its scuffles. Northridge. Suddenly, Clearfield is looking at this, and they are believing that they can 5-5, 6-4. They can compete for a playoff spot in this new format.
Playoffs.
Clearfield is feeling confident at 2-0, and especially with a blowout win. Look, I'm happy, but also really just happy for those kids. Bryson Ridge, we talked about him as an explosive return man on special teams. He had 3 touchdowns, including another kickoff return for a touchdown tonight.
By the way, our KSL Game Night Live game of the week, Longhorns starting to find their footing. Couple touchdowns. That game's 20-14 in the fourth quarter.
You knew it'd come at some point. You knew that Easton Eilertson's not going to stay down for long.
Good for Clearfield. Good for Clearfield. If you're a Clearfield fan, you're going to want to give us a follow because you're just going to be talking a lot of Falcons this week.
I can promise you there's nobody that's going to be covering
MVP,
Clearfield more than us.
It's oh, all right.
Weber, go ahead. Touchdown, 38-31 now over Brighton. Less than 3 minutes to go.
Trying to see how much time we got left in that KSL game. Is our formal post game? Oh wow! Oh yeah, because it started late. So we're gonna dive in and start going through some of these scores. Yeah, Jeff, go ahead.
Stansbury, inside a minute to play with the go-ahead touchdown. 36-33 over Harriman.
All right, let's talk about that one. Because if I recall correctly, I think Harriman was the coach's pick to win Region 2 this year.
Yeah.
Harriman gets the win over Bountiful. They go to Stansbury. What is this? If they're able to hold on, right? What do we take from this game, Jeff?
Look, the Stallions are for real. They've got a run game with Petty Vaca. That changes that entire team. We know that Brighton Reitzel can throw the ball, and he's certainly done that again tonight. We know that they've got some studs on defense, and remember, Bronx Baker, if he's playing tonight, he's playing hurt. I know that there's an injury there. I don't think he's playing at all. They've got offensive weapons. We talked about it last week. Luve Hilu is on that coaching staff now, and when I talked with some of those coaches out there at Stansbury, they said that when Luve joined the staff over the summer, all of a sudden everything changed inside that locker room because that was a guy that...
How could it not, by the way?
Absolutely, right? That's a guy from the area. He played at, Tooele, not Stansbury, but he's from out there on that side of the mountain. He is young enough that he can relate to these kids still, and he's able to say, guys, this is exactly what it takes to win, and this is what it takes to get to the next level. And you can hear that from your coaches all day long. He might not be saying anything different than what Coach Walker's been saying for years now out there at Stansbury, but all of a sudden you see it from a guy that you can relate to because he's just a few years older than you, and you start to buy in. And that's what happened this summer, and you're starting to see Stansbury, there's something cooking out there.
There was I heard something last week. I'm trying to remember where it came from. I thought someone said Stansbury might be the team to beat in 4A. I don't know who that was, but I heard it somewhere. But somewhere. You see a game like this, and it's like, Well, that just put a lot of validity to that kind of a claim. Whoever was bold enough to make such a claim last week.
Seemed like a crazy thing to say, but you do. You look around, and Crimson is in a little bit of a dogfight with Provo. Ridgeline was in a dogfight with Park City. Stansbury, they're in a dogfight too, but they're in a dogfight against Harriman.
And that's a top 5 team in 6A. I don't know if they're top 3, but they're certainly top 5,
Yeah.
right? And
Well,
again, you talk about the expectations. You talk about their running game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're big, too. Harriman's big up front, and in fact, you're able to,
I think
to stay with them.
That's what it's going to be for Stansbury. Even if they don't hold on and win this game, you just competed with one of the best offensive lines in the state. There's not going to be anybody else on Stansbury's schedule.
You will not have to face that again.
Yeah, and so if you can do that, okay. Moose looks confused.
We might need to double check that score.
Deseret News has it 36-33.
I've got 39-36 on Max Preps.
Oh.
Well, there was still time. So
That's
has
what it
Harriman
says.
scored? Because there was, a minute? There was a...
It says under a minute left. Did they return a kick?
Did they return a kick? Yeah, I mean, this may have just happened.
See, and this is why we go back to a real genius last week, because they just get rid of kickoffs.
Oh, man.
Might have been a punt. Could get another dot on the bingo board.
There we go. Yeah, we'll have to look and see what happens there. But, I mean, everything we just said...
It's still true.
Still true.
It's
For
100%
4A Stansbury, you're looking at this, and, man, you're feeling good.
I
You
mean,
were feeling good.
I didn't think this would be a competitive game at all. When you've got the line that Harriman has, I thought they were just going to run through Stansbury. It shows not just that a running back coach came in, but a defensive line coach, a linebacker coach, and a safeties coach. The defense really stepped up huge for this to be that type of a game.
Yeah. Man, good on them. Do you want to start going through some scores here, Jeff?
Yeah, let's do it.
We've got a bit of time still with that KSL Game Night Live game. Down, I think, about 8 minutes or so. So, all right, where do you want to start?
Well, I'm looking at our Davis and Fremont. We needed to see a bounce back from Davis, especially offensively. I've got them, at last check, 49-28 over Fremont. That's the offense we expected to see from the Darts, and good for Brody Scheinberg. Look, all the conversation that is more than justified about Itai Howe and Sparrow and Sam Coleman and all of the weapons that they've got on that offense. It doesn't work if the quarterback can't get the ball where it needs to go, especially in that offense. More than just about any offense, the quarterback doesn't have to be all world, but he's got to get it out on time and on target and let those playmakers make plays. We didn't see that against Corner Canyon. Great bounce back game for Brody Scheinberg. Give him some confidence going into the rest of the season. They've got the weapons. We know that. They've got the playmakers to contend with anybody. If the quarterback can deliver like he has tonight, then the Darts they're not going anywhere.
You started us off previewing Timpanogos and Desert Hills. The Thunder had to come from behind in that one, gave up an early touchdown. But nice bounce back. Seth Brown had a pair of touchdowns, one rushing, one receiving, as they get the 29-13 victory over Timpanogos. Not quite the 40-point effort they had last week.
Can we call that a rural comeback?
I don't know. Is Desert Hills rural? I don't
know. They're not Wasatch Front. You're right.
Okay.
No. You're right.
I think that might be a bit of a stretch.
Well, I'm trying to fill out the bingo board.
Yeah, we've been so close. We can't finish it off.
Yeah, I'm looking up and down, and I don't know. It's getting tough.
What else you got?
That game up in, I guess it's in Bear River. I was going to say Brigham City, but Box Elder and Bear River, that's still, at last check, there's still 10 minutes to go in the game, but it is back and forth. Box Elder is clinging to a 36-34 lead. Bear River has done a good job of keeping Judd Howells out of the end zone. He's only scored one touchdown, and that doesn't seem newsworthy, but when you look at what Judd Howells usually does, that's pretty darn newsworthy.
Yeah. Richfield Grantsville. Been an interesting one. Grantsville's trying to make that rural comeback. They have reeled off 17 unanswered to tie that game up inside the 3-minute mark in the fourth quarter. Crew already able to find Dawson Dunleavy from 45 yards out to tie that one up. Can they finish it off? We'll see, but good battle there in a lower classification game.
Pineview, we're not counting Desert Hills as rural, so we're not counting Pineview as a rural comeback.
Yeah.
But they did get the win. Cedar's winning streak is snapped at 14 games. Pineview with 2 late touchdowns in the fourth quarter. A touchdown with 4 minutes to go and a touchdown with 2 minutes to go. And they sneak away with a 34-30 win over Cedar.
Canyon View took on Dixie. Canyon View's been one of those programs, it's been built up a little bit in recent years, Jeff. No longer kind of that Friday night game that you look forward to. And did a nice job tonight against Dixie. Strong first half, really set the tone as the Falcons able to cruise 41-26 the victory. And what you have to be really probably most impressed with is just the versatility tonight. Rushing touchdowns from Jace Floyd, Camden Sheridan, Ian Williams. Passing touchdowns from different QBs. A lot of different contributors tonight for Canyon View as they get the victory from start to finish over the Dixie Flyers.
Game that we haven't talked about a ton. Farmington at Bountiful, the Red Hawks. My goodness. They're up 35-10 with 2.5 minutes to play. Mason Tidwell has a pair of touchdown catches. But really a strong performance from Bountiful that nearly came back and got a come-from-behind win against Harriman. They fought. They were down big in that game, and they came back and made it close. And they kept the momentum rolling in this one, 35-10 over their maybe rival. We'll let other people decide.
We talked about one of the Region 8 favorites this year in Salem Hills. And Spanish Fork, the Dons get the job done. As James Buck had 4 rushing touchdowns for Spanish Fork, including the game winner. Just under 6 to go as they get the 33-28 victory over Salem Hills. Boy, what a big win for Spanish Fork. As, man, I don't know that we talked about they put up a lot of points last week. I don't know that I expected them to be able to go toe-to-toe with this Salem Hills team, Jeff, and yet they find a way to pull it off, and nice win.
Yeah, that's a great win. It's now final. Harriman does complete the comeback.
Wow.
And according to the box score, we're going to have to try to find a way to get eyes on this one. With 3 seconds left, a 50-yard Bryson Sweeney touchdown pass to Hayes Priest, and that is the game winner.
Wow.
We'll see if we can't get film on that one because we're going to probably have to talk about that next week.
I would not ask Stansbury for that film, Jeff.
We'll find ways to get that film.
We talked about players you wouldn't want to be on film. I would imagine that last play,
tough.
that is a
Man, what a game.
tough one.
What a game.
What a game.
And
look, if you're Stansbury, okay, let's talk about that bus ride.
Yeah.
Right, you're the coach. You're that close, right? You give up on a final play. What's the message in that locker room? If you're a player, what are you thinking? I mean, how do you quickly clear the mechanism from that one and build on it?
Yeah, you're bummed, right? I mean, obviously, you think you have a huge, massive upset, and then it's kind of stripped away from you. You're bummed out. That tonight's going to sting. There's no question. If I'm the coaching staff, I am going through that film, and I am highlighting good after good after good after good because Stansbury had a lot of good in that game. And it's one of the top teams in the state, right? Yeah. And you just proved that they need a throwaway Hail Mary to beat you. Like that's how close this game was. I think that you have confidence. Tonight's going to be brutal. Tonight's tough. But after today, maybe after tomorrow, when they get back into the film room, maybe Monday, maybe tomorrow still stings a little bit. But by the time they get back to practice on Monday, there's a lot of good that they're going to be able to take away from this game.
You know, we've been kind of toying around with comebacks tonight. Westfield has the lead over Woods Cross in the fourth quarter, 21-20.
They have the name Field in the school.
Is that a rural comeback?
If fields aren't rural, then what is? Man. We do have a potential shutout here. Pleasant Grove, Westlake Pleasant Grove.
Surprising, right? Because one of the names on our board is Malik Sika.
Yeah.
And surprising to see that he's not had an opportunity to get the Thunder on the board because he's one of the more dynamic receivers in the state this year, Jeff.
He's fantastic. The Utah State commit, very, very good player, very good basketball player, just a really good athlete. And there's a lot of talent on that Westlake team. PG, I mean, hats off to the Vikings. Still, at last check, still a full quarter to play, so that game could still go any direction. But Pleasant Grove, I mean, that's a really strong bounce-back performance so far.
We talk about some of the out-of-state matchups tonight, Lone Peak and IMG. This was IMG from the get-go as they just probably took out a lot of frustration from last year, Jeff. And, it's one of those where if you're Lone Peak, you're like, oh, great, we have to bear the brunt of I guess it was 2 years ago, right? But, time flies, right? but that was all IMG from the get-go, and just not much Lone Peak could do on this Friday night. It's 52-3?
Yeah. That's just
59-3, my apologies.
Just a brutal matchup. Weber did get the win. It is final now, 38-31 over Brighton. Great bounce-back performance for the Warriors. Creed DeVries, I believe, 3 touchdown catches for DeVries. That's the way to do it. Find a way to get the ball to DeVries. He's as explosive of a wide receiver as there is in the state this year. So good, strong performance for Carter Payne and company.
We talked a little bit about the Battle of the Rock, Skyline Olympus, and that game that was 2-0 at half, and we really thought, Jeff, we had something special boiling up. Skyline gets 21 points in that second half. Tate Johnson with a pair of rushing touchdowns. Sam Nada had a pick 6.
Golly.
But and then ended up with a touchdown reception to make it a one-possession game, but not enough. As Skyline, boy, how big of a win is this for Skyline? Again, we talk about Olympus jumping on the scene. Actually, we'll come back and talk about this because I think there's a lot with this game, how those teams were coming in, new coaching staffs. We're going to come back and talk about this battle. Skyline getting that 21-16 win. We'll head to a break, be back. You're watching Friday Night Tailgate Show on KSL Sports.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built Americans' financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. However, we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have since seen inflation erode the dollar's value. This is Stephen K. Bannon. What is the foundation of your savings? Birch Gold Group has been helping Americans solidify their savings with gold for the past 15 years. They help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, let Birch Gold help build your foundation with gold. To learn more, get your free info kit from Birch Gold by texting SECURE to 989898. That's SECURE to 989898. Take a stand for your financial future. Text SECURE to 989898 right now to receive your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group.
Message and data rates may apply.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. Our final segment here on KSL Sports Friday Night Tailgate Show. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen, Moose Bingham here in studio as we're just waiting this Westfield Woods Cross game come down to this final possession, 21-20. Westfield in the lead, but Woods Cross driving had a 4th down conversion run by Hallsbach. They've got it inside the red zone, the Cats do, as we're inside 2 minutes. We'll keep you apprised as that game goes on. But, Jeff, I want to talk about that Skyline Olympus game. Oh. What do you got, Jeff?
Grantsville completes the comeback.
What?
31-24 final
Wow.
over Richfield. That's a game that Richfield at the half, 24-7.
And Grantsville scored to tie it with just 3 minutes to go, so they get that ball back and end up scoring. What was the final?
Yeah, Dawson Dunleavy, his second touchdown, the game winner, what proved to be the game winner, was his second touchdown in a minute and 45 seconds.
Wow.
He had a 45-yard pass from Crew Allred with about 3 minutes to go, and then the game winner with a minute 15 left, and then the defense held on.
By the way, this one's final now. PG shuts out Westlake. Look out.
Oh, are we close?
We are close there as well. 14-0 your final score as Cannon Jacobson had a touchdown pass. And Tabake Wolfgram with a 60-yard touchdown run in the third quarter. Low-scoring affair, but Pleasant Grove gets the win over their former region rival.
Wow. Dane, we're a scoregami away.
Well, we're a couple things away.
We talked about
we are right
Monsika.
there. Yeah.
But it feels forced a little bit.
Yeah.
We can't give ourselves the bingo on a forced one. We need scoregami to come through, and
we've got a first and goal. Woods Cross converted. First and goal for the Cats. 1:30 to go, and that Brody Benson offense, man, it is just
so tough. This is right where Woods Cross was a week ago against Syracuse. And
all right, so they got the ball here at the 5, and it looks like Westfield has 2 timeouts left. Do you hold here, or do you let them score and try to get this ball, Jeff? If you're Westfield.
I mean, if you're going to let them score, you got to let them score.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, right?
But
like,
they're making
should you
the
have
tackle.
let them go in there?
Yeah, well, I think at that point, I would have and say, let's let my offense that's found some momentum try to go make a game-winning play. But, I mean, for a minute there, they did not let them score, and then the timeout did not come in, and so I was getting a little flummoxed. There was some general confusion in my brain.
So we got a timeout there. Let's bounce back to some other scores. Gosh, I can't remember what we've talked about. Hey, how about this? American Fork battling with Mater Dei. That's 17-11, Jeff.
Ooh. Hey. One, put on for the state of Utah, AF. Let's go, caveman.
That's
Get
right.
this thing done. But more than anything, get yourself some confidence, Jake Mattson. And if you're not on board with the Jake Mattson hype train yet, there's still time to get on early. We won't call you a bandwagoner yet. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks that are young right now, but he's absolutely among the best.
That last touchdown was Jake Mattson to Cash Taese, 9-yard touchdown pass with 4:19 to go in the third. Late in the third quarter, that's a one-possession game down in California. Mater Dei in a battle with American Fork. Love it.
Dan, we might have, I don't know, but maybe some scoregami.
Okay.
I got to find it. 31-9? That doesn't feel like, I get that it's probably happened before, but we're trying to get under 10.
Yeah.
Let me go do some digging. 30.
We've got someone in the studio here. Why don't they do some work, huh? Woods Cross in the end zone. Touchdown, Cats, as they've taken the lead. 1:10 to go.
31-9 has happened 8 times.
Oh, man, we were so close.
This
Jeff.
would be number 9.
10.
This would be under 10. It'd get us on the board. There's still 30 seconds left in that game, and as we've learned, A lot can happen in
never
30
know.
seconds. Okay, Woods Cross did score.
Yep.
So now we've got 21-26 pending the PAT, but
Hey,
they're
you know,
going for two.
They go for 2, right?
yeah, not a bad idea here. Well, we'll call this one for you actually.
We got to get warmed up. Are you and I on a call this week?
Thanks for blowing that, Jeff.
Oh, shit. We didn't say where. We might just be calling Dax's
Hey,
game.
Thursday night.
We might
come
be
join
calling
us.
Dax's game.
2-point try. Oh, they carry him in. No, they say no good. I thought he got rolled into the end zone, but the official there saying no. Woods Cross can't believe there's 1:10 left. It's 26-21, and Westfield will get the ball. By the way, folks, if you joined us last week, that is
could have been
the
it.
beauty. That could have been it right there. But that's okay.
I
Longhorns.
do. If they're going to do the Longhorn thing, which actually, if you go out to Taylor, it makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
It fits. I do like that they've not just taken straight burnt orange. They've added a little bit of flair to it.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Yeah.
It's a good look.
Hey, we got a first. So we got a new high school up in old Midway.
Yeah.
Deer Creek.
Yeah.
I think they had their first touchdown in school history scored tonight. So Kai Betzinger had a 6-yard touchdown throw to Jake Woolstenhume as they fell short, but man, whenever you get a first for a program,
that's cool.
It takes time to get momentum built, but wanted to call that out. Congratulations to the new Riverhawks of Deer Creek High School on their
Another
first touchdown.
Riverhawk?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. It's not their fault, right?
I feel like they picked the name.
Some administrator picked it, so.
Is that how it happens? Because back in my
Well, it
day,
seems that way
students
because-
were voting.
Well,
We
last
voted
week,
for
but
it.
it doesn't matter if they vote because this was look. If there's one thing you want to get Dusty going on, just talk to him about how Chargers came to be the mascot for Corner Canyon. He would let you know in about a 15-minute sermon why that process went awry.
I've never heard this
Oh,
story.
you haven't heard
No.
this? Do you know the story?
I thought it was we voted for it and it was supposed to be the Cougars.
Bingo!
But-
It was a vote, and it was Corner Canyon
Not bingo.
Cougars.
Yeah, and then some.
But administration.
You said bingo, so we're giving ourselves the bingo
Oh,
square.
I love it.
Nice.
But administration did, and the alliteration of it, and the C's and all that, and it was the colors, and it was a full end to Corner Canyon Cougars, right? So you can imagine Dusty how near and dear that would have been to his heart.
Yeah, he'd have
right?
loved that.
He would have loved that.
His 2 favorite teams.
But it did not. It was not pleasing, and thus a change was made
Because of the
Administratively,
BYU stuff?
I think there were a couple of factors. Well, I think that was part of it because it was logo and color, so there was a very tight tie to that. But there is also a
group of
urban meaning to that terminology that they didn't want associated with the area. And so, Westfield, big play up to the 50.
There's Eilertson. That's the Eilertson we expected
So it
to
got
see
switched
all
to
year.
Chargers.
Oh, why Chargers? There's another story that we'll share another
Well, you
day.
shared that about San Diego Chargers.
Well, that, but
Oh, okay.
another high school named Fubar. And
Westfield quickly up to the line, inside a minute to go. They're across the 50.
Ooh, he got popped on that one.
Boy, hit there immediately, short of the first down, and that clock moving still here.
Now, it looks like Westfield does have one timeout.
Yep.
Got to punch it into the end zone. And
They just took that timeout.
Oh, were they just shy of the first down? Looks
Yes,
like
they were.
Just shy. A team we haven't talked about at all, I don't think yet, Mountain Crest. And look, they've played Deer Creek and they've played Wasatch. So they haven't played the toughest teams in the state yet, but 49-0 a week ago and 46-15, not quite a final score yet over Wasatch right now. We saw this from the Mustangs last year that offense just put up points. And here they are 2 weeks into the season and they're into the 40s both weeks.
How are we doing with our scoregami game, Jeff?
I don't know. You put me on the spot. I was looking at Mountain Crest, you know?
I thought it was under 10 for the one thing.
Well, it was under 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, it wasn't
so
over.
It was just whether it
wasn't over.
finalized or not.
And it's late enough in the day that I wasn't quick enough to vamp while I looked it up. So instead I opted to whine.
Box Elder pulling away from Bear River in that one. That one's 50-34. Love the fight from the Bears. I was hoping Coach Andrews' group would get that done. It's been a while since they've got a win in that series.
And now I've lost the game altogether, Dane. Let's see.
Oh, wide open. Woods Cross brought pressure, and they were able to get the first down, take that down to about the 30-yard line. So the Longhorns here on the move, drive continuing.
Park City, it is final. So according to our records, that 31-9 score has now happened 9 times.
Give us, Jeff, a
Give
reason
us
to
a reason.
celebrate. We got bingo tonight.
There's nothing that makes me feel like an elephant in a cage more than Dane just chucking peanuts at me. I like it.
I don't know what happens when we get bingo. I like this. I think we got to figure out like some celebration. Maybe it's a Jeff dance.
It's never a Jeff dance, but
I
we'll
don't know.
find
I kind of
something.
like that idea.
I think you need some like poppers in here or something.
Oh, we could do pop.
Well,
then we
I
got
don't
to
want to
clean
leave
it
the
up.
studio a mess.
Then we got to clean it up.
It's just one.
Okay, here's what we do. We'll do poppers, and Moose can clean it up.
Sounds good. We're starting next week.
That was a trick. That was a trick.
Easton Ellerson has been really good this game. It's really fun watching him, especially after
great.
what he did last season.
Yeah, my hot take last week, it didn't look great after 6 quarters, but my hot take was, hey, Easton Eilerson could lead the state in passing this year, and there was a little bit of a hole through 6 quarters that he's going to have to dig himself out of. But he's got all the talent in the world, and he's got the experience. He's one of the
only
most
a junior
prolific,
right now.
one of the most prolific passers in the state.
They're down to the 29-yard line. Eilerson out of shotgun, taking a shot, and it's intercepted. Down inside the 10. Woods Cross able to get the defensive stop as that ball almost looked like it was thrown to the inside. And it was Corey Flanders there, the junior safety, able to undercut that, pick it off. And the Woods Cross Wildcats will hold on here to a Week 2 win.
Woods Cross, second week in a row, just a 1-score game. They get a 27-26 win over Syracuse a week ago, a very good Syracuse team. And then they hold on here 26-21 against a very good Westfield team. Woods Cross, man, they just win games. That's what
tough.
they did last year.
You were just watching that replay. The coverage is there, and then he had help over the top. That's one where you probably feel rushed, like, I got to get this down the field. We only have a couple plays left. And learning moment there for Westfield is they'll come up just short in this one.
It's pretty impressive this young of a program is this competitive already, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, their third year, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Coach Eric Jones.
Yeah, he's back.
Love it.
I love it.
Love it.
I love it, and they are. They're clicking. That Westfield program. If you spend any time out there, there's already, and it's cool, that community feel that we talk about, that exists out at Westfield. There's a lot of pride. There's a lot of Westfield flags, a lot of Longhorn flags flying around. All of their youth teams already have jumped on board. They're all the West Haven Longhorns. It's what you want to see, and it is a community that has completely rallied around that new high school, and my goodness, there's a lot of growth happening out there. That's a program that's not going anywhere.
We talked a little bit about that Mountain Ridge game. Oh, my gosh, man, we got another one. This is crazy what's going on tonight. Mountain Ridge over Lehigh, 42-0 your final score there.
Sheesh.
Xander Thayer had a receiving touchdown and a rushing touchdown. DeYoung had a 9-yard touchdown reception. Brad Foster had a 1-yard touchdown run. They had 3 rushing touchdowns from 3 different players, speaking of Mountain Ridge. And, wait for this, they had a safety as well. Is this the most safeties we've ever had in 1 week? I feel like every game has had a safety tonight. It's crazy.
It feels like a lot. Another game that ended at the end of the third quarter, Salt Lake West, 60-0 over Salt Lake East. Just a lot of points. We talked about Derendrick Dixon, 4 rushing touchdowns. Lester Falatea had a punt return for a touchdown.
Oh,
that's on the board. I'm sure we've had a sack at some point. I'm sure we've had a sack.
You haven't talked about it, Jeff.
But he also had a pick 6 in that game. He had 2 pick 6s. It's going to be hard to not feature Lester Falatea and a special teams touchdown and 2 defensive touchdowns and some sort of helmet sticker, MVP, I don't know, something video somewhere. That kind of performance is going to get him highlighted somewhere, I can tell you that.
Highland with a nice bounce back tonight. This is a team that I think, that program, what a great traditional program in this state. Last couple of years has had some tough times. I felt like there was some expectation that this year they could take some next steps to getting back to competing for Regions again. And Zamiri Vaughn with a couple receiving touchdowns tonight. Will Bauman had 3 passing touchdowns as they get a nice win over Hunter. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know a lot about what's going on at Highland, but I feel like I've heard some stuff like that may be turning around, which would be awesome for that program
would be
and
great.
for the state.
And I've heard a lot of that same stuff, that there's optimism there for the first time in a little while.
Yeah.
Game we talked about briefly, Layton, they get the bounce back win, 30-0 over Northridge. Now we look ahead. Layton and Clearfield, that is going to be a good test for the Falcons against a very very good Layton team. Throwback rivalry game. It's going to be fun.
I don't think we talked about this game either, but we had another 22-21 in overtime.
Oh, look at us. We got another one.
Hey!
They're everywhere. We got to make these harder next week.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jeff, this is in our post-game show. We're getting some of these. So
but
I actually feel like it was okay.
We've seen a sack. We're gonna go ahead and call that, done.
I mean, refs have been reffing all night long, quite frankly.
I actually did see a sideline warning in the Skyline Olympus game.
All right. Have any quarterbacks scored touchdowns?
I think Camden Lapati did.
I mean,
now I feel like we're just being pretty generous.
I know. We got to make it a little tougher. We got to work a little harder next week. I've got to work a little harder to make us work a little harder.
North Sanpete and Deseret Peak. This game goes overtime. And it was North Sanpete getting the win thanks to Osborne's 5-yard touchdown run. And then a 2-point conversion. They're going for it, folks, on the road. Able to beat Deseret Peak 22-21. That's 2 games tonight, 22-21, by the way. And nice win there for the Hawks.
Logan, 2-0 Logan Grizzlies. They go, and there's nothing we love more, Dane, than when a Utah school beats an Idaho school.
How dare you?
Logan makes the trip up, I guess, what is it, just Main Street? I don't know, a highway to Preston? It starts as Main Street, then it turns into a highway.
When you go up to Idaho on that road?
Pepperidge Farm.
You sure do.
Yeah.
You know what else is kind of tucked away back there a little
Casper's.
bit? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe you knew that, Jeff.
I am a proud Lewiston, Utah guy.
Wow.
Yeah, both of my parents are from Lewiston, Utah.
I knew that.
And I have spent many days on the dairy farms of Lewiston. I have had far more Fat Boy seconds than I would like to admit. Because the seconds you could go, Moose is confused.
We got another general confusion over here.
Well, we got a Moose, Moose, and
you want to
confusion.
go a little general confusion? That could just be Moose's new name.
Yeah,
General confusion.
Salute General
Sounds about right.
At Casper's, where they make Fat Boys.
Uh-huh. You know what a Fat Boy is,
They
right?
make them like the
That's who
Fat
produces
Boys.
You know what a Fat Boy is, right?
Yeah.
The ice cream sandwich.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Utah.
a national thing that is produced there.
Well,
In
Pepperidge
Richmond,
Farms
Utah.
makes stuff in Utah.
Yeah.
That's a national company with a plant in Richland?
Richmond.
Richmond.
Okay, got it.
So at
Fat Boys
Casper's,
made in Utah.
the Fat Boys that are like the cookies are broken or they get put on sideways or whatever, those end up being seconds. So back in the day, I don't think it's the same now, but back in the day, you could go and get garbage bags full of seconds for almost free.
Really?
Yeah, I honestly didn't know that a Fat Boy came with 2 cookies that were like squarely on the Fat Boy sandwich until I was like 14.
Pie,
yeah,
ice cream cake.
It was I was old before it was like, wait a minute, what? They're not just cookie little crumbles?
And just 5 miles up the road from that is a Pepperidge Farm factory and second store where you can get seconds of goldfish, Milano cookies, like the little what are those sticks? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know what they're called. I always called them Minto Taquitos, but I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
Taquitos.
They had a mint one that came out during Christmas, and so it was like a Minto Taquito, but pretty sure that's wrong.
But instead of beef, it had sugar in it, but it's basically a Minto Taquito.
Yeah, I mean, you get it. It's a perfect name, really.
So you just go up to this Pepperidge Farm. Pepperidge Farm, like
you know Goldfish crackers.
Yes,
and
I
you know
know.
Milano cookies, right?
Yeah,
they
they're
produce
great.
both those there. So you could literally get like a 5-pound bag for like I don't know $10.
Yeah,
5-pound bag of goldfish.
That's what it used to be. I mean, post COVID, it's probably like 12 or 13.
What are you
now,
doing with a 5-pound bag of goldfish?
Loving
life. This is why I'm overweight. Hey, welcome in. We're coming to our post-game show here. For those of you who just were watching, Woods Cross defeat Westfield. Boy, what a ball game that was, Jeff.
Yeah.
What an effort by Westfield to even come back in this game.
Yeah. I mean, look, you watch Easton Eilertson. He throws that interception there at the end of the game. That's what he's going to remember for sure. But Westfield's found momentum.
Yes.
And they desperately needed to find some momentum. That offense is too good. There's too many weapons, and Easton Eilertson is too talented to be held down for long. I think that second half performance, even though they came up short in this game, I think that second half performance is enough that they can build on and say, okay, guys, we can do this. You know, we talked about it during our tailgate show that when you have talent and if something just doesn't go right, you start to doubt yourself. It gets in your head. You get the yips, the Chuck Knobloch syndrome, right? That you can't throw a ball. You've been doing it your whole life. You can't make the throw from second base anymore. Easton Eilertson's really good, and if they were going to get shut out again, if they were going to stumble, if you have 2 games of that, that's really hard to start to. You forget that you know how to play football as well as you know how to play football. They came up short, but he remembered, I can do this, and I expect the Longhorns to find some momentum and to go on a roll here in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, I mean, you talk about their ability to come back in that game, and that's obviously huge. This is a team that is supposed to compete in that region, right? Yeah. And you look at the likes of Fremont, who had, I don't know if a tough night's the right, I mean, they fought in that game. They just didn't have enough to stay with Davis, but we know how good they are. Box Elder, there's expectations there. You got Clearfield now, who's untouchable.
Juggernaut.
Clearfield. You've got to be able to find a way to get back to who you are.
Yeah.
Right? And show that week 1 was an aberration. That's not what we know we can be. And I love that. It took them a half to find that, but you feel great for that program that they were able to kind of get back on track. They come up short, but man, they made that tough on Woods Crossing, because even that last drive, you feel like they're going to do this.
Yeah. I mean, they really started to find some momentum. And then on the flip side, Woods Cross, what is it? It's another one-score win that comes down to the wire. Brody Benson's teams, that's just what they do. They did it all last year, and we got to week 8 or 9 before I think people started to look around and take notice of, like, man, Woods Cross is winning a lot of football games. And here they are again against 2 tough teams that, if we're being honest with ourselves, Dane, if we were looking at Woods Cross's schedule and we see Syracuse and we see Westfield, we probably are saying that's an 0-2 start, maybe 1-1.
We're saying they could easily be 0-2. I don't know that I'd say they would be, but it's like I could see a scenario very realistic. They are 0-2.
They're 2-0.
Yeah,
and those are 2 big wins.
Well, and you know, a name that I think we will talk a lot about this year, and you'll see him, is Tayon Halsbach.
Yeah.
This young man had a touchdown run tonight. He had that 4th down run to keep that drive alive for Woods Cross, and he's also the guy in coverage on that final play, staying right with that receiver that ends up being that final interception. He had that play taken away. Tayon Halsbach, he's a basketball player as well, really dynamic athlete out of the backfield for Coach Brody Benson, and when you've got that kind of a back in that offense and the physicality they have, you're set up to have a lot of success, and it looks like this could be another very successful year for Woods Cross in that ever difficult region.
Yeah.
The crazy thing for Woods Cross, for me, they lost Vili Tapatotai from last year. And I was going into this season, I'm like, what are you going to do replacing that? The Utah State commit, where you don't know if he's going to be a linebacker or a running back, but he's an absolute stud. And I'm like, the whole offense went through him, and a lot of the defense too. But Brody Benson has done a great job replacing him, being creative in his offense, and you never know where the ball is in that triple option.
And you know the thing you got to respect? He is stuck with that offense,
yes,
right? I mean, in a day where that offense is being abandoned left and right? Coach Brody Benson said that is what I run. It's what I do. And it had great success at Highland. It's taken a while for it to get its traction at Woods Cross, but it feels like it's there.
Wow, and
now this is going to be that team that's going to be 7, 8, 9 wins every year or more, because you now have the pipeline kind of set. People know what's running. They know they're preparing for it as they're coming up through the ranks. Like this feels like really like that identity is finally in place for Woods Cross.
Well, the big thing is we get to see what they're going to do next week. They've got Stansbury next week.
Oh, man.
And that is just that's game for the ages.
Love it.
So I'm like, let's see what you can do, and if this offense continues to win those 1-score games.
It was 20 years ago? I don't know how long ago, but there was a time that those teams who ran a spread offense, especially the high school ranks, the teams that ran a spread offense, it was like, oh my gosh, like I don't know how to defend this. I defend the wing T, right? We defend the triple option. All of a sudden, I got to completely uproot my defense in 6 days. And I got to make that happen. Okay, well, times have changed, and now it's that triple option offense that all of the opponents are like, well, wait a minute. Where's the 4 wide at? What are we doing here? And you have to completely change your scheme. And so by sticking with that offense for so long, he now has the benefit, Coach Benson, of being kind of the unique offense that most teams don't see. And it gives him a little bit of an advantage as long as he can continue to find guys who are willing to play in that offense. And so far he has. Then he is going to continue to have a year-over-year success.
Let's talk about that Region 6, because I think most would say that's probably the deepest region in all of 5A. Woods Cross is in that region. Brighton, Bountiful, Alta,
a lot of
Viewmont.
good teams.
You look at that region right now, there are 3 teams who are undefeated. Viewmont, who has not conceded a touchdown yet, but I think all would acknowledge they probably have had the easiest strength of schedule to go up against thus far. Alta 2-0, who's had 2 fourth-quarter come-from-behind victories. And Woods Cross, the other undefeated team, Brighton, Olympus, both losing tonight. You now have those 3, they and Bountiful all 1-1. I don't know. Can Woods Cross win this region, Jeff, with what we're seeing early on here?
I mean, why not, right? I think that's what I would challenge anybody is tell me why Woods Cross can't. And I don't think you can come up with a reason. They've done it against high-end 6A team. We think Syracuse is going to be there, like competing with Davis. That's going to be Davis's best competition in Region 1. They're a very good football team. They've got a lot of experience. And hey, Woods Cross, they got the win, right? They did it again tonight. They have learned how to win these close games. That's an advantage. That's a skill that you have to learn. So tell me why Woods Cross can't. I don't know that they're built to come from behind. So if they go down early and have to come down from a 20-0 deficit, that's going to be really tough for a team like Woods Cross. But I don't look at anybody in that region and say there's a team that is obviously going to jump out to a 20-0 score.
Because we talk about the change in this region, and the defenses are built very different this year.
Yeah,
Coach Terra's gone, right?
Yep.
That Olympus defense, it's good.
Yep.
It's really good. I don't know if it's lockdown good. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I think we have an opportunity to learn that. You've got offenses in Alta that have the ability to score, but I think they got a lot of new pieces. They're still learning and gelling and meshing. We've seen Brighton have good offense. We saw them tonight. They were trying to dig out of a hole all night. They're certainly capable, but
they scored. But yeah,
but I don't think there's one where it's just like, oh man, we that offense is going to throw up 30-40 every night. I don't know that we've seen that.
I don't think you have that. No, I don't think you have that. Maybe Viewmont, they've scored a lot of points, but to your point, like the strength of schedule is what it is.
Yeah.
Why not Woods Cross? I think that's the answer. I think that would be hey, tell me why Woods Cross will win. Well, you tell me why they can't. And I can't come up with a reason why they can't win that region.
Be fascinating. Going to be fun to watch. Of course, we'll have a lot of those region games for you right here on KSL Sports all year long. Let's talk a little bit about Region 5, Jeff. There are 2 teams who are undefeated in Region 5. One is the preseason pick in Box Elder. The other,
I'll let you say it. It feels better when I hear it.
The Clearfield High School Falcons.
I love it.
2-0, undefeated.
I love it.
Who would have thought that it would be Clearfield and Box Elder after 2 weeks, the last undefeated teams up there?
I would have thought. Absolutely, I would have thought. I'm excited for my Falcons, man. To get a 46, a walk-off win, a mercy win, that's just nobody had the Falcons. No. Look, you look at their schedule, and Cypress and Kearns to start off the season, and I think there are a lot of people who could have argued that, Clearfield can go 2-0. But they've really played well defensively. They've allowed 1 touchdown through 2 games, right? And they're showing some juice on offense. They have found some playmakers in Bryson Ridge and Brick Barlow that can do a lot of really good things. I don't know how far Clearfield can go, but they are not the same Clearfield that they have been the last few years. That much I know for sure.
We talked about Westfield dropping this game tonight, 0-2 now on the season. It's still early, but a team I want to talk about real quickly out of that Region 5 is Fremont, because we were so impressed with how Fremont started last week. And then this week they have to go take on their rival, the Davis Darts, and they fall down early in that game. They start to get some momentum, but they can't keep pace. But you look at this game, Calvin Cooper, 22 of 42, had 4 touchdowns through the air tonight, 264 yards, did throw an interception. The team ran for 100 yards as a team, but it was about 2-to-1, your ratio passing to rushing for Fremont. When you fall down, you kind of fall into those kinds of trends. Anything that you feel like we maybe learned about Fremont tonight, Jeff, in their from week 1 to week 2 about this particular team and what their strength may be or how they may be set up in this region?
Yeah, look, I think they could score, right? Like I think that offense is going to do a lot of good things. They're finding weapons. They lost so much. When you lose Celeste Moa, you lose Manasseh Tuatagaloa, that they were the heart and soul of everything that Fremont did. It's going to take that team time to figure out who they are, figure out what that identity looks like. That was a strong opening win against Weber, and look, they ran into Davis. Well, there's no shame in losing to Davis.
Some of these players, they're 2030 players.
Right.
You look at them, and this is the first time they put film up for opponents to scout.
Right.
They've probably, last year in 8th grade, they were like, oh, I was able to dominate kids with doing the exact same thing every single time. But now people are watching film on them. They're actually game planning for them. It changes a lot. And these Fremont kids, they're going to learn a lot, and they're going to grow a lot. I think this could be one of the top teams in 2029.
American Fork did fall tonight to Mater Dei. That final was 31-11, so a couple late touchdowns there for Mater Dei to get that win. Want to do kind of a quick run through some of our regions here in just the final minutes. Talk about Region 1. No one left undefeated in Region 1 now. Everyone's sitting at 1-1. Region 2, Harriman Mustangs, Mountain Ridge both undefeated. Copper Hills undefeated as well with a nice victory tonight. As we go down to 5A, talk about some of these teams. We mentioned Region 6. Orem's playing Skyridge on Saturday. That's going to be a big one. That's going to tell us a lot about these two teams. In our poll this week on KSL Sports, we had Orem as the number 1 team in the state. Skyridge was top 5. Anything you're looking forward to in that particular matchup between maybe the best team in 5A and one of the top teams in 6A, Jeff?
Yeah, look at to see how Skyridge can clean up some of their mistakes. They were right in that game against Mountain Ridge a week ago. And probably, I mean, there's an argument to be made that they maybe should have won. I mean, it was special teams miscues that got the best of them. There were a couple of fumbled punts that, not punt returns, but the punter fumbled it and turned over some short fields. There was several special teams miscues that if you clean up those special teams issues, that really set up, I think, 3 Mountain Ridge scores, and that changes the game, right? The entire complexion of the game. So how do you clean that up? That's a tough test, especially in the trenches. Orem is so good on both the offensive and the defensive line. You can't afford any other mistakes, so you've got to clean that up in a hurry. And I think Skyridge will. I think that there's a lot of reasons to be confident. Jagger Fontaine's very good, and there are weapons. Eli Mortensen, there are weapons in that passing attack, especially. I think Skyridge is going to be able to score. I think they're going to be able to move the ball, but can they protect their quarterback against that Orem team?
I think that's a big thing, right? You got 2 of the best defensive ends in the state, in Major Stokes and Crew Jones, coming at you, and you're going to have that old line's going to have a whale of a game.
Yeah.
Because I think most people feel like the defensive front of Orem is going to be a challenge for just about everybody this year.
Yeah.
And then you mix in the talent across the rest of the defense and on offense. We're going to learn a lot. You can't imagine a world where Skyridge starts 0-2, right?
No.
It's like, this just doesn't happen.
It is one of those games that if it can be close, if Skyridge can keep it close into the second half, what team keeps their head? Like you've got to avoid those personal fouls, avoid those dumb, completely avoidable mistakes. And if Skyridge can keep it close into the second half, I think that could become a factor. Is who's giving away free yards one way or the other. That's been something that we've seen from both programs.
With Orem, you really got to look at their quarterback play. Rock Spearden coming from Roy, he's played really well so far, but they didn't put up a ton of points in Hawaii.
Right.
So that's my big question. What does Rock Spearden do this next week? Or maybe Lewis comes in and does some things as well. So there's some big questions at quarterback where there's exclamation marks at every other position for Orem.
And we'll see, because, again, that Skyridge defense, they're good. They have a lot of talent, so it'll be a good test for both these two teams. Look, week 2, almost in the books. Mentioned Saturday game. Come join us on our tailgate show next week. We'll break down that Orem Skyridge game and what should be a doozy on Saturday. And as Jeff mentioned earlier, come join us on Thursday. We'll have all sorts of games here on KSL Sports, including Davis Mountain Ridge. That'll be a great 6A battle. You can watch that here on KSLSports.com. And then, of course, join us for our Friday tailgate show. Pregame starting at 6:30 p.m. Wherever you're going to be, come join us for our pregame. We'll get you all set, caught up on action between now and then. We'll also preview some of the games for next Friday, and then you can go to your game or whatever you have. You can listen to us as we'll have a live stream of our Friday night tailgate show. It's all about football, family, food, and fun right here on KSLSports.com. Then, as always, wherever you're at, come join us after your game for our live post-game show. Thank you so much for joining us here on our Friday Night Tailgate. For Vince Francis, for Moose Bingham, Jeff Hansen, my name is Dane Stewart, and we look forward to seeing you next week right here on KSLSports.com.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Isn't it something, the homes that they built in the state of Utah years ago that would have beautiful views because they're facing the mountains, but the whole side of the house facing the mountains has like 2 or 3 small little windows. And I think, why don't you want to see that magnificent view? We can fix that. Peach Windows and Doors. Peach Windows and Doors can put in larger windows that will bring in more of the beauty of the view outside your home. It'll make your home feel so much newer and more beautiful, just changing out those windows with custom windows. Of course, it will help your energy bills because they can do triple pane windows that are so much more energy efficient. But you know, one thing people don't realize is how much it cuts back on noise. Do you hear every car, every lawnmower, every dog barking? You'll be blown away at how much quieter and more peaceful it is inside your home once you get new windows from Peach Windows and Doors. They even have payment options that'll make your project happen sooner rather than later. I recommend stopping by the showroom because you can really see all the options at 2940 South 3rd West, or go online to peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Okay, great. Like, that's where we're at now. And so that's why the next couple of years, you watch all the teams that are sold in Major League Baseball, NBA, NFL, and it's going to be the whole new businessmen in their 40s and 50s and 60s in tech stocks and new finance and new reform. These are all going to be the people that buy teams in the major sports.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of it with the cash out scenario. Why? Because their kids don't want the team. Or you're going to end up in a 5+1 or 6-1 or however we're terming the Bus family, in terms of their chaos, where Jeannie said she's still got some fight in her. So you have that going on. But it's the idea that for a lot of these owners, that money was the football team. And look at the Bears situation. They weren't liquid. right? In all of this, build a stadium, do all these things. Like, they don't have that money just laying around. It's all in the team. That doesn't mean they don't have other people they do business with or minority owners that don't have that cash on hand. But that point is part of the consideration. Valuations keep going up. You talk about the change of circumstance and business fighting for public money when you need a new stadium, because that's the other thing. They don't get allowed to get old anymore. When was that built? 15 years ago. Rip it down. And move on from there. And the sales part of it and all of it is just a different way of looking at just look at the sales. Just look at the valuation. Look what the Seahawks sold for. Look at what what the Dodgers are worth, what some of these marquee franchises are worth. Look what the Lakers sale is, just that much in a year. You're talking about coming over the top of $2.5 billion. I mean, it is truly a different world. I mean, it's kind of like the housing market just with extra zeros. And if you're in California like us, you already see the extra zeros. But the point being, you'll have a bunch of people saying, all right, we'll go through the credit approval. And that's the other thing that has to change. The vetting process and all of this, I guarantee you there's going to be some reform. This guy came in. What did his books look like? But you look at a bunch of folks that'll want that house, and they're going to apply for that house. And now you're considering the offers, their credit worthiness, all of those kind of things. Versus someone that walks in with a satchel of cash. I'll give you 5% less, but you can have this cash today. Sold!
So again, get ready for the number of sales that are going to happen in the next couple of years. I would think maybe a third of each league is going to wind up getting sold in the next couple of years. A third of each league will wind up getting new owners. Exit Outbound of Fresca, exit Swollen Dome. Jason Smith, Mike Harmon live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Time now to find out what's trending in the wide world of sports from a guy who has so much money, he owns his own car. It's Steve DeSace.
Yeah, that's about the extent of it. That's it right there. Sum total of assets, car. We've had some big...
Could be a nice car.
No, it's not. We've had some big doings in the two late games in the major leagues just now.
The look on his face,
The Cubs have just tied it in the ninth at Seattle. It's 5-5 with a home run, a solo shot from Alex Bregman. Off closer Andres Munoz. His ERA is near 4.5. For Bregman, his second round tripper of the night. That's 4 home runs this evening for the Cubbies, including a solo shot to start the game from Pete Crow-Armstrong. Again, that's 5-5, top of the ninth, Cubs at Mariners. The Pirates have just homered to tie it at Dodger Stadium 4-4, top of the eighth. A long 2-run shot from O'Neal Cruz off reliever Kyle Hurt. That ruins another good start from Yoshinobu Yamamoto of the Dodgers, who had 9 strikeouts in 6 1/3 innings. San Diego held Minnesota to just 2 hits, 6-2 Padres the final. Arizona shut out the Reds 9-0. Cleveland a winner at Colorado 9-1. Colorado, with the worst record in the National League, is now 50-78. By the way, the Cubs activated reliever Daniel Palencia today. Dodgers center fielder Andy Pages left with a bruised hand. Nationals infielder C.J. Abrams is still out with an ankle injury. Miami beat Washington 3-2 with a run in the bottom of the ninth. Texas still 1 game back of first place Houston in the AL West. Houston shut out the A's 4-0. Athletics have lost 5 in a row. Yordan Alvarez with 2 RBI doubles. He has 90 runs batted in so far. Texas in 10 innings, in fact with 2 in the 10th, beat the Angels 2-1. Kansas City won its 6th straight game 5-2 over Detroit. The White Sox on a homer bottom of the ninth beat the Mets 6-4. White Sox hit back-to-back-to-back home runs in the 6th inning. Man, it was Boston over San Francisco 6-4, although Rafael Devers, ex of Boston, did homer. Yankees won their 5th in a row, beating Toronto 3-1, so the Yanks now just 3 games back at Tampa Bay in the AL East. Baltimore down the Rays 5-3, beating Freddie Peralta. Pete Alonso with his 30th homer as the Orioles end a 4-game losing streak. Philadelphia got an Alex Boehm 10th inning, game-winning 2-run triple. 7-6, the comeback victory over St. Louis. Phils have won 7 straight. Milwaukee with the best record in the majors, now 80-49. 5.5 games over the Cubs in the division. Milwaukee beat Atlanta, and Chris Sale 2-1. Winning pitcher for the Brewers, Jacob Mizorowski, 6 scoreless innings, 6 strikeouts. His ERA is down to 1.68.
Yeah, but how many pitches over 109 miles an hour? Probably none.
Yeah, okay. He threw 103 today, but yeah, I guess
103.
that's
Come on, man.
comparatively nothing these days.
Come on.
Sure.
I've seen that 103. Ooh, yeah.
Actually, 100-mile-an-hour pitches, I think it was something like 25 to 30 of them today, just in this game. Yeah.
That's it?
Jets wound up 17-0 winners at Pittsburgh. That's it. Geno Smith played the opening series, had a TD pass. Carolina dominated at Jacksonville 34-17. Ryan Fitzgerald kicked a 61-yard field goal at the end of the first half. Trace Mack, the new Packers rookie kicker, 4 for 4 on field goals, including a 59-yarder. Green Bay won at Denver 33-13. Running back Nick Chubb retired. WNBA wins for Chicago, Minnesota, and Toronto was playing in Vancouver tonight and edged Portland 82-79 in a matchup of expansion teams for the Toronto Tempo. They end an 11-game losing streak. Back to you.
Thank you, Steve-O. Jason Smith, Mike Harmon, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Coming up next, the night that was in the preseason, there was one big loser. Who is it? That's next. Fox.
Breaking news. When the storylines hit the cycle, we know how to cover them. Breaking news from the NFL.
Seattle signed the memory of Trevon.
When you need the storylines covered.
Yeah, we had a big NBA trade between the Cavaliers, the Clippers, and the Wizards.
You get it here on Fox Sports Radio.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community
prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Some things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. Yum! That's preventable.
I'm just going to tell my boss what I really think of him.
Oh boy. That's preventable.
Maybe a face tattoo would look good.
That's preventable too. The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Colon cancer is common and deadly, but that's also preventable.
Oh my gosh, it's a bear! Let's get a selfie with it.
Also preventable. The Alliance is doing its part to end colorectal cancer. Now, do yours. Get involved. And if you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about the colon cancer screening options available to you.
Bet you I can eat 50 hot dogs in an hour.
Preventable!
Actually, Your Honor, I'm representing myself.
Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more. That's colorectalcancer.org. And together, we can save lives.
Hey, honey.
Oh, no.
Check this out.
No.
Tens of millions of tickets.
Tens of millions of tickets.
Tens of millions of tickets.
Thank you, VetTix. Thank you.
Thank you, First Tix.
Thank you, VetTix and First Tix.
Thanks to your support, the nonprofits VetTix and First Tix have given away tens of millions of tickets and counting to vets currently serving military, the immediate family of troops killed in action, and our brave, current, and former first responders. These tickets are a meaningful way to say thank you to America's heroes and help them re-engage with American life by giving them free, fun experiences and new happy memories that'll last a lifetime. And now, we want you to be part of the mission. Got extra tickets to concerts, games, or special events? Or want to see if you qualify? We want you to go to vettix.org and firsttix.org today. Give something to those who gave.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family, but never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if, it was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Enough already.
We can do more.
Enough already. We can find a cure.
Enough already.
We can do better for our kids.
Enough already. We are relying on you.
Childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children in our country. We can do something about that. We can come together to support the best research for safer, more effective treatments and cures for our kids. We can come together to support Children's Cancer Research Fund, a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer that is on the front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
Catch Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can agree or disagree with what you hear.
Not all dynasties in sports are fascinating.
This might be the worst take you've ever had.
You know you can trust what we say. Fox Sports Radio.
All right, let's play it out because what you're saying is ridiculous. Go ahead.
Hold up. Yo, man, I don't think they heard you.
That's the thing about us. We are Fox Sports Radio.
Listen.
FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Now.
FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
So that is Friday. Jump in my ride.
Fox Sports Radio, happy Friday. The Jason Smith Show with my best friend, Mike Harmon.
Yeah.
And it is an extra special happy Friday if your team shut out somebody in the NFL preseason tonight, 17-0. Which, hey, that happened. And I watched it. And I watched the Jets shut out the Steelers, 17-0. Now, not to make it about me, Mike Harmon, but wow.
It's allowed for a few minutes.
Maybe, just maybe, the Steelers and the Falcons and the Browns and the Dolphins are going to be the teams competing for the number one overall pick in the draft. Because this is, I know it's the preseason, but wow, man, this is as embarrassing as it gets for you. You got shut out by the Jets. Not only did you get shut out, nothing you did worked. Geno Smith looked great. He played one series. He looked like a Hall of Famer. Perfect down the field, touchdown pass, comes off, great. The other quarterbacks move the ball up and down the field. Your offense did absolutely nothing against the Jets' defense. David Bailey, and look, I'll tell you this, the Jets don't get a lot right, but wow, did they get it right with him.
He's an easy lover. He
had a big sack. He's had a great summer so far. He is it, man. He is the thing. And I'll top it off by saying that they even got 2 interceptions, man. And again, being famous for not having an interception all of last year, which is about as embarrassing as it gets in the NFL. It's the first team ever to play a whole season and not get an interception. And they got 2. They got 2, man. This is embarrassing. Like, Will Howard should have to either go to the CFL or try to go back for his 5th year in college now, because you could do that. If you throw 2 picks to the Jets, wow, man, you got problems. And the Steelers have problems. This was the Jets that shut you out 17-0. The Jets looked like a real Super Bowl team that we're just, we're going through the preseason. Everything is fine. We're like a machine. Our first offense looks good enough. Everybody sits. Our defense looks good. The other guys come in. They look good. We intercept. If you didn't know any better, you would watch the game tonight and go, man, the Jets, are they a Super Bowl contender? Are they a playoff contender? They look really good. I mean, well, of course they're going to win 5 games. But it's more about the Steelers and just how bad they look, because that's the thing about the preseason, right? If you look really, really good or really, really bad, that's what to pay attention to. The middle of the road stuff, hey, you look good here, not as good, that doesn't matter. If you look really good or really bad, that's the thing. And wow, man, did the Steelers look really bad tonight.
Looked really good in week 1. We were talking about the new age of quarterback development in Pittsburgh. Go back and find the podcast wherever you get your audio. We'll thank you. Evangelize, send to friends and family. But today, obviously, a struggle. Jets defense, the one thing you can hang your hat on, and those 2 skill position guys. But remember, last week, you were ready to send Geno Smith wherever, Siberia, and announce the age. Instead of Ultron, it was Klubnik.
Yeah.
Actually, that sounds better than Ultron. Klubnik.
The age of Klubnik.
The age of Klubnik.
Yeah.
Steelers are...
Geno saved his job, right? We talked about Klubnik being able to do it. Geno came out, played great in the first drive of the game.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. I mean,
they've still got the third lowest, actually tied for third lowest. You've got the Dolphins and Cardinals at 4.5 wins, the Jets and Raiders at 5.5.
I think maybe we win 6. I think we can win 2. We made enough changes. We're better. I think we're going to win 6.
But I've seen some good long thought pieces that I actually sat and read, trying to make the argument that the Jets could be a playoff squad if things broke right.
Crazy.
But if your defense plays really well,
yeah,
and you can control that air mailing of a football now and again, right? Mason Taylor.
12 teams get contracted from the NFL. Sure, I'm with you. Keep going. Yeah, I got you. Keep going.
Hey, we're still in the preseason. We're selling hope, damn it. As soon as the ball kicks off in Australia, we'll have other thoughts and we get back to reality. Because you just had this whole, hey, this is as good as it gets moment with your Jets, right? Celebrate. Hey, look how bad the Steelers are. Sarcasm bucket full. They're at 8.5 wins.
That's embarrassing. That might be, this might be the worst day in Steelers franchise history. I don't think they've had a loss this embarrassing.
The Yinzers are not happy.
Even though it's just week 2, it doesn't matter. Lose to the Jets like that, it doesn't matter, man. It makes no difference.
Does this mean you have an extra Yingling before you go to bed?
This means the phone calls at Sports Talk Radio in Pittsburgh are going to be off the hook tomorrow morning.
We lost to the Jets.
We have to bring Tomlin back. It's just not working with McCarthy. Tomlin's got to come back now. It's just not working. We have to make that move. We have to call him. Get him back in. Put McCarthy on television. That's what's going to work right there. Exit out about a Fresca. Exit Swollen Dome, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend, Mike Harmon. Coming up next, we got more big reaction from the biggest stories in the NFL tonight. That's next. Jason and Mike, Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Turn your game day instincts into tradable outcomes with Webull's prediction markets. Trade yes or no event contracts across baseball, football, plus economic releases, culture, crypto, and other real-world events. React as markets move in real time, play-by-play. For a limited time, get $20 cash when you make your first prediction market trade with Webull. Visit Webull.com or download the Webull app today. Terms and conditions apply. Event contract trading is highly speculative and may not be suitable for all investors. Sports event contracts are limited in Nevada, Maryland, and Michigan. Webull Futures, LLC is a CFTC registered FCM and NFA member. Event contract accounts are not SIPC protected. See Webull.com/disclosures for
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There are some shows you don't want to miss.
This is going to be fun.
And there are some shows you can't miss.
Let's not overreact.
This is Covino and Rich.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley.
much like many people, is sort of just had enough, a little fed up, a little like, what's the point of these joint practices? And I've always thought that unless there's some, you know what, here's the thing. A lot of times there is a camaraderie between the teams that link up coaching-wise, but you still got 100+ guys trying to make football teams, and they're going to be chippy and they're going to fight. But like you see the Titans, did you see the commonalities between the Titans and the Niners, between Robert Saleh and some of the coaches and players that are very close to the 49ers? But that doesn't mean that practice is going to go smooth.
No, not at all.
Saquon Barkley talked about this. Take a listen.
I'm the wrong guy to ask because I hate joint practice, to be honest. I think one day's good.
So, you got some big-time players getting hurt. Like, maybe they should ease up a little bit. Like, that's not what you want.
Well, not even ease up. It's just a matter of if you're going to put yourself out there and maybe put your body on the line, why do people sit out the Pro Bowl? Because it means nothing. So if you're going to get hurt, unfortunately, let me get hurt in something that matters.
That's exactly what RG3 said on our network.
So
he said, get hurt when it matters.
If you're going to get hurt in week 5, no one wants to get hurt. But if you get hurt, diving for the pylon.
People always say, well, they would have got hurt anyway. But yeah, at least it would have been in a game that it mattered.
If I told you that...
Hey, this is Cheech, and this is Chong, and you're listening to Covino and Rich, so listen up.
To get the rest of what Covino and Rich said, podcast it by searching Covino and Rich. And as always, you can hear Covino and Rich weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
I hear he's amazing.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
Wow. The Lakers got sold again. Maybe it was an offer that they couldn't refuse. But if you buy it for $10 billion 10 months ago and you sell it for over $12 billion, I would say that's a nice return. But why are you selling unless it's an offer that you can't refuse? Now, you might say, well, he made $2 billion. Okay. And he also owns the Dodgers, or majority owner with the Dodgers. But I don't know. Lakers are being sold to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger. There's a lot of people involved in trying to get the expansion franchise in Vegas. And they must have been told, you're not getting it. And they probably thought, okay, why don't we make a wild offer here? Can we give Mark Walter an offer he can't refuse? Let's give him $2.5 billion more than he paid for.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. He's Steve Covino.
Kick it!
He's Rich Davis.
I thought of the worst idea possible.
It's Covino and Rich.
We are in a serious situation here.
They're dropping knowledge.
Everything about it is stupid.
And names.
We did an interview with Jay-Z, and Covino's like, yo, quick pick. And Jay's like, no. He's like, nah.
What up, Covino and Rich?
It's Covino and Rich.
Bringing it to the entire nation.
Weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details. And here's what you need to know.
Late night excitement in Major League Baseball. The Cubs have hit 4 home runs. They're tied at Seattle in the bottom of the 10th, 5-5. 2 long balls from Alex Bregman, including the tying solo shot in the top of the 9th. The Pirates' O'Neal Cruz hit the tying 2-run homer top of the 8th, and it's Pirates 4, Dodgers 4. Top of the 9th inning. Wins for Arizona and San Diego. Cleveland won at Colorado 9-1. The White Sox on a homer bottom of the 9th defeated the Mets 6-4. Kansas City won its 6th in a row. Yankees won their 5th straight. Baltimore beat Tampa Bay 5-3. Texas in 10 innings came back to beat the Angels 2-1, while Houston shut out the A's 4-0. Phillies came back for a 7th straight win, a 10-inning decision over St. Louis 7-6. Milwaukee edged Atlanta. 3 NFL preseason games, wins for the Jets, Carolina, and Green Bay won at Denver 33-13. I'm Steve DeSager.
My reputation as one of the greatest prognosticators in the history of sports. Can I help you?
Amazing.
This is the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. But Jason and Mike already knew that.
We know the story.
I said before the game.
Maybe that's why you listen, so you won't even have to watch sports.
Now, this is where I'd like to say we're ahead of the curve, okay? Because this is what's coming.
Prognosticators? Maybe. feels more like propaganda. Oops, did I say that out loud?
I've not done this in over 20 years. The Jets to the Super Bowl.
They don't know what the they're doing.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Jason Smith and Mike Harmon.
Hello, welcome inside. Final hour tonight, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
4s are up, baby.
3 games tonight in the NFL. Big slate tomorrow. We had a couple last night. The Steelers are the big losers.
How big did they lose?
When you don't score against the Jets and give up 2 interceptions, you are the biggest loser.
No. You were supposed to run the Thanos line. What did it cost you?
We got Aaron Rodgers away from the Jets. It cost us everything.
Crazy. We got a couple of baseball games. We're in the 10th. Cubs in Seattle. And then we got a 4-4 game. Pittsburgh and the Dodgers here from Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, well, at least maybe Pittsburgh gets some good headlines tonight.
See?
Is it too soon for that?
Nah, you know what?
Okay.
Lean into it because it's as good as it's going to get for your Jets.
Yeah, well, yeah. This could be it. Frostberg keeps sending me these texts. Pinnacle, man. This is the pinnacle of your season. This is as good as it's going to get. And the thing is, he could be right.
Oh, no, he's not necessarily wrong.
Really might be, yeah.
In between those, he's also been sending you an awful lot of memes and AI-generated images of Pete Alonso.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, look, we'll get to Pete Alonso. We'll get to Pete Alonso coming up in a few minutes. We will. But, look, some big stuff coming off of the NFL tonight. And the first, look, we talked about the Jets' incredible win over the Steelers tonight, the intestinal fortitude, everything they were able to do. The late game tonight in the NFL, it was not quite as competitive as you expect it to be. The Packers get a big win over the Broncos, 33-13. But let's deal with the Denver side of this first, because I'll tell you what, it was 1 target, it was 1 pass, but you can listen to the glee in the Broncos radio play-by-play guys, how excited they are to unwrap this weapon for this season.
Long snap count. Packers rush 4. Bo in the pocket. Throws a deep ball caught right in the middle of the field, and this is going to be Jalen Waddle, and the speedster navigating his way across the field. Gets up, he's excited, and so are all the fans here in Denver.
I mean, Jalen Waddle, 1 pass tonight, 35 yards. You can hear the excitement.
I think he took a bow.
I would too, man. Are you kidding? I would too. Hey, the Broncos are going to stay elite this year because of Jalen Waddle. Again, we talked about the White Sox last hour on the show that, you know what, hey, White Sox and their great story this year, that's not getting nearly enough attention.
No, that's it. It's all because of the Pope and me.
Yeah, I would put the Pope ahead of you. I think you'd be okay
so did I
with
in that statement.
Okay, all right, good. Okay,
don't minimize my contribution.
Me and the Pope, man.
Look,
it's me and Leo.
My name should be in bigger font in that sentence.
Pope, Leo, Pope, Harmon. But of all the moves in the offseason, the Broncos getting Jalen Waddle is going to mean the world, and you are going to see a difference in this offense right away out of the gate, and the Broncos are going to use him like the Chiefs and the Dolphins use Tyreek Hill. They're going to throw deep. They're going to throw over the middle. There's going to be jet sweeps. The thing the Broncos saw after last year, the end of last year, we need more playmakers, right? Bo Nix getting hurt, like, what are you going to do, right? Bo Nix is a pretty good quarterback. Is he going to be a top 5 quarterback? No, but is he pretty good, and is he good enough to win? Absolutely, 100%. Peyton being a quarterback guy, an offensive guy, you know that he's going to have that position well. But when he got hurt, what happened? You didn't really have other playmakers that made anybody afraid. You have a couple of nice guys. Like, your running attack is nice, right? R.J. Harvey is nice. Dobbins is nice. He's going to get hurt. Your wide receivers are nice. Nobody that scares anyone. Waddle's been operating in the shadow of Tyreek Hill the entire time he was in Miami, playing with Tua Tagovailoa, so you know that was difficult as well. And still, the last few years, the guy's able to catch 60 or 70 passes a year for near 1,000 yards and 5 or 6 touchdowns. He is in a much different situation in Denver now where they're going to use him as their number one weapon. This is what's going to keep them elite, because losing the way they did last year after Bo Nix got hurt, this was, okay, we need other guys to come in that can take up the slack. Bo Nix is not a guy that's going to make everybody better with just a bunch of Jags. We need a big weapon, right? You don't have to go crazy, get 4 or 5 of them, but you need the one guy, and Waddle is that guy. And they did it right. They didn't go get a wide receiver who was 31 years old. You're hoping to get one more good year out of. You're not trying to get DeAndre Hopkins at 30. Maybe he's still got some. No, you got a guy that's 27 that was been underutilized and still able to produce in a bad offense. Like, this was as good a move as you could possibly make. Like, of any contenders, like outside of the Rams getting Myles Garrett, I don't know that there's a better move than Jalen Waddle to the Broncos, what he's going to do to keep them elite this year.
See, to make sure Frostberg's still paying attention, you just talked about how bad that offense was in Miami. Hi, Mike. Anyway, so we obviously a little bit different, Tua versus Justin Herbert, as to the overall assessments of where they're at in their respective games. But, for Bo Nix, 54 touchdowns in his first 2 seasons, about a 65% completion rate overall, can make some plays with his legs. So all of that, you've got options. You've got a lot more that you can add to the playbook if you're Sean Payton. So excited to see what they have. You mentioned those running backs. R.J. Harvey was really good second half of last season as he took on a bigger role. You brought in Engram, who once upon a time was a dominant tight end. Whether they can reclaim a little bit of that in a split duty, we'll see. But certainly Waddle, you go back to his rookie season. I mean, it was 101 catches, right? He was all over the field and dominant, and he's taken a different role. Now you can expand the route tree. You can do a lot with the weaponry you have. Teaming him with Cortland Sutton, I think, is a fun duo for Nix, and your offensive line's been pretty good. So I think you're in a spot to succeed. Now the question is what's the height when you talk about the division and the AFC as a whole? You're at 9.5 for your over/under win total in a tough division, because even if the Raiders go Mendoza or they stick with Kirk out of the gate, they're going to be a tougher out than they've been. So they'll cannibalize a little bit of the division games anyway. But for Denver, it's Bo Nix year 3. Excited to see what the evolution continues.
Now, the flip side of this, you watch the Packers, and they had a good night tonight, right? And Jordan Love looked good in limited time. Kyle McCord looked awesome. No, Kyle McCord was Kyle McCord.
You only you already used your Jets 17-0 win over the Steelers.
Did I? Okay, that's
all
I get?
You don't
all
get
right,
to double
fine.
down with the
fine.
12 of 19, 118 from Kyle McCord.
The thing about the Packers is that they just don't excite me. They're not. Every year they come into the NFL season where you think, okay, they can really scare teams. Their talent's going to come through. It's young talent, and Jordan Love is going to finally break through and deliver on all the promise all at once. The Packers, this is don't count the Packers out. Micah Parsons will come back. But every year is the same, right? This is where you can say, boy, Aaron Rodgers really won the post-Green Bay years battle with them, because when Rodgers there the last couple of years, they were still winning divisions and going to NFC championships, not going to Super Bowls, but he was winning MVPs, and they were going really far. Where now, the post-Rodgers era, Green Bay is settled into being a nice 9 or 10 win team. Jordan Love is a good but not great quarterback. The weapons they have at wide receiver, everything is the same year after year. Where, okay, we have 4 or 5 guys that seem like they're talented. We're waiting for one of them to break through. This is every year. This is every year for the Packers, right? They're overvalued but they give you that hope that, oh, boy, if they could put it together this year. But I've seen this movie so many times, and I've not seen the Packers go crazy and improve and get to a point where I can say, all right, the holes they have fixed, it's going to be an incredibly tough division this year, probably the toughest it's been for the last few years. And the Packers, they've just kind of settled in. They've kind of settled into comfort. It's like, oh, I want to go get comfort food. Well, don't you want to really take a chance? Nah, I just want a plate of pasta and some meatballs, and that's it. Like, that's the Green Bay Packers, right? They're a good team. They'll win 9 or 10 games. Maybe they make the playoffs. Maybe they don't. Their era is a tricky one. It's not dominant, right? It's almost like Dallas or Pittsburgh Steelers, where we know what we're going to get every year, and you're just hoping for a little bit more. But for the Packers, I could say it's worse than for a team like the Steelers, because I know the Steelers aren't going anywhere as long as they had the quarterback situation they did, because they tried to go cheap for the last few years. So I know they're not going anywhere. But the Packers, they're more like the Cowboys, where they have that every year. We overvalue them a little bit, but we overvalue the Cowboys more because of their popularity. But the Packers, you can kind of put them in the same boat. Like every year we think, the Packers, watch out. No, I've seen enough of this Packers era after Aaron Rodgers to go, yeah, watch out. They'll win a couple of big games. They'll lose a couple of games in a row where you think maybe Jordan Love isn't the answer. Maybe they squeak into the playoffs. Maybe they win 10 games, and that's going to be it. Like they've settled into being this just above average team that's a playoff threat, but that's really about it.
After taking over, LaFleur, this is 2019, 13. Last 4 years, 8-9, 11-9 in terms of their wins. You talk about the post-Aaron Rodgers era. You had him for all that, and you also had Detroit and Chicago stunk. They had a couple of blips where they showed some promise, but it's a much tougher division because we're looking at Minnesota, and you'd think the way they got spoken of coming out of last year that they were a 5-win team. They were 9-8 too, right? So you've got a division that's much more difficult to navigate to pad that win total. Solid roster, maybe overpaid for Christian Watson. We'll see if he can stay healthy. Golden looks to be better. He was better down the stretch, so we'll see if he can become a more consistent option for them. Tucker Kraft comes back. That's the one you hang a star on. That suddenly, that's an 80 reception guy if it breaks right, maybe even higher. So, offensive production, particularly in the red zone, that much better for the Packers. But battling within division, their second favorite according to the Vegas odds, behind the much maligned Detroit Lions are still the favorite in the division.
Much maligned.
Am I wrong?
But I am a big believer. We talked about this with the Lions last night with the news about Sam Laporta, is that some teams can't play well with large expectations. And the best season for the Lions was the year they came out of nowhere. Lots of times when teams are doormats for a long time and all of a sudden they get good, it's that time where, hey, everybody is against us. Nobody thinks we're any good. We believe in this locker room and we're going to achieve. Well, after a couple of years, people started to believe how good the Lions were. Look at this offense. Dan Campbell is great. And now the Lions were playing with expectations, and they've never reached those heights that they did that first year, right? So now that people are more down on them, they were a 500 team last year. They lost a couple of coaches. Are they still good? Dan Campbell can now sing that they don't believe in us. It's just like it was 3 years ago. We're going to go out and prove them wrong. And no, I'm a big believer in teams that when they can play well because they don't play well with expectations, and I'm a believer that the Lions can be that team. I expect them to win the division this year, right? That's going to be an incredibly competitive division. The Bears are going to be really good. I think the Lions can win that division. The Vikings, who knows? But, that's a really tough division. But, certain teams, when we're not playing with expectations, okay, I'm with you. But the minute they expect something, I'm not believing in you anymore.
Just always remember, like you're doing with your Jets with the win over the Steelers tonight, we once had Dan Campbell at the podium going, hey, man, what if this is as good as it gets?
Yeah. I don't know that I would have put that message out there.
No,
to the team
probably
quite like that. But now he was right.
I mean, you could say it in the locker room.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this one's gonna hurt, and it should, because you're not promised this stuff. Blah 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 blah. Saying it in the podium, we're all going, wow, thanks, coach. There's our headline for tomorrow's story and the opening of tonight's 10 o'clock news.
Yeah. Exit outbound of Fresca, exit Swollen Dome, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend, Mike Harmon. We have more NFL on the way. We have a shock retirement. We have an NFL quarterback derby that we called over last night, except maybe it's not over. All that and more coming up next right here. Jason Smith, Mike Harmon, you are listening to Fox Sports Radio.
We are the guys you can listen to.
No pandering.
All grit.
It's like an old relationship.
We are the girls you can trust. Listen.
Who said this was a good idea? They completely go together.
We have a sound that resonates.
Let that one sink in.
From the weekdays to the weekends.
That's what we do, baby!
We are Fox Sports Radio.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by September 1st and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Did you know we're on YouTube? Fox Sports Radio. You can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube.
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio. And you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Stu Gatz and Company. Live.
That's so good.
Covino and Rich. Oh, yeah. The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube. Wow. By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to health care in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable child care.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
In classrooms across the country, chronic absenteeism is on the rise.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent.
Julio M., grade 6, absent.
Aisha S., grade 12, absent.
These absences are often due to the absence of crucial needs, like transportation, health care, a working computer, mental health support. The list goes on.
Olivia H., absent.
Preston L., absent.
Chloe B., absent.
The reasons why they're absent are very real, and yet the solution is someone present to help them along their path. When site coordinators from communities and schools are on hand, they connect kids to the resources they need. And when they do, 99% of students are present and remain in school throughout the year.
Jacob O., grade 10.
Present.
Communities and Schools works directly with students, helping them overcome obstacles to succeed in school and in life. Learn more at communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
I am so sorry I was late. I was at the retina specialist getting my first AMD treatment. I was worried that the injection would hurt, but it was much better than I expected.
I'm so glad you're getting your AMD treated. Did you go to the same retina specialist that I see for my diabetic retinopathy?
Yes, and I was already having blurred central vision. And the retina specialist told me that by treating it early, I had a better chance of saving and even improving my vision.
It's important that we see an expert for our retinal conditions. A retina specialist also treated my son when his retina detached several years ago. The surgery saved his sight. When your vision is at risk from retinal disease, you need the expertise of a retina specialist. Retina specialists are highly trained physicians and surgeons who treat retinal conditions in adults and children, as well as severe eye trauma. If you experience blurred central vision, a curtain-like shadow in your vision, floaters, flashing lights, or wavy lines, see a retina specialist as soon as possible.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Listen to Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We got the goods.
This is no longer a theory. It's a hypothesis. Like we've had it tested multiple times.
Good. All day.
Go look at the numbers.
Bringing it to the entire nation.
All night.
Every damn night.
We got that good.
Yeah. That's so good.
Man, let's ride.
We are Fox Sports Radio.
One.
FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
Slide over, baby.
Yeah, get ready. So, tonight in the NFL, we'll get to a big quarterback derby we may have called a little too early. But big news, a couple hours ago it breaks that Nick Chubb, retiring from the NFL at the age of 30 last year with the Texans. Had the starting job for a while, lost it to Woody Marks. He announced tonight he wants to go out at the top of his game. He is healthy, telling everybody on a social media post, hey, guys, there's life after football. Health is the real wealth, and I feel good right now walking away from the game at the age of 30. And I get it because he made his money being a guy that lost the starting job in the middle of the season to the Texans. He's not going to get paid anymore. Whatever he wants to put his body through, he sees it's not going to be worth it for me. So I get him walking away. It's a really difficult decision, but I love the fact that he's saying he feels happy and at peace with his decision. The part I keep thinking of, though, and this is weird, it's a great way to honor him tonight. Think about this, is that before he got hurt, right, he had a really bad knee injury in 2023, same knee he hurt earlier in his career when he was at Georgia. He was going to the Hall of Fame. He was a first ballot, easy Hall of Famer. With the beginning of his career, it was a very Terrell Davis-like beginning to his career, but he played for the Browns. Terrell Davis played for the Broncos, did win the Super Bowl, so okay, there's that, and that's a big deal. But that's the kind of career, that's the kind of career that Nick Chubb had. 1,500 yards, 12 touchdowns a year. He should be right now putting the finishing touches on that Hall of Fame career, right? You said earlier in the show, maybe he'd be like Derrick Henry. Yeah. Derrick Henry, the last of the great bell cow running backs, that should be Nick Chubb. Same kind of guy, 3-down running back. fast, can run over people, can run by people. Like, he was that good, averaging over 5 yards a carry. In fact, the beginning of 2023, before he got hurt, he had 30 carries, averaging over 6 yards a carry. He was 26. He was the best running back in the NFL. I mean, that's where he was. He was going to the Hall of Fame until he got injured, which is an absolute shame, but it also reminds you that's how good this guy was before he got hurt.
Yeah, you go back and look at some of those big seasons, the number of touches he had for those first 5 years, just absolutely bulldozing. And a reminder, as the fantasy owners lament, and you always think about the guys that were those top first, second, third picks that you debated about, right, coming into draft season. Nick Chubb was that guy. So you pour one out for one of our Hall of Fame fantasy players for those years that he gave us. But playing with the Browns, it was always all right, well, what's his upside in terms of touchdowns? Like, I don't care. He's going to touch the ball 300 times and run through people and run over people.
Yeah.
And he was magnificent, right? I mean, and we saw just enough in the passing game to give you that element. I love the statement because depending on what website, fan base you're looking at, Classy talking about going out, being healthy, but also talking about going out, being a winner. So that is certainly taken to the interwebs. We mentioned it earlier, but it seems to have grown some legs. Like, wow, look at him shade the Browns on his way out. Meanwhile, you've got a bunch of Browns blogs going, what a classy statement on the way. It's like, all right, I like this. This is going to gestate into some kind of fight between fan bases at some point. But he said it all. Like, I've done this. Health is the most important thing. You're getting out after a year where he struggled, but he got to experience some winning with that Houston squad, which seemed to sit quite nicely after all those frustrating seasons in Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to see it because he was just so good, but he was not the same since he came back, and it's just too bad. Sometimes these injuries are something that you can't come back from, whether it's genetics. Sometimes you inherit the body from your parents and your parents before that. Sometimes you come back from torn ACLs and torn ligaments, and sometimes it's just you've had too much stress on it and you're not the same guy. And it's just, like I said, you think more about what he could have done the back half of his career, but that's how good he was. And I'm happy for the guy tonight, at least, that he seems, hey, I know it's over. I don't need to put my body through anything more because I understand that staying healthy now, look, the guy's got a long life to go after this. He's got, way more than half his life to go. I'm going to take care of myself. So it seems like he's at peace with it. And obviously, look, he looks around the league, what was out there for him, probably not what he wanted, probably stuck around waiting a little bit. Maybe somebody would want me as a number 2 running back. It hasn't happened. So you know what? Now it's time to make that call rather than just, stick around and try to put my body through whatever it's going to go through the next couple of years.
Well, that's the other thing is, right, just the physical toll of what the season does, but it's the business of the NFL in 2026. You've got to stay in shape. So you're still training, saying your prayers, eating your vitamins, sticking to that nutritional regimen and whatever else. Now you can say to hell with it. I want a burger.
So outside of that, and congratulations to Nick Chubb, look, I said, as an incredible career that he had, until he got hurt, he was just that good. He was
hell of a run. And his name was Chubb.
Yeah, exactly. It was good, right? Remember when you had Nick Chubb and Bradley Chubb were both, I think they were in the same draft, right? Weren't they in the same draft?
Not to be confused with Chubbs.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to watch your hand. You got to watch your hand, Chubbs.
All in the hips.
We may have been a little too quick in calling the Raiders quarterback competition last night for Kirk Cousins. Now, we told you in the beginning of the summer, the job is there for Fernando Mendoza to win. They don't have a lot of loyalty towards Kirk Cousins. The Raiders come out in the beginning of the summer and say Kirk's getting the rep with the ones, and that's where we're at, right? There was no reason to think that, okay, anything other than Kirk Cousins is the one, Fernando Mendoza